Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged and his gaze burned brightly. When the true inheritance light lump was still 1,000 steps away, Fang Yuan felt its surging aura. This was a feeling which ordinary true inheritances and even unparalleled true inheritances did not have. Under the effect of this aura, thoughts started to gather in Fang Yuan's mind. Countless thoughts emerged out of thin air, and his memories flashed past continuously. If his mind was like a deep pond during normal times, then right now the rapidly increasing thoughts were like a huge waterfall crashing down into this deep pond. Thoughts surged madly, creating waves after waves. This feeling was incomparably wonderful, and Fang Yuan was not able to find an accurate word to describe it. The memories buried deep within his mind started to emerge one after another. The dust on them removed as they realistically and vividly appeared in his mind. Great numbers of inspirational lights flashed past and all sorts of lively ideas emerged in Fang Yuan's mind. Some problems and doubts regarding cultivation were being instantly solved under the inspirational lights. An extremely strong self-confidence involuntarily arose in Fang Yuan's mind. This was an indescribably wonderful feeling, as if everything was within his control, as if there were no problems he could not solve. This was a special power that people could not help but be deeply addicted to. Lad, wake up quickly. I also know how intoxicating this feeling is, but if you don't want to die, don't lose yourself in it. Look at yourself quickly, Mo Yao shouted. This voice awakened Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he was pale with horror. In just a short moment, his body had become weak and exhausted. His glossy forehead now had wrinkles. His strong arms gave a feeling of being old and decayed and were turning even more weak. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might have lost himself in that wonderful feeling and overlooked the changes to his body. This goo is? Fang Yuan thought of an incomparably shocking answer, and at the same time, used his movement goo to quickly retreat. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of goo worms. The supreme true inheritance also was not chasing Fang Yuan and just continued to fly on its path. Fang Yuan rapidly pulled distance with it before fearfully looking at this supreme true inheritance that was flying far away, cutting open the dark space. This is only the aura of a supreme true inheritance, and it almost made me lose myself and die. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He could not even get near human Qi Gu, an unparalleled true inheritance. There was no need to speak of supreme true inheritance. Let alone approaching it, just by nearing it a little, the aura it leaked out almost took his life. Just like Mo Yao said, Fang Yuan as a mortal was too weak. This inheritance was definitely a great thing, but he did not have the strength to bear it. It was like a bee picking honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, the bee would instead drown to death. The immortal goo of this supreme true inheritance. Could it be that legendary goo? Fang Yuan spoke with almost 80% certainty. But this answer was too shocking, making him somewhat unable to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed. Lad, your guess is correct. Even I did not dare to believe it back then. But the truth is right before your eyes. There is no choice but to believe it. Right. The immortal goo contained in this supreme true inheritance is the rank 9 goo of legend, Wisdom Goo. Wisdom Goo. It was recorded in. This was a rank 9 immortal goo which could give endless wisdom to the goo master. But the price to use it was extremely high. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that Renzu and Desolate Ancient Moon had to give their middle age to it to obtain its help. In other words, using Wisdom Goo meant using up lifespan. Fang Yuan had not even approached it, but his lifespan had been worn down rapidly. Wrinkles appeared and his body aged in just a short period of time. In regards to Fang Yuan, Wisdom Goo was a true death god. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable obtained it back then, and even more, what heaven-defying methods did he use to seal it here. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable thought up all kinds of methods to extend lifespan. He must have used Wisdom Goo a lot. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. Mo Yao instead sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable probably used Wisdom Goo for one reason, to extend lifespan. Unfortunately, the more Wisdom Goo was used, the shorter his lifespan became, and in the end, he did not obtain the solution he wanted as well. According to the historical records, giant son Immortal Venerable lived for over 8,000 years before dying. 8,000 years was already a result on the middle to upper level among rank 9 venerables. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan, lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who only lived for 3,000 years. Other venerables generally had a lifespan of around 7,000 years. There are 3 supreme true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Tell me, what are the other 2 like? I really want to experience them. Fang Yuan's eyes let out an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao felt something wrong with his tone, and quickly persuaded, "Lad, don't have stupid thoughts. Pick up an ordinary true inheritance quickly and leave. You have the 10-edge owner token and can only take away an ordinary true inheritance anyway. Even if you pass the test of an unparalleled true inheritance, you cannot take them. Don't even mention supreme true inheritances. Your weak body that can be blown away by the wind cannot even endure their aura." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Your words make me even more interested to see them. This opportunity is extremely rare. I am afraid I won't get another chance if I miss it this time. Brat, have you gone mad? Do you not know you lost at least 2 years of your lifespan just a few moments ago? If you continue squandering time like this, and the true inheritances start flying with the speed of a meteor, you won't be able to get anything, and you might even lose your life." Mo Yao was anxious. Fang Yuan kept on laughing without being moved. He continued to wander, detouring far away when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, with not even a bit of intention to take them. Mo Yao's will became more anxious. "You lunatic! Heavens, what in the world are you thinking in your brain? You are letting so many true inheritances go away just to broaden your horizons? You idiot! If you die, what should I do? What about Water Pavilion? If I die, this will of yours will also not be able to survive, but you can rest easy, you still have a will left in Water Pavilion. You can wait for a fated person and entrust this precious task upon them." Fang Yuan unhurriedly replied. Mo Yao tried to persuade him again, but Fang Yuan was adamant in doing things his own way. He kept on exploring non-stop, and after several days, the true inheritances were moving faster. Fang Yuan went into dangerous situations every now and then. Several times, he faced the danger of losing his life, but narrowly managed to escape in the end. Mo Yao had been trying to persuade him the whole time, the anxiety making her go mad. "Lad, I surrender. You are truly stubborn. All right, you don't have to continue. I will tell you about the other 2 supreme true inheritances. The first is a luck path inheritance founded by giant son Immortal Venerable. Using his unique luck path attainment, he was able to become invincible in the world. Second is the control rights of 88 True Yang Building. This tower was refined by giant son Immortal Venerable and long hair ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. There would be endless goo cultivation resources for one who obtains it. She was truly anxious. Normally, she might not necessarily be in the mood to provide such inside details to Fang Yuan even if he asked. Now, however, she revealed it, afraid Fang Yuan would continue acting foolishly. But what she was afraid of happened. Fang Yuan chuckled and, as if he had not heard anything, continued to wander. Several days later, the true inheritance's flying speed was already as fast as birds. It was extremely easy for Fang Yuan to evade 1 or 2. But true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking, and all sizes of true inheritances had to fly in the narrowing space. The long tails of all sorts of colorful lights they dragged were almost interweaving a thinly spread light web. Fang Yuan could only survive moving through the cracks of it. At this stage, Fang Yuan was using all his concentration and did not dare to relax for even a moment. For a moment of carelessness would lead to the tragedy of his death. Leave quickly. You can't even take away ordinary true inheritances now. As long as you continue to stay here, the danger will increase by each second. Sigh. You have actually gone crazy in such a crucial moment. Mo Yao was getting dispirited from all the persuading. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, suddenly asking, "Tell me, Is there a possibility I can find an opportunity to reap benefits when two true inheritances collide? Mo Yao was stunned upon listening to this. But soon, she shouted in a shrill voice, "You fool, you idiot! Would the grand giant son, Immortal Venerable, commit such a clear mistake? So you were thinking like that. I overestimated you. I overestimated you too much. You have clearly become a victim of your own ingenuity. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to exploit? You have thought too wishfully. You are too naive." So it was just my wishful thinking. Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression undisturbed as he continued to explore. Actually, he had already known this, but intentionally said it to provoke Mo Yao. "Why are you still not leaving? Are you looking to die?" Mo Yao was provoked and was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan. "Whether I die or not is my matter. It is none of your concern. You have already died. Why is a dead person making such a din?" Fang Yuan indifferently ridiculed her, his expression still tranquil as if the one in danger was not him. "Damn it! Scoundrel! Idiot!" Mo Yao's face flushed with rage and started hurling out curses. Rumble. Right at this time, an explosion suddenly occurred a great distance away. Fang Yuan gazed at the source of the sound, seeing two true inheritances colliding which then sprang towards different directions. Fang Yuan was dumbstruck. He had not expected his nonsensical words to come true. True inheritances actually collided, especially when one of the inheritances seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also dumbstruck. How is this possible? Her voice rose an octave higher into an ear-piercing sound that had no demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. "Back then, when I explored this place, why did not I encounter such a good thing?" But soon, her eyes opened wide, coming to a realization. So it was like that. That is the luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I did all I could to open up a crack in it to obtain the fortune rivaling heaven goo. But in the end it flew away. I could only use the other inheritances I obtained to settle for the second best option, refining calamity beckoning goo. Mo Yao had created a crack in this supreme true inheritance. Because it was no longer in a perfect state, the original balance was tilted, allowing true inheritances to collide into one another. Boom! Another sound of a collision. Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This collision seemed to have caused a goo to fly out from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stumped. "What is that?" Mo Yao was also stupefied before shouting, "That is a luck path goo worm. What are being dazed for? Aren't you going to take it?" Fang Yuan, however, hesitated. "If I try to take this goo, wouldn't I be met with the luck path true inheritances test?" Luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan would never be able to endure its test. What damn test? The collision has enlarged the crack in the true inheritance light lump. It is breaking down. Take it and leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you are going to die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled and moved forward, dodging here and there, before being able to approach with great difficulty and pick up that goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo and not an immortal goo. "Lad, you are still not leaving?" Mo Yao was almost howling by now. "Haha, what's the rush?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave, instead staying within true inheritance secluded domain, observing everywhere. "Looking at the time with the current chaos, it is almost ready," he mumbled. "Lad, what did you say?" Mo Yao had just spoken when Fang Yuan sprinkled many goo worms which activated together to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool let out a majestic force of attraction, absorbing all the true inheritance lights. Several breaths later, the whirlpool slowed down and crumbled with a loud sound, revealing a door. All according to plan. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the land spirit. The scene before one's eyes was that of a grand and elegant white jade hall. For huge pillars were holding up the roof, on the ground, light casted shadows on a person. Be it the walls, pillars, or roof, they were pure and white as snow. They were all created using white jade stones. At the center of the hall, there was an elevated area with 23 steps of stairs. On the elevated area, there was a green copper divine bird statue. The divine bird was looking up and spreading its wings, but there were countless black chains, each with the size of an ancient tree, coiling around the divine bird's body, tangling around its long neck, its slim legs, and even piercing through its feathers and lodging itself into its body. The divine bird's eyes were sharp as daggers. It was frowning and had its mouth wide open, almost as if screaming out loud. Its expression was very moving. It looked so real with delicate details, and there was an indomitable spirit of resistance oozing from it. This spirit could leave a firm impression after a single gaze. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the tall and huge green copper divine bird statue covering his vision. His dark pupils seemed to have flames burning within. This. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yao to the point of stuttering. She gulped as she pointed her finger, shouting, "This is actually the Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. Ah, what's there to be surprised about?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Imperial Court Blessed Land originally had a land spirit, otherwise it would not have recognized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and made him its master. The land spirit is formed by the combination of an obsession and the Blessed Land's heavenly power. To get rid of the land spirit, you will have to deal with the entire Blessed Land. If the land spirit dies, the Blessed Land will be destroyed. If the Blessed Land is destroyed, the land spirit will die too. Currently, Imperial Court Blessed Land is still in good shape. It means the land spirit is still alive." His words made Mo Yao shout in anger. "You bastard! Such obvious reasoning. How could I not know this?" Mo Yao had done all she could to research 88 Truyong building for her lover Bo Qing, in an attempt to get the fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu, and help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. Eventually, although she succeeded in entering the True Inheritance secluded domain, because of her insufficient power she could not obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Instead she had to settle for something else, using her inheritance information and her own foundation as a refinement grandmaster to refine the calamity beckoning Gu. Because of this, she understood the value of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land extremely clearly. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not rank 9, he had won in the competition for Imperial Court Blessed Land's inheritance, and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. When he became rank 9 and was invincible in the world, he had the superior Grotto Heaven, Longevity Heaven, and thus Imperial Court Blessed Land became one of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's multiple residences within the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created 88 Truyong building and set it up within Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. If one was targeting 88 Truyong building, they would need to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land thus became a protective shell for 88 Truyong building. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this shell had been exerting great use, in that Gu Immortals could not enter. But in this setup there was a huge flaw. Any Gu Immortal could see it clearly. That was the existence of the land spirit of Imperial Court Blessed Land. This flaw did not exist when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still alive. Because Giant Sun was the master of the land spirit would obey and do whatever he told it to do. But after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as one could meet the land spirit's expectations, anyone could become Imperial Court Blessed Land's new owner. An 88 Truyong building was situated inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would have 88 Truyong building in their grasp. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this from just a small amount of thinking. In Mo Yao's lifetime, when researching 88 Truyong building, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort in this field. But eventually she made no progress. All the hard work and effort she put into this resulted in nothing. What sort of person was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? How could he be unaware of this loophole? He dealt with this perfectly, sealing the land spirit deep within. And in Mo Yao's eventual exploration, she could not even find a single feather of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden inside the True Inheritance secluded domain. Only when the True Inheritances fly at a certain speed would this loophole appear, and allow for the possibility of opening this gateway. Mo Yao's heart was shaken. At this moment, she understood what had happened. The more she thought about it, the more she viewed Fang Yuan with a new and higher level of respect. This lad, I underestimated him. What sort of background does he have? He actually knew this method of entry. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance was very shocking. It greatly exceeded her expectations. What she did not know was, this was inside the video from Central Continent's Gu Immortals in Fang Yuan's previous life. In fact, the deep research of Central Continent's Gu Immortals was actually built upon the foundation of Mo Yao's findings. Mo Yao was an impressive refinement grandmaster. For her lover, she researched the 88 Truyang building and charged in alone. After she died, the previous research material that she left behind was in the hands of Spirit Affinity House. For the 10,000 years after that, generations after generations of geniuses within Spirit Affinity House continued their research on it. At the same time, 88 Truyang building had been corroded by the power of time, showing more and more loopholes over the years, becoming easier to exploit. But Spirit Affinity House knew that to take down this juicy meat called 88 Truyang building, it was not something a super force could do alone. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly worked with several other Central Continent sects and planned this for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead as they controlled the most important research materials from beginning to end. Later, good preparation would be the key to success. When Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's fairy of that generation, Black Moon. As he walked up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the foot of the green copper divine bird. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, except that it was sealed tightly by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and could not move. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, throughout the ages, it had been standing here without any movement. As they got closer, Mo Yao had a discovery. Heh, lad, your plan will be hard to execute. The green paste on the Frost Jade Peacock's body is created by the rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison. The black chains that are coiling around its body are made from the rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Net. While saying this, Mo Yao thought of something and her words stopped. At once, in Fang Yuan's mind, she was staring with her eyes wide open, like she had seen a ghost, because she had suddenly remembered. Not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 Immortal Gu. One of them was Gruel Mud, Earth Prison Gu, Earth Net Gu, although they were rank 7 Immortal Gu and were higher than Gruel Mud by 1 rank. But they were one-time expenditure Gu, they vanished after 1 use. The 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu worked together to seal the land spirit, but after hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion from time, this strength had weakened greatly. And Gruel Mud was a direct counter to this strength. Ha ha ha! It seems you have already thought about it. You are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he took out the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu from his pocket. Although this Gu was rank 6 because it was an expenditure-type Gu, it was comparatively easier to use. There was no need to inject immortal essence into it, he just needed to squeeze it. Fang Yuan squeezed lightly and it shattered. The Gu worm burst and oozed out a brown-green light that was like liquid. The light followed Fang Yuan's will and flew up, fusing into the divine bird statue. Throughout the process, Mo Yao watched in a daze, unable to say a word. After the light fused into the statue, a slight tremor occurred, but this tremor was simply too light. It was almost like an illusion. But soon, this tremor became larger. The entire divine bird statue starting shaking. Cracks were forming on the green paste covering the divine bird statue. Next, the chains starting colliding with one another, making a loud and sharp noise. Success. Don't tell me, after hundreds of thousands of years of wear and tear, the powers of the 2 Immortal Gu were used up. Mo Yao muttered to herself. She had a complex expression. There were disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and denial, but afterwards the tremors became smaller. The divine bird statue became silent, and the chains stopped clashing. The entire White Jade Hall became quiet once again. Mo Yao was deeply disappointed. She sighed. Failed in the end. There was the difference of a rank, plus this was the setup of an immortal venerable. Hee hee. But at this point, Fong Yuan laughed lightly. Mo Yao. Look at the divine bird's head? Mo Yao's will looked over and was shocked. The green paste on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. That's right, this is the gruel mud immortal goo's real effect. I was too caught up with the commotion and got carried away. I lost my bearings and did not think of this. Hee hee. Laughable. How laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head and sighed. Immediately afterwards her expression had vanished completely, restoring the demeanor of a legendary Gu immortal, a refinement grandmaster. Actually, she could not help but briefly lose her cool. In her life, she had paid too huge of a price for Imperial Court blessed land, for 88 True Yang building. Right now, Earth Prison Gu and Earth Net Gu, the powers of these two immortal Gu, although corroded mostly by the power of time, they still had a portion remaining. Although Gruel Mud Immortal Gu was effective against them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to get rid of the remaining power. But don't forget about the existence of the land spirit. The tremors earlier were due to the land spirit. It was the one which exerted strength, causing the two Immortal Gu to divert the majority of their power to suppress it, allowing the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power to sneak in. As the green paste melted, it turned into gruel mud on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was a great contrast to the white tiles on the ground. Drop by drop, they fell on the ground. The frost jade peacock's head was released, but after getting to its neck, the speed of melting greatly reduced. Evidently, Earth Prison and Earth Net Gu's remaining power reacted and started to resist gruel mud, causing the efficiency to reduce greatly. Heh, just like in the video in my previous life, it is exactly the same. Fong Yuan laughed as he looked at the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Oh Imperial Court land spirit, look down at your feet. I was the one who released you. How does it feel to breathe again after hundreds of thousands of years? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will help you to regain freedom. Frost Jade Peacock's angry expression was still fixed on its face. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, it laughed arrogantly. I am one with the blessed land. All the things that happened in the blessed land for the last hundreds of thousands of years are clear in my heart. If you want to be my new owner, you will need to fulfill one condition. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables fulfilled this land spirit's request and became Imperial Court blessed land's owner. Today, Fong Yuan was facing this request as well. At this point, the video in his previous life had no more value. Fong Yuan laughed as his eyes shone, asking, "What condition? No, don't abandon me. Save me, benefactor." The voices were reverberating in Thai by Yun Shang's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly and sat up on his bed. Huff, huff. He was panting, with his body covered in sticky sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert's face showed an old and weary expression befitting his age. In the silent room, Tai by Yun Shang's breathing sounds became softer, as his frown slowly eased. Sitting on his bed, he fell into deep silence. Like he was in a daze, there was an extreme fatigue hidden in his gaze. Ever since he failed the round, he had been in deep guilt and self-blame for causing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to be sacrificed due to his own greed. Almost every night, he had the same nightmare. In the nightmare, blood was pouring everywhere. The smell was overbearing. All sorts of ugly blood beasts bared their claws and fangs as he was encircled. Facing Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's pleas, they called him benefactor, they asked him to save them. But every time, even though Tai Bai Yun Shang had an aperture full of primeval essence, he would be unable to move, watching Gao Yang and Zhu Zai get surrounded by blood beasts and eventually consumed, leaving behind their pale white bones. Throughout the process, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai would sometimes beg him, sometimes they would protect him or curse furiously or taunt him. Eventually, when they turn into pale white skeletons, lying in the pool of blood, they would still say with their remaining skulls, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai. He is so kind and righteous. He will definitely never abandon us. I believe in him too. Even if I die, I will believe." Tai Bai Yun Shang was in pain. He felt sadness, helplessness, and regret, especially at the end. He would kneel on the ground helplessly in his dream, letting the blood dye his white hair red as he cried profusely. He felt that he was no longer Tai by Yun Shang. This experience made him reevaluate himself. But every time he examined, it resulted in a severe negative answer. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he felt that he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunshang was not the only person who had a sleepless night. It was late at night. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was dazzling with silver light, shining on the land. He Lulan looked out of the window. Above the sacred palace, 88 Truyong building was still forming new floors. The dazzling aurora was shining brightly in the sky, creating a beautiful scenery. Damn it! The owner token went missing. What in the world happened? Thinking back to the time when he challenged the round, He Lulan gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his eyes shone with ruthlessness, ready to devour people with one glance. Throughout history, there had never been any lord of the Imperial Court who lost their owner token. But this had to happen to He Lulan. Forget it. So what if I don't have the owner token? So what if I cannot use the Grey Meltdown Killer move? Whatever the difficulties, they cannot stop me from getting the Strength Path Immortal Goo. Mother, if you can watch this from the afterlife, see how I take revenge for you. Fong Yuan was slowly walking in the sacred palace's garden. His expression was not nice, he had a grim look on his face. In the flower garden, there was a jade fountain and a stone bridge, with flowers blooming and flourishing like it was spring. This beautiful environment was not something he could currently enjoy. Right after coming out of the White Jade Hall, Fong Yuan was feeling vexed about the matter of subduing Imperial Court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's chuckled. To think that Imperial Court Blessed Land's condition for ownership was like that. Lad, with your gloomy personality, it will not be easy for you to find a woman that you love, while she also has to be deeply in love with you. Not long ago, Fong Yuan faced Imperial Court land spirit Frost Jade Peacock, and was told the condition to become the owner of Imperial Court True Love, to make the Frost Jade Peacock willingly submit to a master, and obey every command. One person was not enough. It had to be a Gu master couple who were deeply in love. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fulfill this condition. But for Fong Yuan it was filled with difficulty. Not mentioning the other parts, just requiring Fong Yuan to be truly in love with a certain woman was a near impossible matter. If this was in my previous life, I would be able to fulfill it. But now, Fong Yuan took a few steps and stopped at the stone bridge. He rested on the railing and looked at the jade lake below the bridge, laughing coldly. The lake was like a mirror. Under the radiance of the silvery night sky, it was a dazzling sight. What he did in 88 Truyong building that night was really a scary experience, but that was over now. At this moment, he was basking in the beautiful scenery around the sacred palace. Compared to the dangerous predicament he was in earlier, this truly felt like a dream or illusion. Life is like a dream, like morning dew and nocturnal flower, like the shadow of a bubble. Fong Yuan muttered, going into a daze. The light breeze caused ripples on the surface of the lake. Among the ripples, a blurry image of a woman's figure seemed to appear in Fong Yuan's absent-minded gaze. That was the woman he had buried deep in his memories. In Fong Yuan's previous life, he had faced disaster and was a destitute wanderer. During the lowest time of his life, he had met her. The world's encounters were just so amazing, and the toying of fate was simply cruel and merciless. If we are talking about true love, why am I thinking of her? Fong Yuan's fingers, which were holding the railing, exerted force unknowingly. He frowned suddenly, and his gaze turned ice cold. The woman's figure silently vanished, and the surface of the lake appeared before him once again. Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not looking good. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. Although it was arrogant, it would acknowledge true love. But it was near impossible for Fong Yuan to meet its requirements. If he could not subdue the land spirit, then Fong Yuan's plan for taking over 88 Truyong building would fail completely. He would have to stop here. No wonder the Central Continent Gu immortals in my previous life chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroy 88 Truyong building. Gu Immortals have lots of deep secrets and often have extreme personalities. It is harder for them to experience true love than mortals. After using Gruel mud, even though the melting is slow, the land spirit seal is getting weaker. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit is filled with hatred and desires freedom badly. It will definitely try to break the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still slumbering, when the seal melts to a certain degree, or if the land spirit continues to resist, it will definitely awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. When an immortal venerable rages, blood would flow like a river. All beings would mourn. But the land spirit has the territorial advantage. As long as the blessed land remains intact, it would have a continual source of strength. When the two contest, it would be scarier than deities fighting. At that point, those who were mortals like Feng Yuan would suffer. Especially when Feng Yuan was the culprit who released the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would face a terrible end. There was no way out. Feng Yuan's original plan was like this. First, he would enter Northern Plains and make his way into Imperial Court Blessed Land. He achieved this flawlessly, using his previous life's memories. He killed the Wolf King Changshan, who was at his last breath, taking over his identity and becoming a higher-up of He tribe army. Next, he hid within the Alliance army and got into Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to get into 88 Truyang building and gain the most benefits for himself. Using the video from the Central Continent Gu Immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit and without alerting the Immortal Venerable's will, he would become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The third step, after becoming the owner of the Imperial Court, he would not be in a rush to take down 88 Truyang building. Instead, he would hide in the background and develop in secret. Within 88 Truyang building, there was an Immortal Venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a sacred place in the hearts of Northern Plains Gu Masters. It could not be defiled or tainted. If he was discovered, Feng Yuan would face the assault of the entirety of Northern Plains. Such frightening power, even if Feng Yuan escaped to other places, it would be pointless. There would not be a single superforce that would protect him from the pressure of the whole of Northern Plains forces. Unless it was during the chaotic 5 regions battle, when no one had the spare energy to bother with him, and when all 5 regions suffer setbacks, Feng Yuan would survive even if he was exposed. After becoming the land spirit's owner, Feng Yuan would order the land spirit to stay inside the White Jade Hall, while cooperating with 88 Truyang buildings operations. This way, everything would progress smoothly. First, he could use Imperial Court Blessed Land strength to deal with the Gu Immortal Tai by Yun Sheng. This way, he would have a greater chance of success, and regardless of how their battle end up, Feng Yuan would not lose. Even if he failed to take the Immortal Gu landscape as before, Feng Yuan would not be in any mortal danger due to the land spirit's protection. Secondly, Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to move between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land freely. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was being covetously eyed by Immortal Crane sect, and every once in a while, there would be an earthly calamity. It would be the center of many struggles and not the ideal place to cultivate peacefully. By becoming the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his cover and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his true base. While cultivating, he could scheme against Immortal Crane sect to gain the most benefits. If it failed, he could discard Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an Immortal Venerable setup. It was hard for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to make deductions involving it. Moreover, Feng Yuan would continue to fix and repair the loopholes in the future. Thus it would be much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thirdly, Feng Yuan would own this precious resource. Every time Truyang building opens up, he could collect all these vast amounts of resources including Immortal Gu without putting himself in danger. When the time comes, he would do what he did in his previous life, subduing a Bloodpath Gu worm and becoming a Bloodpath Gu Immortal. It would be slow and steady, safe and sound. But though the plan was perfect, reality was not. Feng Yuan put in his best effort, but he was stuck at the second step. Unable to become the land spirit's owner, he could not borrow its strength as a mortal. There was nothing much he could do. The situation was progressively getting worse. Giant Sun's will was definitely going to awaken. If Fang Yuan wanted to escape, he could use whole earth goo and connect to Hu Immortal blessed land to flee. But he could not bring these few immortal goo with him. Moreover, even if he obtained landscape as before immortal goo, how would he quickly and safely return to Hu Immortal blessed land? Without the land spirit's help, as a mortal, Fang Yuan could not do that. At present, the plan can only be to first think of every possible method to convince the land spirit. If I am on its side, we can deal with Giant Sun's will together, and I might be able to borrow some of its strength. I really do not want to use that final method. Half a month later, 88 True Yang Building. The wind scythe birds were densely packed together. A great number of them engulfed the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords. Their wings were curved and razor-edged, like that of a scythe. They flew extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the air, and had no fear when they charged towards their enemies. Kill, kill, kill! He Lulan shouted. The black smoke around his body was rolling, creating multiple black tentacles as they one after another captured the surrounding wind scythe birds and devoured them. The battle of the army fighting against the wind scythe birds had been ongoing for an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The floor was littered with bird corpses, but there were also many dead goo masters. Ah! He Lulan screamed. He was going berserk from fighting, stretching out his right hand. His right arm was in a claw shape. As a dark spiral was formed, it rotated in the air and converged at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, thousands of dark streams gathered like they were flowing into the sea, into He Lulan's right claw like a black light ball. The light ball was dark and mysterious. It spun on its own and gave out a thunder-like sound. Go! He Lulan's eyes suddenly opened wide as he shouted. Using all his strength to point his claw at the sky, he grabbed the round ball of black light like he was lifting heavy weight. His movement was very slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the light ball slowly flew into the air. In the air, it rapidly expanded. In a few breaths' time, it expanded to the size of a mountain. At once, the black light ball occupied the sky, covering half the Alliance army's surface area. Countless wind scythe birds were engulfed by it, melting and corroding. Not even their bones were left intact. The entire process was silent and strangely overbearing. People's hearts were turning cold from seeing this. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. After lasting for 6 breaths' time, the vortex killed tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. The numbers of the wind scythe birds were too huge, and because they gathered above the Alliance army, they were a terrifying threat. After the dark vortex vanished, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky, but soon, the wind scythe birds flooded in like a tide, covering up the hole again. Above the Alliance army, there were countless wind scythe birds again. This was the 25th round of the 68th floor of 88 True Yang Building. The numbers of wind scythe birds were too great. Among them were large numbers of bird kings. Their assault was too powerful. Actually, according to their experiences, they knew there had to be an easier way to challenge this round. But He Lulan directly charged in and mobilized all his strength to overwhelm the birds. This attracted the revenge and counterattack of the frenzied wind scythe birds. Ha ha ha! Kill all these damn birds! At one side, Yi Luisang laughed. He Lulan's explosive strength triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe was on the same level as He tribe. They were both super forces, having Gu immortals backing them. Yi Luisang and He Lulan had the same status. They were both the tribe leader of their respective super tribes. When he saw He Lulan's killer move that killed countless wind scythe birds, he was not willing to hold back anymore. Look at my newly developed killer move, Flame Demon! Yi Luisang shouted loudly as his sleeves fluttered, and his primeval essence rushed into the goo worms in his hands. With a loud thud, his body was clad in flames. As the flames burst out, all goo masters near him moved away. Within the radius of a few hundred steps, he was the only person left. His body trembled, and the flames that could rise to heaven split to form a 10-meter bronze ape that was completely made of flames. The flaming bronze ape had an ugly appearance, with teeth like a gorilla, strange horns, and bulging muscles. This was the flame demon. The flame demon rose into the sky, crashing around as all the wind-scythed birds that collided with it were ignited, screaming from being burnt alive. Along its path, flames were burning, causing a straight line of them to form in the sky. Large numbers of wind-scythed birds were roasted, falling to the ground. The flame demon rampaged arrogantly, attracting the attention of many birds. It greatly reduced the pressure of the Gu masters in the Grand Army. What fire demon? It is nothing much. Far away, He Lulan laughed loudly, showing his smug arrogance. Yi Luisang laughed as well. Hey tribe leader, take another look. In saying this, his body shook as the flames fell off him, forming another flame demon. He Lulan's expression changed. Not just him. Even Fong Yuan, who was in the army, took a serious look. The flame demon had great strength, but to think he had more than one. 88 Truyang building gave lots of opportunities. It was not just Fong Yuan and He Lulan who were improving, other Gu masters were gaining many rewards as well. When 6 flame demons entered the battlefield, the flames on Yi Luisang were finally extinguished. 6 flame demons, thankfully. Fong Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lulan's expression soothed as well. Yi Luisang had true capability. This killer move was really extraordinary, but that was as far as it got. In terms of power, it could only be on par with Dark Vortex. The flame demons rampaged for an hour as their strength fell more and more, eventually perishing among the wind-scythed birds. But soon after, Fong Yuan, Tai Bai Yunshang, Shi Shui, Pei Yanfei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong and others attacked using all their killer moves. The great strength of rank 5 experts quickly changed the battlefield, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Eventually, they succeeded, getting into the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a letter of request. They are asking for a temporary halt of advancement. They are worried about the huge casualties. They need to rest and recover. Before He Lulan had finished probing this round, his attendant He Shu had already reported. He Lulan frowned immediately, shouting, "Begrudging already despite such few casualties. These useless bums. They are all useless cowards. Return this request to them, and tell them we will advance no matter what. Whoever dares to escape or run away from the Alliance army will have their entire tribe and any related tribes executed. None will be spared." Saying so, he held the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces immediately. "Continue advancing. Charge." He Lulan waved his hand, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88 Truyang building would emit a strange tremor every few days. Coupled with the disappearance of the owner token, He Lulan felt that this was not a simple matter. His instincts were telling him that something unthinkable was about to happen. To avoid any accidents in the future, he had to quickly get the Strength Path Immortal Gu now. Only after advancing to a Gu Immortal would he have the strength to control this changing situation. The challenge this time lasted until the 28th round. Only after everyone was unable to continue and the casualties were too heavy did He Lulan have no choice but to retreat and recuperate. In his room, Tai Bai Yunshang showed a bitter smile as he held several East Window Gu in his hand. These East Window Gu contained the cultivation experience of previous generation Gu masters. Among them, most were time path attainment. These were all the round rewards obtained from 88 Truyang building. Don't tell me. This is the arrangement of destiny, for me to advance to Gu Immortal Realm? Back then, Tai Bai Yunshang had failed in searching for a lifespan Gu. After wasting all his life savings, he had to become He Tribe's external elder. He was a time path Gu master, rank 5 peak stage. With his sensitivity towards time, he knew that he had little time left since a few years ago. Although advancing to Gu Immortal Realm could allow a Gu master's life to improve qualitatively, it could not increase his lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunshang's situation was a little special. His time path inheritance was extraordinary. It was a Gu Immortal inheritance. The core of his inheritance had 3 Gu: river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance has theorized long ago. When he becomes an immortal, using the supreme opportunity of the resonance of heaven and earth, he could advance his man as before Gu into an immortal Gu. The mortal man as before Gu could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on himself. If I have the man as before immortal Gu, I can use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not like the spring-autumn cicada. I cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yun Shang's heart was worried. The intense regret and guilt assaulted him once again. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the tall tower, looking at He tribe. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated for a while. It gave him a different field of vision from others. This rank 5 mortal Gu was the sole, unexpected gain that he obtained inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggests, could be used to inspect luck. It was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, in the living quarters of He tribe, there were countless smoke-like luck strands. But among them, 2 were extremely thick, like cranes among chickens. Even the palace's rooms could not hide them. One came from He Lulan. His luck was like a huge pillar with an azure color. It was thick and long. The other came from Tai Bai Yun Shang. His luck was like the flames burning during sunset, red and bright. It accumulated above the roof of his house. It was like the feeling of dazzling flames. The luck of these 2 are extremely high, but they are different. He Lulan's luck has a lasting feeling. Tai Bai Yun Shang's luck is like a pile of old firewood, burning at the last moment. In recent days, I secretly manipulated the rewards and placed many time path attainment experiences as rewards to give them to Tai Bai Yun Shang. Every time he gets one, the fiery red luck above him turns brighter by a bit. The possibility of becoming an immortal also increased slightly. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He sighed in his heart when he thought about the mysterious and unfathomable luck path. But he had only obtained a single luck inspection Gu. He did not know the details of the inheritance. It was like opening a new window towards this new path. He could only explore it slowly. He used the luck inspection Gu on himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in black ink-like luck. This luck gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body. They were emitting a dense death energy, the energy of great misfortune. Even though Fang Yuan had looked at this many times, his heart always sank when he observed this. My luck is not looking optimistic. But these days, all my talks with the Imperial Court land spirit have had no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant. It only wants to break the seal and regain its freedom. Truyong Building has already shaken 38 times. Eventually, giant suns would awaken. Eh? Fang Yuan gasped. He looked at a group of Gu masters. They were all shrouded in a black coffin-like luck, heading in the direction of He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yun Shang's residence. Fang Yuan thought about briefly before understanding their intentions. This is a good opportunity for me to understand the meaning of this black coffin luck. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. He gave a deep glance towards Tai Bai Yun Shang's location. We implore you to help us, old Sir Tai Bai. I am sincerely asking old Sir to go forward and plead for us. The whole of my tribe are elderly, the weak, the women and children too. The future of all of our tribesmen are in Lord's hands. In the room, a group of Gu masters were kneeling on the ground, crying profusely or showing a sad expression. They were desperately asking Tai Bai Yun Shang for help. These Gu masters had rather special identities. They were all the tribe leaders of their respective tribes. Lu tribe, Shi tribe. All of these tribes were middle-sized tribes or small-sized tribes. During the process of challenging 88 Truyong Building, they suffered the greatest numbers of casualties. If this were to continue, they might face the threat of being wiped out for good. The previous few times, they had as a group written letters of request, asking to retreat, but they were all harshly rejected by He Lulan. Survival was the #1 priority. He Lulan's oppressive and all-out tactics had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and middle-sized tribes. But because of the Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to approach He Lulan himself. After discussing among themselves, they decided to jointly approach Tai Bai Yun Shang for help. Tai Bai Yun Shang was the current #1 healing master in all of Northern Plains. He was well known to be kind and merciful. His reputation in Northern Plains was second to none. Now that he had become He tribe's external elder, he was greatly trusted and depended on by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai by Yunshang's help, their respective tribes might very well gain the precious time to rest and recuperate. Please get up and speak, Tai by Yunshang urged them. Old sir, if you do not accept our request, we will not get up. Please go take a look at our tribes, you will understand our pain and grief then. Our injuries and casualties are simply too great. Our women have lost their husbands, our children have lost their parents, and our elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please go and talk to Lord He Lulan. If this carries on, our tribe is going to perish for good. Humph. We did not die in the imperial court contest, but instead, we are facing extermination within imperial court-blessed land. If word gets out, where would He tribe's reputation go to? This is simply too ironic. The tribe leaders talked one after another. They held a firm attitude and refused to get up from the kneeling position. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunshang heaved a long sigh. He had already been very unhappy with He Lulan's actions to begin with. There was enough time to go about this slowly. Why did he have to be so anxious and rush their advancement, causing such grave and severe casualties? He could not bear to see this in his heart. From Tai Bai Yunshang's perspective, most likely, losing the owner token during the challenge of the second round had triggered He Lulan. Another reason was that the supreme elders of He tribe were pressuring him greatly. Because of this pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to give it his all in challenging the rounds. My servants, quickly come and serve tea to the tribe leaders. Tai Bai Yunshang instructed his servants. He next turned around and consoled the band of tribe leaders. This old man will do his best to talk to tribe leader He Lulan, but all I can say is, I will try my best. Old sir, you are truly a kind person. You are so benevolent. Gaining old sir's help. It is truly our tribe's greatest fortune. Old sir, this is a letter of request that we have written collectively. We will be waiting for old sir's good news patiently. All the tribe leaders were filled with gratitude and joy. Tai Bai Yunshang received the letter of request from them and kept it in his pocket. After bidding farewell to the tribe leaders, he came to the grand hall and looked for He Lulan. He Lulan was not settling the administrative matters of the army in the grand hall. Instead, he was relaxing in the flower garden. Tai Bai Yunshang hurried over quickly, and when he saw He Lulan, the latter was playing chess in the lake pavilion. He Lulan heard his intentions and first rejected him strictly, but when Tai Bai Yunshang urged him with reasoning and kind words, He Lulan slowly became less strict as he said, How about this? I can let these tribes rest and recover temporarily, but they must lend out all of their goo worms. My army will continue to advance, but we cannot reduce our strength just because of their absence. Every goo worm that they lend will entitle them to one person who can rest. Rank 2 goo worm will exempt a rank 2 goo master. A rank 3 goo worm will exempt a rank 3 goo master, and so on. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and merciful. I will thank Tribe Leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the different tribes and their tribesmen. Tai Bai Yunshang knew this was the best result he could get. Thus he returned and informed all of the tribe leaders about this result. The tribe leaders looked at each other as they pondered over this, eventually accepting this condition. Goo worms were the foundation and base of a goo master. Goo worms that were lent out were easy to get damaged, but it was much better than losing their own lives. The casualties that these tribes were facing were simply too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the respective tribes' resting area and collect their goo worms. Being late was not an option. He also sent Tai Bai Yunshang to control the situation and settle the relevant administrative matters. After 3 days, this matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yunshang returned and reported to He Lulan, who invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan lifted his wine cup as he said, Old sir, please have a drink. It was our great fortune that old sir joined our tribe, allowing the army to face much fewer casualties and injuries. Old sir, you revived countless people. You have accomplished great deeds. I am not worthy of such praise, but we have to try our very best at things. Whether we succeed or not is up to heaven. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. Tai Baiyun Shang showed a look of shame, replying as he raised his cup. He Lu Lan's praise reminded him of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In truth, ever since he returned from the Blood Hall, every word of praise that he heard felt like an insult, like sarcastic comments that were whipping at his soul. But today, after settling this matter, he resolved the conflict between He tribe and many small and middle-sized tribes. In a way, he saved the lives of many Gu masters. This made him feel slightly better. With longevity heaven watching us, we can only do our best. He Lu Lan drank his wine in one gulp, putting it down as he muttered, sighing. Old Sir's words are very accurate and articulate. It is truly well said. Longevity heaven is watching us. The road to the future is filled with mystery and unexpected circumstances. As mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai had already done his best. I, He Lu Lan, should do the same as well. Tai Baiyun Shang heard this and suddenly felt that He Lu Lan had some additional meaning in his words. He immediately asked, Lord Tribe Leader, what do you mean by that? He Lu Lan laughed heartily. He was about to speak when He Shu came in with a report. His body was covered in blood. His expression was respectful and cautious. He came to He Lu Lan's side and said, Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, the Black Banner Army has not failed your expectations. We have already settled it appropriately. Tai Baiyun Shang felt the killing aura around him and had a very ominous feeling. He quickly asked, What do you mean by settled it appropriately? He Shu, what did you guys settle? He Shu did not speak. He raised his eyebrows as he gave Tai Baiyun Shang a passing glance, showing disdain in his eyes towards Tai Baiyun Shang's compassionate and benevolent attitude. Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. It is exactly like what you said. We can only do our best. You are doing your best, and I am doing the same. I have to do all I can to break through the rounds and accomplish the mission given to me by the Supreme Elder. Tell me, these people ran away in the middle of our task. What crimes have they committed? They were able to develop to this extent because they relied on me, taking advantages when they can, and hiding when there is trouble. Is there such an easy and simple thing in this world? Humph. If everyone was like that, would my army need to exist anymore? Will there be anyone left who would challenge the rounds with me? He Lu Lan said this with a sharp and resolute tone. His eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Saying this, there was no need to mention what the task given to the Black Banner Army was. He Lu Lan, you? Tai Baiyun Shang stood up in a flash. He stared at He Lu Lan with a furious gaze. He showed shock, anger, and even hatred on his face. Insolent. He Shu was unhappy and was about to strike, but He Lu Lan stretched out his hand and stopped him. Elder Tai Bai, do not forget your current status. He Lu Lan kept away his ruthless expression and poured another cup of wine indifferently. Tai Baiyun Shang clenched his fists. His body was shivering from pure anger. He stared at He Lu Lan fixatedly. He wanted to scold him, but no sound came out of his mouth. He Lu Lan chuckled, pouring a cup of wine for Tai Baiyun Shang personally. Old sir, take a seat. Such beautiful and relaxing scenery paired with good wine and food. We should not let it go to waste. Screw your good wine and food. Tai Baiyun Shang swept his sleeves furiously. With a loud crash, all the wine cups fell onto the floor. He Lu Lan was unmoved. Instead, he pointed at the dishes on the table as he laughed loudly. Elder Tai Bai, this is a banquet to celebrate your success. If not for your support, why would they trust us so much and lend out their goo? As they did not have their goo worms with them, my Black Banner Army could quickly swoop in and take them down, easily obliterating them. I have no one but you to thank for this. Tai Baiyun Shang heard this and felt like lightning had struck him. He staggered 3 steps back as his face turned completely pale as paper. He Lu Lan, you are really an unscrupulous scoundrel. Unscrupulous? I cannot believe this. You were saying such naive things? Elder Tai Bai, you were also once the young tribe leader of a tribe. After living for so many years, have you not seen the reality of this world? These so-called political affairs have always been dirty. Tai Baiyun Shang wanted to rebuke him, but there were no words he could say. He snorted coldly, turning around and leaving, walking out of the hall quickly without even turning back once. Lord Tribe Leader, should I send people to surveil Tai by Yunshang? He Shu inquired. He Lulan raised his wine cup. His expression was plain, without a bit of nervousness. He glanced at Tai by Yunshang's back as he laughed coldly. Tai by Yunshang is merely a healing gu master. What's there to be afraid of? His reputation? After this matter, who would dare believe in him again? Good deeds go unnoticed, while bad deeds travel 1,000 li. He Shu heard this and his heart jumped. Anyone who holds a high political position is an unfathomable schemer indeed. At this point, he could see that He Lulan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, by causing bloodshed in these small and middle tribes, he was creating an example to show the others. Secondly, he could suppress Tai by Yunshang, making him understand what status he is currently holding. Thirdly, it is to attack Tai by Yunshang's reputation, in order to strengthen his own political power. Tai by Yunshang walked quickly towards the scene of the incident. The slaughter had ended. In order to create more fear in people, He Lulan did not order his men to clean up the area. Tai by Yunshang looked around, his expression turning white, and his heart was shivering. The sacred palace was dyed in blood. Corpses were everywhere on the ground. Not just strong adult men, there were even the old, the weak, women and children. Some of them had their eyes wide open, dying an indignant death. Some of them had their arms and legs chopped off. Some were cut in half. It was a gruesome sight. Some had messy clothing. Their expressions were twisted and in agony. It was evident that they had been humiliated in an inhuman way before they died. All of this, it was all caused by me. If not for me trusting He Lulan, if not for me trying to mediate the tension between the two, I was too foolish, I was too naive. I did not manage to see He Lulan's ugly and evil intentions. All these people, they all died because they placed their trust in me. Tai by Yunshang's body was shivering. The intense smell of blood was assaulting him, and the scene of a sea of corpses lying on the ground was causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was hunched. The mild wind blew at him and caused his beard to move slightly. He had deep wrinkles and a dazed expression. His fists were tightly clenched, soundlessly expressing the grief, agony, regret, and self-blame that he was feeling deep in his heart. Plop. He kneeled on the ground weakly, holding himself up with his hands as the blood dyed his palms, his knees, and his pants bright red. Sorry, I am sorry. Tai by Yunshang wept profusely. At once, his face was like an overflowing river. This is a good person. Even though there is also darkness in his heart, in the end, there is great terror when one is between life and death. Facing death, which normal person would not lose themselves. Far away, at a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been observing this intently and silently. He watched the scene unfold with his very own eyes. It turned out that the black coffin luck represented a severe disaster that would threaten his life. The extermination of these tribes was the best proof of that. Meanwhile, the death energy on his body was more than dozens of times thicker than these tribes' members. Even 100 times as thick. This is so interesting. Luck huh? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile. He wanted to see if this so-called bad luck could stop him in his steps. In this life, there is no person, any reason, or any difficulties that can affect my determination in moving forward. His gaze was cold and still as ice, looking towards Tai by Yunshang. Who said that kind people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold expression turned into one that had a trace of sarcasm. Then let me give you a hand. He activated his goo worms in secret, forming an illusory voice that was untraceable. As the sound waves entered Tai by Yunshang's ears one by one, Tai by Yunshang's state of mind was close to collapsing. His mind was extremely susceptible to influences. At this moment, he could hear a voice. It sounded just like Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe in you. You will definitely save us. Isn't that right? Old sir, you are our benefactor. We are grateful to you. We are willing to risk our lives in order to come forward and help you. Ah! Tai by Yunshang screamed suddenly, opening his eyes abruptly. With his blurred vision due to his tears, He looked at the blood puddle on the ground. The blood puddle rippled, as the nightmare that haunted him appeared once again. The image of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying from the sea of blood beasts. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's body shuddered. He was still like a statue, but the next moment, he raised his head and screamed with all of his energy. Ah! His shrill and hoarse voice resounded in this bloody slaughterhouse. He. Hi. Ha ha ha. When his screaming ended, Tai Bai Yun Sheng started laughing like a maniac. His laughter contained the feeling of madness, but also anger and sadness. There was also a trace of mockery towards himself, towards the mortal world. Crazy? He's crazy. Elder Tai Bai has gone mad. The surrounding He tribe Gu masters were shouting in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was curling his lips and smiling. He was a transmigrator, and had also undergone rebirth. His rich life experience had allowed him to grasp the psychology of people to a very precise degree. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a very good person. But his subconscious action in the blood hall was akin to betrayal. This action created suspicion, doubts, and denial that he felt towards himself in terms of his personal values. If a person denied himself and suspected himself, then he would no doubt fall into a deep abyss of agony. Very evidently, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was in great pain. He felt guilt in his heart. Almost every night, he was tormented by a similar nightmare. For him to accept that he had some kind of despicable and lowly character as a fact, it would be impossible to do so. His entire life revolved around justice and benevolence. He had walked on this road for too long. He wanted to return to it, but he knew that in the deepest part of his heart, this action formed a barrier that he could not cross. He was stuck in the abyss of agony, sinking deeper and deeper the more he struggled. The tribe leader's request towards him was a chance that he had towards salvation, and a redemption for his mistakes. If he could really succeed, it was undeniably the best medicine for him to pay for his sins, and he would be able to forgive himself. But the truth was, He Lulan ordered a mass slaughter, not leaving even a single woman or child behind. This in turn caused Tai Bai Yun Sheng to become the biggest assistant in this murder spree. His medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison. The intense toxins caused him to lose himself. His mental state was close to breaking down. At this juncture, Fang Yuan pushed him lightly, finally causing Tai Bai Yun Sheng to explode, breaking from the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him at this point. To put it in another way, after searching through his soul, Fang Yuan, who had seen Tai Bai Yun Sheng's entire life, could be said to know him intimately. But the cruel reality was, this person was not his kin or his friend. He was an enemy plotting against him. Fang Yuan, who was hidden in the darkness listening to Tai Bai Yun Sheng's laughter, looked on with an expression of appreciation, smiling lightly. This was a respectable and pitiful old man. He screamed his lungs out, in his laughter, on his face full of tears. He was questioning himself. He was questioning the cruelty of this mortal world. Fate was toying with him and he was helpless to resist. If you deny even yourself, what can you do? Fang Yuan muttered lightly. His gaze was as deep as night. Go to the blood hall again and try to challenge the round? No, if you are there, your mind will be full of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's images. Go seek help? Who can help you now? He Lulan? Can be assumed that you have just fallen out with him. Or rather, even if you manage to get the lifespan Gu, will you be able to use it with peace of mind? The current you, what options do you possibly have? What choices can you still make? Denying yourself, wallowing in self-pity, feeling intense pain and grief. You, a person who is facing a trial of your conscience, what option do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer was becoming clearer. Thus, go ahead and make your decision. I hope you will not let me down. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze was shining as he looked at the crazy Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was laughing wildly. His voice was bitter like he was wailing. He tore his clothes as tears and mucus were mixing on his face. He did not have the demeanor of a rank 5 peak state expert at this point. He was someone who feared death, but he was also a good person who was pushed into a corner by this cruel and ice-cold mortal world. In truth, he was more like a pitiful person. Since some time ago, a mild wind had started blowing. The wind gradually grew bigger and bigger, as clouds were forming in the sky. With Tai Baiyun Shang as the center, the surroundings were quietly and rapidly transforming. Some sort of mystical change had started. Heaven and earth were beginning to tremble. You did not disappoint me in the end. Fang Yuan was extremely excited. He took his leave and vanished without a trace. He rapidly traveled far away, retreating, because it was no joke when a Gu master advances into an immortal. Soon, the wind and clouds went wild, as heaven and earth changed. The dark and thick black clouds looked like they were about to collapse at any time, destroying the sacred palace. In and out of the sacred palace, shouting could be heard everywhere. What is going on? What in the world is happening? Countless people did not know what was happening. They fell into a panic. Could it be? Some people with greater knowledge and experience stared at this grand scene with a dumbfounded expression. Go investigate, go investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lulan was furiously screaming. Lord, it is Tai Baiyun Shang. He Shu was full of sweat as he stumbled his way into the hall and reported this. He Lulan's expression froze. He was as still as a statue for a moment. A few breaths later, he reacted and shouted with a twisted expression. Retreat! Order everyone to leave the sacred palace. Of course, those who wish to die can stay here. The sky turned dark and gloomy, and the wind howled. A formless heavenly power slowly lifted Tai Baiyun Shang into the air. He laughed maniacally, his white beard fluttering in the wind. There were no signs of the usual warmth and benevolence on his face. It was replaced by a crazed and distorted look. Everyone in the sacred palace was in panic. Gu masters fled in a hurry, forming a huge stream of people that was fleeing for life towards the outside. Only after running an immense distance did the crowd anxiously stop. Expert Gu masters moved toward the peaks of hills or directly flew to the sky, and used investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different thoughts going through their minds. Other Gu masters also raised their heads to gaze at the floating Tai Baiyun Shang with looks of respect, reverence, affection, worry, envy, and so on. The news of Tai Baiyun Shang advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread amongst everyone. Advancing to Gu Immortal. This was something that most people would not experience in their whole life, and unexpectedly it was happening before everyone's eyes at this very moment. Inconceivable. Tai Baiyun Shang has yet to use any Gu worms, but he actually caused such a change in weather. Looking at the surging clouds and hearing the raging winds, many Gu masters shouted out in surprise. Soon the surprised voices surged into a commotion, because it was not only the weather that had changed, even the ground under their feet was beginning to shake. At first, it was only a negligible tremor, but soon vast smoke and dust started to rise from the ground. This is the turbulence of Earth Qi. According to the records in the tribe, Gu masters have to first break their aperture to advance to Gu Immortal. After breaking their aperture, they can attract Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Yi Luisang, He Lulan, and some others were from super tribes and knew a lot more than normal people. At this moment, shock could clearly be seen in their eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture. Using primeval essence in an all-out assault to completely shatter one's own aperture. Like this, the sealed aperture that was covered by the crystal wall would turn into a hole in the Gu master's body. Just this first step needs extremely great courage, because there is no turning back after shattering the aperture. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong said with a sigh. Advancement to a Gu Immortal is extremely difficult, with minuscule chances of success. Tai Baiyun Shang is too courageous, actually daring to take this step. He truly leaves us in admiration. Nye tribe leader Nye Yiqing was deeply moved. He Lu Lan's expression was complex. He knew some inside details. A part of the reason why Tai Baiyun Shang was advancing to Gu Immortal was probably due to his actions. I was the one who provoked Tai Baiyun Shang, leading to him choosing to take the risk to advance in his crumbling mental state. This is good, although I learnt about immortal ascension from records, I really want to personally observe it. Tai Baiyun Shang's advancement into Gu Immortal will provide a great reference and be helpful to me. It is just that So be it if he fails, but if he really successfully advances into a Gu Immortal, how should I treat him? He Lulan immediately frowned at this thought, feeling a headache. Fang Yuan observed the scene while sitting on a back of an Azure Wolf King, surrounded by an Azure Wolf group. Advancement to Gu Immortal. His dark gaze had excitement and also showed an expression of recalling the past. He again used luck inspection Gu to examine Tai Bai Yunshang. The luck on him was now like a raging wildfire. Originally it had been like flames with a growing red glow. Now it was even more flourishing, blazing like an inferno. His luck is blazing. He had successfully advanced into a Gu Immortal in my previous life. That should not be a big problem for him in this life. Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. Unlike He Lulan with his doubts and hesitation, Fang Yuan already had a plan to face the Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunshang. He tried to look once more, but the luck inspection Gu actually suffered injuries from the extreme pressure. His own eyes also felt a burning pain. Fang Yuan immediately stopped the activation, not surprised at all. Tai Bai Yunshang had already broken his aperture, attracting heaven and earth chi in a huge surrounding range. Using Gu worms in this range will naturally create chain reactions, making the heaven and earth chi surge and trigger a backlash. If one was stubborn and forcibly activated their Gu, even an immortal Gu would be injured and might even die, not to mention mere mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using Gu worms at this time to plot against Tai Bai Yunshang because of this reason. If he rashly made a move in this period, he himself might be implicated. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky surged, and together took the shape of a giant vortex. In response to this, yellow-brown dust churned endlessly on the ground, creating a vortex that resembled the formation of a loophole. This Tai Bai Yunshang has deep foundation and accumulation. His human chi is so majestic, actually attracting so much heaven and earth chi. This scene is actually more spectacular than when my tribe's supreme elder advanced. Yi Lui Sang was endlessly shocked. Tai Bai Yunshang had an immortal inheritance and roamed northern plains his whole life, gaining extremely rich experience. By now, he had almost run the course of his entire life. Thus his accumulation was incomparably deep. The two giant vortexes covered miles of range. Tai Bai Yunshang gazed up and saw the majestic and fierce vortex which looked like a giant beast opening its mouth. In comparison, Tai Bai Yunshang's body was small, like a tiny insect near a pond. But Tai Bai Yunshang still kept on laughing maniacally. "Come, come!" he shouted. His body shook with fear and excitement, but also relief. Even if he failed, he would at least be freed from this nightmare. Seemingly hearing his shout, the brewing vortex began to slowly rotate. In the sky and on the ground, two giant vortexes rotated like a millstone. Lightning flashed in the dark and cloudy vortex in the sky, with the thunder rumbling repeatedly. On the ground, the dusty vortex caused purple smoke to ascend with violent explosive sounds. Like grinding stone, the dark and cloudy millstones sprinkled down a clear and bright aura, while from the dusty one below rose a golden aura. They were heaven chi and earth chi. Heaven chi was clear and moved freely. Earth chi was profound and dense. And Tai Bai Yunshang's body released a white human chi. This human chi was extremely dense and like a cocoon. It formed a large sphere that tightly covered Tai Bai Yunshang. Heaven chi was raining down while earth chi was bubbling up, both intertwined in the air with human chi. Heaven, earth, and human, the three chi converged together and began fusing. First step is breaking the aperture, the second step is taking in the chi. He Lulan mumbled. Breaking the aperture is a point of no return. The only possibility of survival is in success and failure means certain doom. And taking in chi tests the nature of the Gu master and their ability to control it. This step is extremely crucial and is like walking between cliffs on a tightrope. If the balance is even a little off such that the human chi is slightly in excess, it will lead to self-detonation. If heaven chi is slightly more, the Gu master will dissolve into the sky. If earth chi is slightly more dense, the Gu master will turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. Difficult, truly hard, truly difficult. Yi Lui Sang lamented while shaking his head. Even as a spectator, his heart shook at this sight. One can only move forward when they begin the advancement to a Gu Immortal. There is no going back. The danger is extremely high, thus many rank 5 peak stage Gu Masters, even if they knew the method to advance to a Gu Immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless as a last resort. The expert observes the process while the layman simply enjoys the show. Most people only watched the sight while bustling with noise and excitement. But the few expert Gu Masters who knew the inside details were dripping with sweat, their hearts palpitating with fear from the sight. Fang Yuan was the one with the most experience regarding this. The process of charging to Gu Immortal realm and becoming a bloodpath Gu Immortal in his previous life had left behind an extremely deep impression on him. This second step is extremely difficult. It not only tests the Gu Master's ability to control the balance, what it tests even more than that is the Gu Master's nature. He inwardly sighed. Heaven Chi and Earth Chi attacked the body, and the 3 Chi converged. This was the process of immortal blending with heaven and earth. An ordinary person would never have such a moment where they are this intimately close to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were the cornerstones to nurture all living beings. The resonance between Heaven Chi and Earth Chi would fill the Gu Master's mind with the wonders of the Great Tao. Experiencing the Great Tao was an extremely rare opportunity, and the Gu Master could easily lose themselves in it, not being able to extricate themselves. This could very easily lead to an imbalance between the 3 Chi. Even more crucially, the higher the amount of Heaven Chi and Earth Chi taken in, the higher the chance of advancing to a Gu Immortal. At this crucial time, the Gu Master would often get greedy and take in too much Heaven Chi and Earth Chi, leading to an imbalance between the 3 Chi and perishing. Tai Baiyun Shang did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, controlling the 3 Chi perfectly and progressing slowly. This Tai Baiyun Shang probably received an expert's guidance. Tai Baiyun Shang actually accomplished it. The second step could not stump him at all. This man really is not simple. We need to keep on watching. Being able to do it now does not mean he can maintain the state until the end. He Lulan and Yi Luisang were feeling bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. As the aurora in the sky shook, 88 Truyang building experienced intense tremors. As its cornerstone, the sacred palace started shaking as well. Dust rose and many beautiful courtyards collapsed. What is going on? 88 Truyang building. Everyone shifted their gazes in shock. Humph. It is here. Fang Yuan sneered, but was well aware of this. Inside the Truyang building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Baiyun Shang advancing to a Gu Immortal meant he was taking in Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. But this world was not the outside world of Northern Plains, but was Imperial Court Blessed Land, a small world of its own. Tai Baiyun Shang was using up this small world's Heaven Chi and Earth Chi, which was akin to weakening Imperial Court Blessed Land, and was basically extracting the source of the land spirit's strength. Could the land spirit not be angry? It had been imprisoned for countless years and now finally had the hope of obtaining freedom. Although it was formed from an obsession and did not know how to tell lies, but it had intelligence and understood the strategy of concealing itself. The land spirit had originally planned to restrain itself, fearing Giant Sun's will. It would wait till Gruel Mud had corroded the shackles on it to a certain degree before it broke out in one violent move. But now that Tai Baiyun Shang was charging into Gu Immortal realm, he was not only extracting the strength of the land spirit, but was sure to awaken Giant Sun's will. The land spirit would then have all its hopes dashed. Even more likely, it would be forcibly suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. With no choice, it could only make a quick decision and take advantage of Giant Sun's will still being in hibernation at the moment, to resist and avoid giving Giant Sun's will time to be prepared. Thus, everyone looked on as the Truyang building shook, bringing destruction to the fish in the ponds as many structures in the sacred palace collapsed. In the Truyang building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock let out a loud cry. Its attack was extremely effective as the green paste covering its body immediately melted until below its neck and 5 to 6 black chains on its body also broke. Ha! A light mumble, as if just waking up from a dream, echoed out from the depths of the Truyang building. Who has such guts to awaken me from my slumber? From the infinite and eerie darkness, a giant will resembling the sun slowly woke up. It was originally only a small glimmer, but soon brightened up to the extent that it could pierce through 10 layers of the underworld, sweeping past every corner of the True Yang building. Fang Yuan's will that had refined the guest halt steel simply could not defend itself and was immediately wiped out. The glass owner token he held also started becoming boiling hot. A will blazing like the sun passed through the glass owner token and attacked Fang Yuan's mind. The will was like a golden flood as it rampaged directly into Fang Yuan's brain. Will was formed from large numbers of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to erode his mind, Fang Yuan could very likely turn into a demented amnesiac. This is bad. Quickly throw away that damned owner token. Mo Yao's will appeared in his mind and screamed. She was the will of a Gu immortal who had reached rank 7 before death. Her background knowledge of will was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. Her own gains and losses were linked to Fang Yuan, like two locusts tied with a thread. The mind was a vital place. Fang Yuan would not want to start a battle in there. No need to worry, he sneered. He was already prepared, so he was not concerned. Soon activating the special will Gu. The special will Gu received the primeval essence and directly flashed into Fang Yuan's mind, blocking the will of Giant Sunday. The golden light will came to an abrupt stop, completely halted by special will Gu. The special will Gu then burst out with a strong absorption force, devouring Giant Sun's will unceasingly. The small will swallowed the big will, as if an ant swallowing an elephant, but Giant Sun's will had no ability to resist. This is... Mo Yao's will was stumped for a while before coming to a realization. So Giant Sun's will was a special will. Wisdom Path had developed for a long time since its start at the remote antiquity era, continuing to this day. Will was classified under Wisdom Path, and naturally the contents regarding it were plentiful. Not only was will divided into many types, there were also all sorts of effects. Back when Fang Yuan had just ventured into it, he had already bought many Wisdom Path Gu worms. For example, Special Will Gu, Deliberate Will Gu, Play Will Gu, Keep Will Gu and New Will Gu, which were specially used to condense Special Will, Deliberate Will, Play Will, Keep Will, and New Will. These 5 types of will had their advantages and disadvantages, requiring the Gu master themselves to choose the appropriate will according to the situation. Among them, Special Will could be arranged in advance and automatically trigger under special conditions. To explain this in a simple fashion, let's take a rat trap as an example. When a rat comes in contact with the trap, fulfilling the special condition, the rat trap will then activate, trapping the rat. The prior setup is triggered, activating the trap. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered dangerous situations occurring in the future, and for the benefit of his descendants, he chose to use the most suitable Special Will Gu to create a will of himself and placed it in 88 True Yang building. As long as the danger reached a certain degree, the special condition would be fulfilled and the special will would trigger Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prior setup. As for what the activation requirement of this prior setup was, outsiders did not know. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn, was not clear about it. But from the video clips in his previous life, he knew Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made it easier for Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will was an Immortal Venerable's will, but it must also follow the laws and great Tao of the world. The will was condensed by a Gu worm, and similarly could be subdued by the corresponding Gu worm. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly restrained by Special Will Gu. Within Fang Yuan's mind, Giant Sun's will had yet to show its might before it was swallowed by Fang Yuan's Special Will Gu. After swallowing this will of Giant Sun, Special Will Gu's belly immediately bulged like a fatty who had stuffed himself to the limit. Haha! What a great will! Fang Yuan praised it but was inwardly shocked. That was dangerous. Although it was restrained, it was after all an Immortal Venerable's will. Even if it was only a strand, it was really not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun's will attacked Fang Yuan through this owner token. But if the owner token was compared to a passage, this passage was way too small and could only allow a strand of Giant Sun's will to pass. If the passage was just a bit bigger, the situation would be completely different. This strand of will that Special Will Gu had eaten was simply negligible compared to the Giant Sun's will in True Yang building. Falling prey to Fang Yuan's small scheme, Giant Sun's will could not contain its anger. Swindler, you dared profane my Giant Sun's honor. I will crush you to pieces. Rumble. True Yong building started shaking, giving off all kinds of lights which infused the sky. A peerless power seemed to manifest, shaking heaven and earth. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already died and was unable to mobilize 88 True Yong building using just his will. But within 88 True Yong building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild goo could directly absorb the primeval essence in the air, but would lose this ability when they are refined and have to absorb the goo master's primeval essence. 88 True Yong building was an immortal goo house and was under the command of Giant Sun's will. It could activate by absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was extremely simple and easy, as if it was natural. Run! Looking at 88 True Yong building about to show its power, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was a despicable thief who had refined a part of True Yong building, and now that Giant Sun's will had awakened, it classified him as an enemy. Fong Yuan did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. This enmity was too big. Fong Yuan was directly marked down, and an unprecedented killing intent was about to befall upon him. There's no hurry. Calamity was coming right for him. But Fong Yuan appeared indifferent and relaxed. He tightly held the glass owner token. This particular token was not simple. It was a product created by expending an immortal goo using an owner token as the base. It was a crucial key for which Central Continent's goo immortals and several large forces had prepared with meticulous care over thousands of years. Still causing trouble after death. Humph! What era are we living in now? Fong Yuan snorted and with no fear sent a thought through the glass owner token, launching an ambush. True Yong building shook intensely. The aurora that filled the sky instantly collapsed by over half. The phantom image that appeared when condensing the floors was like a candle in front of a great wind. As it collapsed and dissipated, everything came to an abrupt stop. In True Yong building, Giant Sun's will let out a frightening and furious howl as it was besieged and attacked by countless special will goo. These special will goo were the preparation of Central Continent's goo immortals which had been accumulated for thousands of years. A trump card specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's weakness was thoroughly targeted. Like a sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves, it had immediately wanted to activate goo worms to massacre these special will goo. 88 True Yong building was an immortal goo house. A solidified killer move formed from many immortal goo and mortal goo. Naturally, it had methods to clean up the enemies. But Central Continent's goo immortals had researched deeply and already calculated this. Coordinating with special will goo's attack were other shocking methods. Actually sealing all of the yellow apricot immortal essence Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind. True Yong building was not able to move without the immortal essence and immediately stopped all actions. Even though Giant Sun's will was seething with rage, it did not have any method to instantly resolve this, thus landing in a predicament. True Yong building sank into deathly stillness as Fong Yuan put his mind at rest. In his previous life, Central Continent's goo immortals relied on this method to slay Giant Sun's will and destroy 88 True Yong building. A pity I am still immortal and not a goo immortal. There is no way for me to reap profits from this. Fong Yuan felt a slight regret. This was Giant Sun's will. Even at its weakest moment, it was not something he could meddle with. In truth, even if he advanced into a goo immortal with just one goo immortal's battle strength, the result would not be good. When the Central Continent goo immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they had altogether 11 goo immortals, each of them an elite expert, but even then only 3 were able to return in triumph. However, the sacrifices were worth it as they received rich battle spoils. True Yong building was a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and when it was suddenly destroyed, the whole of Northern Plains suffered heavy impact. Their morale fell to the abyss and they were forced into retreat, continually in battles. If not for the goo immortal Ma Hongyun who repeatedly playing a vital role as a pillar during the most crucial times, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. As for the current Fong Yuan, he was safe for at least a period of time. What happened to True Yong building just now? Could it be the influence of Tai by Yunsheng advancing to a Gu Immortal was too big, and even 88 Truyong building was affected? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits the entry of Gu Immortals. Advancing to a Gu Immortal here like Tai by Yunsheng is an extremely rare event. Does this violate the arrangements made by old ancestor Giant Sun back then? Truyong building's abnormal changes caused this crowd of people who did not know the truth to be bewildered and start making guesses. Truyong building fell into a deathly stillness and did not show any movement for the moment. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted towards Tai by Yunsheng again. Tai by Yunsheng was floating in between the sky and the ground, continually taking in heaven chi and earth chi, combining them with his own human chi. The balanced 3 chi were pouring into the space where his aperture had once been. An extremely mysterious transformation was happening to his body. Whether it was his physical body or soul, they were both being tempered by heaven and earth chi. The essence of his life itself was elevating to a higher level. There were 3 steps in advancing to a Gu Immortal. The first was breaking the aperture, the second was taking in the chi. Tai by Yunsheng had an intact Gu Immortal inheritance and thus had a clear understanding of the key concerns in the process. So far, he was able to stabilize with no major hindrances. But how could advancing to a Gu Immortal only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven chi and the vast earth chi, human chi originated from only Tai by Yunsheng himself. Thus, there were endless amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, but human chi was limited in quantity. The 3 chi needed to be in balance. There was no way to take in the surplus heaven chi and earth chi, so they were excluded and left to the side. As time passed, these heaven and earth chi accumulated in the sky and on the ground, gathering and condensing, the sheer quantity causing a qualitative change. Tai by Yunsheng had too deep of an accumulation. He was able to draw in so much heaven and earth chi. Now the extra heaven and earth chi are condensing into calamity and tribulation. Yi Luisang's eyes flashed with burning light. The deeper the accumulation of the Gu Master, the greater the difficulty in advancing to a Gu Immortal. But if they succeeded, their potential future accomplishment would be that much higher. The risk and profits in this were directly proportional. He Lulan watched on tightly without saying a word, putting all his effort in observing and gaining reference. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. How did they form? The scene in front of them was displaying the whole process before everyone's eyes. Golden earth chi continued to become denser and the turbid chi condensed into shape, gradually forming a one-horned great tiger. And the green heaven chi condensed into countless giant green willow leaves. Every willow leaf was the size of a boat. The one-horned great tiger was as large as a hill. It raised its head while crouching down, taking a jumping posture. The green willow leaves swayed as they spread in the sky, ready to strike. This is the earthly calamity lofty tiger, and the heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed with a sharp light. Tai by Yunsheng stopped his crazed laughter, a grave expression filling his face. The crowd who were so far from all this could feel the endless power of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation. Then what about Tai by Yunsheng, who was at the center of this, the target of the earthly calamity and the heavenly tribulation? The spectating crowd was silent, the atmosphere turning heavy. Imperial Court Land Spirit, however, laughed loudly. The opportunity to break free from my captivity has appeared. Inside Truyong building, the land spirit was using all of its strength to attack the seal on it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 soft explosive sounds could be heard consecutively, as 3 black chains binding it were broken. The green paste on it had thoroughly melted from its neck and even to the tips of its 2 wings, revealing the bright and lively feathers. Little sparrow, you dare? Giant Sun's will was bursting with fury. Giant Sun, despite being dead, you actually still imprison me for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I will definitely break out of your damn cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out a shrill scream, similarly furious. Trapped for so many years, unable to even budge, the suffocation and indignance from being in captivity turned into the strength needed to break its seal. Giant Sun's will gave a deep shout. The sun-like will suddenly flared up, rushing in all directions like a majestic golden flood. 10,000 special will goo were already surrounding him in layers after layers. They were like a dam blocking the flood, which was Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's special will was completely restrained by the special will goo. The whole dam held tight without any cracks, but the situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will goo had already been swallowing Giant Sun's special will to the limit and started to burst one by one. Several breaths later, the dam, formed by the special will goo, trembled, broke down and shattered apart. Giant Sun's special will might have been subdued, but the size of it was extremely large, having originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even after the wear and tear of over hundreds of thousands of years, this was still not something 10,000 special will goo could suppress. Restraint was relative. Water could extinguish fire, but if the fire was fierce enough, it could directly evaporate the water pouring on it. Giant Sun's will that was like a sun was extremely grand and large. Although there was a lot of consumption when he attacked special will goo, it was still able to destroy the 10,000 special will goo in the end. Without the besiegement of special will goo, Giant Sun's will was like a tied-up prisoner who had broken out of the shackles and immediately tried to control Truyong building. But the next moment, a full 50,000 special will goo rushed out and gathered again, forming a new encirclement. Central Continent's goo immortals had researched very deeply and would never underestimate Giant Sun's will. Thus they had made sufficient preparations. Special will goo was not an immortal goo, its quantity could be piled up. Giant Sun's will, who had just obtained freedom, was again sealed off, letting out a furious roar. He started attacking again, his momentum as vast as a rapidly flowing river, breaking apart the encirclement of special will goo. But soon, the third wave of special will goo surrounded it. The quantity was even more this time, reaching over 100,000. Central Continent's goo immortals had spent thousands of years for this. Several great superforces had joined hands, making large purchases, refining goo non-stop, and spending an astronomical amount of goo refinement resources. They had paid such an astonishing price, and now they were all being used by Fang Yuan, displaying extraordinary effects. Being trapped once again, Giant Sun's will did not shout or roar. Giant Sun's will was the will of an immortal venerable and knew how to think. When he realized he had fallen into a scheme and the enemy side had made sufficient preparations, he became calm again. He began to think and soon discovered a flaw in the encirclement. Although Giant Sun's will was surrounded tightly in all directions by special will goo with no area neglected, this did not signify there was no flaw in this encirclement. These special will goo were refined by goo immortals, and refined goo worms were unable to directly absorb the primeval essence from their surroundings, and there was no supply of primeval essence for them in here. Then, where did the primeval essence used to activate these special will goo come from? There were so many special will goo, and there could even be more. Their primeval essence requirement would be gigantic. Giant Sun's will slightly thought over it and realized what these special will goo absorbed was not primeval essence but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest grade rank 6 green grape immortal essence could convert to what was practically an almost unlimited amount of primeval essence. Immortal essence was the source of fuel for these special will goo, and these immortal essence were concealed very well. Clearly, there were other supporting goo worms coordinating with special will goo to form an enormous and hidden goo formation. So long as I break their connection with the immortal essence, these special will goo would not be of much threat. Giant Sun's will soon thought of this method. However, to break the connection between the special will goo and the immortal essence, he had to fully grasp this goo formation first. Just like how Central Continent goo immortal sealed all the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to suppress 88 Truyong building, Giant Sun's will also had a similar idea. On the spot, Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues and making deductions, the vague structure of the goo formation began to gradually become clearer. The land spirit naturally would not sit and wait for its death. When it had sensed Giant Sun's will being suppressed, it mustered all its strength to break the seals on it. Gruel mud had terrifying effectiveness against these seals. The green paste on its body was full of cracks, and the edges were rapidly melting down. The black shackles on its wings once again consecutively collapsed and broke apart. The land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, gave a shrill cry. Its whole body shook intensely, shaking away most of the green paste on its two wings. Shortly afterwards it impatiently unfolded them. Cold aura permeated out from all over its spotlessly white body as it raised its head high, appearing noble and beautiful. But it had yet to completely unfold its large wings when they were tightly pulled in by the black chains. Its movement came to a sudden stop, the intense pain making it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they still tightly shackled its freedom. Break them! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned around its elegant neck, its sharp brows flickering with terrifying cold light. Damn it! Giant Sun's Will, who had been thinking intensely, could not help but stop his thoughts as he sensed this situation. If the land spirit broke his control, then 88 Truyong Building could be thrown out from Imperial Court Blessed Land at any time. Without Imperial Court Blessed Land's protection, countless Gu Immortals would start rushing over to loot Truyong Building. At that time, it would be the case of an army of ants devouring an elephant. Even more yellow apricot immortal essence would not be able to stop the consumption from the dauntless advance of countless Gu Immortals. But Giant Sun's Will was powerless to stop the land spirit at this moment. He had been making several probing attacks while thinking at the same time, and although there were some results and he was able to recover some methods, they were still very limited and were not enough to suppress the situation. At this moment outside the Truyong Building, roar! Lofty Tiger roared and jumped. The world trembled as the hill-sized Lofty Tiger jumped into the air. Its enormous and malevolent tiger claws slammed towards the insignificant insect-like Tai Baiyun Shang. Tai Baiyun Shang gave a light shout as he dodged quickly. The tiger claws could not strike him, but the huge wind force from it was still able to make Tai Baiyun Shang feel uncomfortable. At the same time, the willow winds in the sky fluttered down. These willow winds were as large as a canoe, and their descent was graceful, resembling falling leaves. But the movement that felt slow was actually fast, and the destructive power contained within them was terrifying. Tai Baiyun Shang was bathed with blood, paying close attention to the movements of the willow winds. Previously, he had carelessly come into contact with 3 willow winds, but just that had already destroyed all the defensive goo on him. Right now, when he saw the willow winds falling down, he quickly evaded them. From the earth, the malevolent tiger pounced up, while from the sky, the willow winds fluttered down one after another. Tai Baiyun Shang was already finding it difficult to continue after a while. He was in a sorry state and was facing the danger of losing his life. Sigh, it bodes ill for Tai Baiyun Shang. His accumulation is very robust, but he has not made sufficient preparations to advance to Gu Immortal. Lord Tai Baiyun Shang, you can do it. Even Fong Yuan could not help but feel nervous at this scene. Is Tai Baiyun Shang going to fail in advancing to a Gu Immortal in this life? He suddenly had a thought and, disregarding the backlash, forcibly activated luck inspection Gu. But the luck on Tai Baiyun Shang was still burning and raging like boiling water, and was still blooming. But the next moment, a quarter of this flaming luck had suddenly dissipated. What's going on? It was the first time Fong Yuan was seeing such a change in luck. And right at this time, a light pillar suddenly erupted from Truyong Building. The light pillar that was as thick as an ancient tree charged straight to the sky. The willow winds were pierced through by this light pillar, immediately crumbling apart and turning back into clear heaven chi, pure and warm. The light pillar swept through repeatedly, shattering most of the willow winds in the sky, before shooting towards the Lofty Tiger. The Lofty Tiger dodged while howling in grief, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow, impossible to avoid. The earthly calamity Lofty Tiger continued to decrease in size the more the light pillar touched it, till it vanished into thin air. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. 88 Truyong Building has made a move. Old ancestor protected Lord Tai Baiyun Shang. Many people cheered, but there were also some who scoffed. Nonsense? Tai Baiyun Shang does not have Giant Sun's bloodline? Why would old ancestor protect him? Could it be the workings of the rumored divert disaster Gu? Yi Lui Sang was endlessly shocked. He Lu Lan was even more excited. The luck paths divert disaster goo can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, greatly reducing their might, even directly obliterating them. If I can obtain this immortal goo, divert disaster goo was one of the cornerstones of 88 True Yang building. It was also one of the limited methods Giant Sun's will could mobilize currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop at this. He had forcibly extracted a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence by rampaging multiple times. After activating divert disaster goo, Giant Sun's will mobilize the human chi immortal goo in true inheritance secluded domain. Right under Fang Yuan's sight, Tai Bai Yun Shang's burning luck aura suddenly decreased by another quarter. Human chi immortal goo was activated, which similarly let out a ray of white light. This white light, however, directly shone on Tai Bai Yun Shang. Human chi immortal goo could increase the goo master's human chi, raising their future potential after advancing to a goo immortal. When Tai Bai Yun Shang obtained its help, the human chi on him instantly inflated by 10 times. With the increase in human chi, he naturally needed even more heaven chi and earth chi. However, heaven chi and earth chi were drawn out of Imperial Court blessed land. Tai Bai Yun Shang laughed heartily. True Yang Building's help had been out of his expectations, but he still quickly accepted it and absorbed large amounts of heaven chi and earth chi, merging the three elements into one. Not only averting danger, his potential had also greatly increased, and his future prospects had turned much better. The land spirit Frost Jade Peacock gave a shrill, furious cry. Heaven chi and earth chi were extracted in large amounts, causing an intense feeling of weakness to fill its body. Little sparrow, you are still too green. Giant Sun's will snorted. He had used all the immortal essence he was able to extract on the most crucial area, acquiring the greatest results, greatly relieving the dangerous situation. Giant Sun's will was after all a will that originated from an immortal venerable. Its wisdom was extremely high. The situation had turned around quickly now, and it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The weakening of the land spirit gave Giant Sun's will plenty of time to grasp the goo formation of the special will goo surrounding him. Once Giant Sun's will breaks apart this encirclement, he would regain control of the situation, and it would be extremely easy for him to undo the seal on the immortal essence then. As long as the seal on the immortal essence was broken, 88 True Yang Building would be able to display the supreme might of a rank 8 goo house in all its glory. This is bad. I still underestimated an immortal venerable's will. I have less than half the expected time left. Fang Yuan was able to understand the situation in True Yang Building through the glass owner token. His heart sank. Now, I can only put my hopes in Tai Bai Yun Shang. Hopefully, he can quickly become a goo immortal and refine landscape as before goo. At the center of the scene, the three chi were fusing. With the help of Giant Sun's will, the thick chi flows had almost formed a cocoon around Tai Bai Yun Shang. All his injuries were long gone without any trace. His body, soul, and consciousness were all being refined to a higher level. He looked back on his life, the scenes of the past quickly flashing through his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao circulated in his mind. Inspirations came to him without pause. He was obtaining perfect solutions for the difficult problems in cultivation that had restrained him in the past. At this moment, heaven and earth were like selfless teachers, imparting all their knowledge to Tai Bai Yun Shang. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast and profound. The more Tai Bai Yun Shang knew, the more he realized his minuteness. He had no choice but to focus on his time path, refining and developing his knowledge. His understanding towards time path reached the peak of his lifetime. Inspiration from nature. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo is the essence of heaven and earth. Goo masters used goo, refined goo, and raised goo. This was actually an unending process of learning, exploring, and studying the world. In the process of advancing to a goo immortal, a goo master need not use goo worms to indirectly understand the world. Instead, it was a direct interaction with heaven and earth. This was probably the only chance in one's whole life before becoming a goo immortal to have such a precious opportunity. Rank 5 peak stage was the finishing line of mortal goo masters. But rank 6 goo immortals were beyond mortal. Becoming a goo immortal was only a new starting point. At this crucial starting point, Every Gu Immortal's future achievements would be different depending on the potential they accumulated. Such a beautiful experience, but my human chi is not sufficient. Tai Baiyun Shang wished to continue immersing himself in this feeling but could not do so, a regretful expression appearing on his face. His human chi was already nearly exhausted, and this was after obtaining the help of human chi immortal Gu, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The chi cocoon dispersed and Tai Baiyun Shang's silhouette was revealed again. The three chi had merged and shrunk down to a mass of tricolored primordial chi, condensed into where Tai Baiyun Shang's aperture had originally been. This step signified the completion of the second step in advancing to a Gu Immortal, receiving chi. Next was the final step of becoming a Gu Immortal, releasing Gu. Tai Baiyun Shang was being extremely serious, as he took out river as before, mountain as before, and man as before Gu. These three Gu were his core Gu worms, and he was exceedingly familiar with them. Moreover, man as before Gu was even his vital Gu. Finally, the most crucial moment. Tai Baiyun Shang first sent his vital Gu to the mass of tricolored primordial chi in his body. Boom! All of a sudden, a mystical sound like that of thunderstorm echoed in Tai Baiyun Shang's ears, causing his whole body to intensely shake. The tricolored mass of chi was originally merged together and constantly flowing in circulation. But after man as before intruded in, it was like it had ignited an explosive. The primordial chi mass immediately exploded loudly. There can be no creation without destruction. In death there is new life. This moment was when a mortal could ascend to a Gu Immortal. The explosive sound was truly mystical, exploding out the marvels of life, exploding out a whole new world. The mortal aperture was broken. An immortal aperture was being formed. The immortal aperture was like a small world. The sky was azure like crystals, and the ground was a desolate wilderness filled with yellow stones. It was like a newborn baby and intensely demanded nourishment, erupting at the outside world with an extremely strong force of suction and absorption. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heaven chi and earth chi madly poured into Tai Baiyun Shang, flowing non-stop into the immortal aperture. In the immortal aperture, the ground quickly expanded, 2/3 of 1,000 square kilometers, 4/3 of 1,000, 2,000 square kilometers, and time flow also rose from the 1-to-1 ratio to 1-to-10, 1-to-20. The immortal aperture was gradually starting to become unstable from the mad flow of chi. Tai Baiyun Shang then sent in river as before and mountain as before, stabilizing the situation. The immortal aperture was expanding continually, and a tributary of the river of time flowed in the darkness, causing the time flow to increase steadily. Time passed. Tai Baiyun Shang kept on placing Gu worms to maintain the stability of the immortal aperture. 3 1/3 thousand square kilometers, 4,000, 4 2/3 of 1,000, 1-to-30, 1-to-31, 1-to-32, 1-to-33. The immortal aperture had reached its extreme at this point, as if it had drunk and eaten to its fill, abruptly stopping its growth. But the clear heaven chi was still pouring in from the sky, and golden earth chi was still surging up from the ground. At this moment, the immortal aperture absorbed heaven chi and earth chi much slower than before. At first, it was drinking in big gulps, while now it was taking slow sips. Heaven and earth chi converged into the immortal aperture. Green and golden mists and clouds filled the whole immortal aperture. The dense chi flow was brewing beads of immortal essence within. They were precisely the green grape immortal essence of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, 36 of them in total. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust in the ground began to gradually dissipate. The mist like heaven chi and earth chi in the immortal aperture, however, had yet to dissipate. They condensed around man as before, river as before, mountain as before, and other Gu worms, causing a dense chi cocoon to form over these Gu worms. The two chi mixed, heaven and earth interacted. Within the chi cocoons, each Gu worm was beginning to ferment mysterious changes. It is time. A Gu recipe flashed in Tai Baiyun Shang's mind. This Gu recipe was only a theoretical Gu recipe of an immortal Gu. It was from the old beggar's Gu immortal inheritance. Tai Baiyun Shang could not guarantee whether this theoretical Gu recipe could succeed. But he no longer had another option. His lifespan was near its end, about to exhaust completely. After advancing to a Gu Immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially the sense regarding time had heightened the most. It was precise to within a single breath. This novel sensation did not put him in a cheerful mood for long before he fell into silence, feeling oppressed and even afraid, because he could sense that the time he had was truly not much, just like a small puddle under strong sunshine, with his lifespan being the thin layer of water left in the puddle. He had planned to get lifespan Gu, but it failed because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulations. The bloody road he had experienced in reaching the Great Hall even became a knot in his heart. Now, his only hope was in man as before Gu. According to what the theoretical Gu recipe showed, when man as before Gu was advanced to rank 6, it could be used on oneself. Refine! Tai Bai Yun Shang gave a soft shout, countless thoughts emerging in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical Gu recipe, which directly poured into the immortal aperture and then into the thick cocoon covering the man as before Gu. These heaven and earth chi were the source of all living beings. As the two interacted, they evolved into all things in heaven and earth. These two chi were the origin of all living beings and could replace any Gu refinement materials. Tai Bai Yun Shang's thoughts were like keys that directed the heaven and earth chi in the proper direction. The thoughts entered the cocoon and immediately brought upon a violent change. Although it could not be compared to the explosion of the 3 chi in the first step of releasing Gu, its effect was not small either. The chi cocoon erupted with devouring force, swallowing the remaining heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture without pause. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chi flow surged non-stop, forming a screaming gale. Man as before Gu turned into the eye of the storm. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into it, turning into Gu refinement resources. This is it. Tai Bai Yun Shang mumbled softly in the air. His tone carried gratification and also expectation. After so much effort and risk, he was now finally seeing the hope of success, although the process had been filled with inconceivable events. If Truyong Building had not made a move, Tai Bai Yun Shang was sure to fall in the second step. As he thought of this, he glanced at the Truyong Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but Truyong Building had actually helped him. This was a fact. Did Giant Suns will wake up? Tai Bai Yun Shang inwardly guessed. He had a Gu immortal inheritance. His experience and knowledge were not lacking compared to people like He Lulan and Yi Luisang. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable prohibits the entry of Gu immortals. I have already violated this taboo by advancing into a Gu immortal here. So, why would Giant Suns will still help me? Tai Bai Yun Shang was puzzled. Even with his plentiful experience, he could not anticipate the things occurring in the Truyong Building. Within the Truyong Building, Frost Jade Peacock gave shrill cries. The green paste on its body kept on shaking and bouncing. The iron chains also shook, producing clanking sounds when they collided with each other. The powers sealing it were melting down from the corrosion of gruel mud. But Frost Jade Peacock showed no signs of joy. Instead, it was filled with fear and anxiety. Giant Sun's will, however, laughed brightly. Little Sparrow, your struggle is of no use. Through Tai Bai Yun Shang, Giant Sun's will was able to exploit some methods to ingeniously strike the Imperial Court land spirit, weakening its strength at its foundation. Despite the powers binding Frost Jade Peacock weakening constantly, Giant Sun's will had already bought some time. He had already seen through most of the special will Gu formation that had besieged him. How could an immortal venerable's arrangement be so simple? As long as Giant Sun's will was completely free, he naturally had large numbers of methods to choose from, like metal path, water path, fire path, and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I have slept for too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first put this disobedient land spirit in its place. Then I shall completely eliminate the minute loopholes in Truyong Building. At that time, 88 Truyong Building will once again be like an iron bucket, standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years longer. Giant Sun's will's tone was deep and profound. I won't let you have your way even if I die. After hearing standing tall for hundreds of thousands of years, all the hairs on Frost Jade Peacock stood on their ends. A land spirit was formed from an obsession, and the matter of recognizing the master was not a flexible one. Frost Jade Peacock was distinct in this even from other land spirits. It was incomparably proud and would not yield even a little. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle anymore. Instead it strangely lay down dispiritedly. However, its gaze was still sharp as a knife, filled with hatred completely. Giant Sun's Will was stupefied before suddenly realizing something as he shouted in rage. "Little Sparrow, you dare to do this!" Outside the True Yang building. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust are gradually dispersing. Has Lord Tai Bai Yun Shang succeeded in advancing to a Gu Immortal? Those who did not know the truth felt excited at this sight. I had never expected Tai Bai Yun Shang to actually reach the third step. Looking at his appearance, the immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what grade of blessed land he has formed. Yi Lui Sang mumbled. In advancing to a Gu Immortal after passing the second step, the Gu Master could form an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals were blessed lands. Rank 8 and rank 9 Gu Immortal apertures were grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into 3 grades, corresponding to large, medium, and small in size. The more heaven, earth, and human chi are fused, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed lands have an area of up to 2,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a small tributary of the river of time, and form over 10 beads of immortal essence. There are few resources. Medium-grade blessed lands can range from 2 2/3 to 4,000 square kilometers. They can draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, and form over 20 beads of immortal essence. They have plentiful resources. High-grade blessed lands can range from 4 2/3 to 6,000 square kilometers, and draw in a large tributary of the river of time. The quantity of immortal essence formed surpasses 30, and there will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining, which can mutually interact and refine a mortal Gu into an immortal Gu. He Lu Lan's gaze was fixed directly ahead, the relevant information flashing in his mind. His brows slightly furrowed. Tai Bai Yun Shang was able to pass the second step with True Yang Building's help, reaching the third step. And now, it looked like there was a great chance for him to succeed in becoming a Gu Immortal. If Tai Bai Yun Shang becomes a Gu Immortal, then what stance should I take? How should I treat him? He Lu Lan pondered over this issue. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yun Shang will no doubt obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal Gu carries risk, forming calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze continuously flickered. For a mortal to advance to a Gu Immortal, there naturally were special risks. Gu Masters were like this, it applied to Gu Worms too. Humans took in heaven and earth chi. Fusing with human chi, the fusion of the 3 chi would lead to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Gu Worms took in heaven and earth chi, and also would induce calamities and tribulations. It was hard for outsiders to interfere in the calamities and tribulations within one's own blessed land. True Yang Building could influence Tai Bai Yun Shang, but it could not influence the blessed land, the immortal aperture in his body. In other words, Tai Bai Yun Shang could only rely on himself. Ha! Fang Yuan suddenly looked at the sky, regarding the sky of Imperial Court blessed land. In daytime, golden light glittered, while at night, warm silver radiance shone down. But right now, pitch-black scars appeared in the golden sky from which specks of starlight shone down. This was the night sky of the outside world of Northern Plains. The whole of Imperial Court blessed land began to tremble. Everyone started crying out in surprise and shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust which had almost dissipated condensed again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi poured into Tai Bai Yun Shang's body non-stop, directly entering his immortal aperture like moths to a fire. What's going on? He Lu Lan was dumbstruck. What the hell happened? Yi Lui Sang held his head, shouting involuntarily. Too much heaven and earth chi were absorbed from Imperial Court blessed land. Its foundation was injured. Thus it is revealing the outside world, in linking up with Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's mind shook. His gaze moved from Tai Bai Yun Shang to 88 True Yang Building. He had guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud. It would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sun's Will any longer. It lived up to its words. When a goo master advances to an immortal, their aperture will transform into an immortal aperture. The immortal aperture is a qualitative evolution of the aperture. It is like the creation of a whole new small world. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortal apertures were known as blessed lands. Rank 8 and 9 goo immortal apertures were called grotto heavens. If a goo immortal's lingering obsession was left behind when they died, it would combine with the heavenly power inside the immortal aperture and become the land spirit. Every immortal aperture is unique. It is a part of the goo immortal's body. In some ways, even if a goo immortal dies, the land spirit and immortal aperture that they leave behind could still be considered a strange form of life extension for them. Precisely because the land spirit is formed from obsession, it is rigid and not flexible. In history, there were many such cases. For example, if a goo immortal forcefully takes down a blessed land, but did not meet the requirements to become the owner, the land spirit would reject them. In the end, the land spirit may directly self-detonate, causing the goo immortal's efforts to be for nothing. Giant Suns will forcefully sealed Imperial Court blessed lands Frost Jade Peacock. This had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of anger in the latter. Now that he wanted to continue sealing it, Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was finally ignited. What is going on? Lord Tai by Yun Shang's immortal ascension caused a loophole to form in the blessed land? Imperial Court blessed land is currently being exposed to the outside world. This is unbelievable. This has never happened in the past. This is bad. I have a very bad feeling. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone was shouting in fear. They were panicking and their doubts were spreading. In the sky, countless cracks were formed. The sky of the blessed land, which was silver and gold, had lots of cracks now. From these cracks, one could see the starry sky of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was still calm as ever. Imperial Court blessed land would not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart. Regarding this, he was extremely confident. In history, there were many cases of the land spirit suiciding, destroying the blessed land along with them, but that was not going to happen here. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. How could it be broken so easily? This was the hard work of a rank 9 goo immortal. This setup covered the entire region of northern plains. 88 Truyong building was the biggest obstacle. If this was in the past, how could the land spirit cause such trouble? Except that now, Giant Suns had just awakened. He was caught off guard and had to waste time to resolve this mess. Meanwhile, the seal that imprisoned the land spirit had weakened drastically because of my gruel mud immortal goo. This allowed the land spirit to struggle so violently. In his analysis, Fang Yuan could not help but internally praise Giant Sun's resolution and methods. He had used the chess piece Tai by Yun Shang, and with his limited methods, he managed to fight for precious time and allow the scales of victory to tilt towards himself. However, even though the land spirit cannot self-destruct, it could still do the most basic thing like absorbing its own heaven and earth qi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards Tai by Yun Shang. Above Tai by Yun Shang's head, the scattered tribulation cloud formed once again, and the calamity dust on the ground also started spreading. Large amounts of heaven qi and earth qi gushed out. They were about to form a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Wasn't it over already? Seeing this, Yi Luisang's eyes were wide open in shock. This is different from what is in the records. There is something strange going on with Tai by Yun Shang. Why are there two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lulan was very confused as well. Even they had no idea, not to mention the others. Looking at the imposing heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity forming once again, many people were lost for words as they felt very worried regarding Tai by Yun Shang's situation. Tai by Yun Shang's expression was ashen. Why is there still a heavenly tribulation forming? My inheritance did not state that this would happen. He was shocked and furious, because not just on the outside, at the same time, the immortal aperture inside his body was also forming another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When immortal goo becomes an immortal goo, It is like a goo master becoming an immortal. It is a dangerous process to make a qualitative change that defied heaven. When goo worms were refined into immortal goo, they would need to involve heaven and earth chi. This way, the corresponding heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would form. Being faced with trouble both internally and externally, Tai Bai Yun Shang could neither advance nor retreat. He could not attend to one problem while neglecting the other. His situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used the gruel mud immortal goo to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yun Shang's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the fight between the land spirit and giant sun's will. This immortal ascension had already gone out of his control. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were unaware of the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's intention. In a race against time, the land spirit could not compete with giant sun's will. Thus it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yun Shang. The heaven chi and earth chi were extracted by sacrificing the land spirit's own foundation. Its intention was to form the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity that would destroy Tai Bai Yun Shang. What benefits would the land spirit gain from killing him? This would involve the devouring of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures were not easy to devour and combine, but after ascending to immortal, the immortal aperture was a small world. Between worlds, they could be devoured and assimilated. There were great benefits to goo immortals. On Tianti Mountain back then, Fang Yuan discarded a portion of Hu immortal blessed land's territory, which were quickly taken by the other goo immortals. Swallowing other immortal apertures and strengthening one's own immortal aperture, there was much to gain from this. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yun Shang, after he dies, his immortal aperture would remain. It would then be absorbed and assimilated by imperial court blessed land. After devouring the aperture, the blessed land's foundation would rise, and the land spirit would become much stronger. This would be a great help for it to break through giant sun's seal. In the sky, dark clouds were rumbling as lightning and thunder resounded. Countless purple lightning bolts formed into balls of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust settled down, exposing the bare earth. A crack formed on the ground. It was hundreds of meters wide, exposing red-hot flames from within. It resembled a desolate beast opening its bloodthirsty mouth. The flames rose up, forming many traces of restraining smoke as they gushed up. Chaotic lightning balls? Restraining smoke? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The chaotic lightning balls not only had great power, they could even ruin the goo master's mind and will, inducing a chaotic effect. Restraining smoke could seal away the environment. As long as the goo master was trapped within, they would lose their five senses like falling into a maze or an abyss. They would not be able to get free. Chaotic lightning balls were not fast, but together with the suppression from restraining smoke, they were perfect partners and could unleash the greatest effect. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some worry. Tai Bai Yun Shang's failure was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Holding the glass owner token in his hand, Fang Yuan tightened his grasp as his gaze turned dark. Still too weak. Too weak. With my current strength, I am very heavily affected by circumstances. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls flew through the air, emitting a strange and shrill noise. They sounded like a woman screaming and crying at the same time. It was very painful to the ears. At the same time, the restraining smoke was rumbling, surging towards Tai Bai Yun Shang. Tai Bai Yun Shang's expression turned pale. The chaotic lightning balls changed their directions randomly. Sometimes they traveled right, sometimes left. It was hard to dodge them. Furthermore, there were traces of restraining smoke around him, like he was in the middle of an ancient forest. If I come into contact with the restraining smoke, I'll be finished. Oh no! The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in my immortal aperture is also forming. Moreover, I have already lost my defensive goo. Tai Bai Yun Shang gritted his teeth. His gaze was shining with resolution. Risk it. His body gave off a shining light, using several movement goo. His body flew into the air. The intense wind blew this old man's hair towards the back, showing an unrestrained demeanor. Shocked screams could be heard coming from the crowd. Tai Bai Yun Shang charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above him, There were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, he was like a moth flying towards a fire. Is Tai Bai Yun Shang seeking death? Yi Lui Sang frowned deeply. Good. He Lulan, however, gave high praise. Fang Yuan's eyes also shone. Restraining smoke might seem harmless without any attack power and could only trap enemies, but it held much greater threat than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yun Shang understood the situation and made the best decision. Only to see that after he charged into the thundercloud, countless lightning balls shot down like fish swimming in water. Bam, bam, bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yun Shang at all. He flew left and right, trying to find a survival chance in the barrage of attacks. His movement speed was fast at times and slow at others. He had great control over the situation. Amazing! What level of flying attainment is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yun Shang is actually a flying master. He hid himself too deeply. I only found out now. Everyone was overjoyed to find out that Tai Bai Yun Shang was a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yun Shang was skilled at using cloud path goo worms. Yi Lui Sang praised. He was not very surprised at the display of flying. Tai Bai Yun Shang was a healing goo master. These years when he roamed northern plains, he had encountered many dangers. He had to have a secret ability in order to survive till now. In truth, most healing goo masters were either skilled in defense or movement. When these goo masters were nurtured, they were specially trained in this manner. That was because in the battlefield, healing goo masters were usually the first to be targeted. Many times they could not receive protection from their teammates. Thus, healing goo masters needed to have certain ways to protect themselves. As the number one healing goo master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yun Shang is not skilled in defense. With his age, it is no wonder he has such flying attainment. He Lulan thought about this and turned his head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan seated on the Azure Wolf King's back, observing Tai Bai Yun Shang closely. Compared to Tai Bai Yun Shang, Chang Shan Yin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little Sparrow, you are really enjoying yourself. In Truyong Building, giant suns will laugh instead of raging. 88 Truyong Building was shaking intensely. The aurora was wavering in the sky as a huge pillar of light shot out. Immortal goo. Divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone around Tai Bai Yun Shang, piercing through the lightning balls and restraining smoke. Old Ancestor is really blessing Tai Bai Yun Shang. He struck once again. Amidst the shocked screams, there were jealous and envious people too. This is too weird. Tai Bai Yun Shang is not part of Giant Sun's bloodline. To think he could receive such blessings as well. Someone was suspicious. As expected, he struck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Tai Bai Yun Shang had already become a crucial factor in the contest between the Land Spirit and Giant Sun's will. The Land Spirit wanted to harm him, while Giant Sun's will wanted to protect him. Luck inspection goo. Fang Yuan's heart moved, quickly sending his primeval essence into the goo. The next moment, his vision changed. Luck inspection goo, a rank 5 luck path investigative goo, it could allow him to see luck despite its formlessness. Looking at Tai Bai Yun Shang's luck now, his previous fiery red luck that was originally burning with a glowing red glow had shrunken by a bit. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was helping him. Thus his luck was being expended. Now that he helped once more, Tai Bai Yun Shang has only a third of his initial luck left. Fang Yuan evaluated. Looking at his own luck, it was still the black coffin luck, as rich and dense as ink and even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but quickly snickered to himself, looking at the people in the blessed land. The people who were watching Tai Bai Yun Shang ascend to immortal realm had changes to their luck as well. The overwhelming majority of the Goo Masters had unwittingly developed a small layer of black coffin luck. Except for He Lulan, he still had his unchanged profuse azure luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting. He quickly stopped using the luck inspection goo. When a Goo Master ascends, there would be endless heaven and earth chi. Using goo worms in such an environment would cause a backlash. If he forcefully continued to use them, both he and his goo worms would suffer injuries, or even face death. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yun Shang again. He was swimming in the thunderstorm, flying through the crevices of the clouds, showing off his master-level flying attainment. His body had no more defensive goo. He was relying on his movement to evade the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope. He was in great danger. In order to avoid the earthly calamity of restraining smoke, he charged into the thunderclouds. This was a wise decision when weighing the two difficulties, but it was also a helpless choice. If not for the fact that I have green grape immortal essence, and can dilute it to form endless primeval essence, such an insane flying speed would have drained my aperture dry long ago. Tai Bai Yun Shang was breathing roughly. His hair was in a mess and his body was feeling weak. The situation was getting more dangerous. Swoosh! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed directions and charged towards him. Tai Bai Yun Shang wanted to evade it, but it was too late. He could only stare indignantly with a furious gaze. In the moment of crisis, a white light pillar shot over, directly hitting this chaotic lightning ball. The lightning ball quickly melted from the ray of light, turning into pure heaven chi. Divert disaster goo. 88 Truyang Building's help came once again, saving Tai Bai Yun Shang. So close, even though I became a goo immortal. I do not have any defenses on me. If I was hit by the chaotic lightning ball, I'd be heavily injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yun Shang swallowed his saliva, feeling some lingering fear. After becoming a goo immortal, the foundation of his life had been elevated. If he was still immortal, a chaotic lightning ball could easily kill him. Goo immortals, however, were tougher even without any defensive goo. They could endure over a dozen lightning balls without any problems. But the thing was, these lightning balls had special effects. After being hit, they would cause Tai Bai Yun Shang's thoughts to be chaotic. Once his mind is in chaos, he would not be able to think properly. At this crucial moment, as long as Tai Bai Yun Shang stops in the air for a moment, he would be attacked by countless lightning balls at once. If he was hit by these lightning balls consecutively, Tai Bai Yun Shang would have no chance to gather his thoughts. He would just be drowned under the endless lightning balls. Quickly look. 88 Truyang Building saved Tai Bai Yun Shang once again. That's right. This has already happened at least 10 times. With Truyang Building's help, it seems Tai Bai Yun Shang's tribulation will succeed without fail. Outside, everyone saw this with amazed and envious expressions. Such intensive assistance, will it really work? He Lu Lan's eyes were shining brilliantly. He saw the situation with a different perspective. In such an environment, when heaven and earth chi were rampaging, usage of any goo worm would create a huge backlash. Divert disaster goo was no exception. In the history of goo masters, there were many instances of goo immortals helping out during the tribulation, and eventually the backlash destroying their immortal goo. Except that most people were ignorant and did not know such secrets. Divert disaster goo is one of the foundational pieces of 88 Truyang Building. It is used for Imperial Court Blessed Land to divert away disasters. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face terrifying earthly calamities and heavenly tributations. Giant Suns would not sacrifice such a precious goo for Tai Bai Yun Shang. That means the reinforcement of Giant Suns is limited. What happens now is most crucial. It will depend on Tai Bai Yun Shang, whether he can quickly survive the calamity and tribulation in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, watching with growing tension. After all, landscape as before goo was one of his main goals in coming to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yun Shang's speed started to slow down. He was facing troubles both in his aperture and outside of it. The land spirit was causing him harm, while the calamity and tribulation was forming in his own immortal aperture due to his mortal goo's ascension. This internal threat especially, it was taking away much of his attention, thus his reactions toward the outside world were getting slower. Suddenly, his body shook, completely stopping his movements. Immediately after, countless chaotic lightning balls flew towards him. Divert disaster light pillar was shining brilliantly. It burst out and surrounded Tai Bai Yun Shang. Now is the most crucial time. Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan, Yi Lui Sang and others could see clearly that this was it. Their eyes were shining. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yun Shang's immortal aperture, bright light exploded. engulfing the entire small world. The aura of the immortal goo was spewing out like a fountain. In that bright light, an immortal goo was rising up slowly. It looked like a ladybug. It was fist-sized and had a jade body. On its round back, there were natural markings. Half was of rivers and seas, while the other half was of valleys and mountains. So this immortal goo was created by combining river as before and mountain as before. It seems the effect is also the product of river as before and mountain as before, but elevated. Tai Baiyun Sheng analyzed. This was refined during the resonance of heaven and earth. It was not refined by him personally. Thus, he was still unclear towards the effect of landscape as before. After looking at it for a few breaths' time, Tai Baiyun Sheng placed his attention on the most central area of the blessed land. Immortal goo landscape as before, it was not part of his goal, only an additional surprise. Now at the center of the blessed land, man as before goo had turned into a huge cocoon, but cracks were starting to develop on it. Dazzling rainbow light was leaking from the cracks, breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. As the thick cocoon vanished, a colorful butterfly fluttered into the sky. Wherever it went, rainbow light rained down, trailing behind the butterfly's path as a curvy rainbow was formed behind it. Success, immortal goo man as before. Ahahaha. Seeing this, Tai Baiyun Sheng was extremely happy. He laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many years of anticipation and worry, so many times he had fallen into grave danger, but at this moment, he obtained a perfect result. But his internal threat still remained. In the immortal aperture, the azure tribulation cloud was rumbling, forming a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail had turned into chi, fusing with the tribulation cloud. As for the ground, it started shaking, making loud sounds that resembled thunder, causing pain to the eardrums. The newly formed earth burst out with cracks, as lava spewed out of it. The smoke was thick as trees as the surroundings withered. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn, green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Baiyun Sheng's heart shook, facing both the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone at the same time. He felt an immense pressure. He placed his hopes on the immortal goo landscape as before. Come, he willed. As a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into the landscape as before goo. The ladybug-like landscape as before goo immediately flapped its wings, flying away like a flash of lightning. Everywhere it went, in the surroundings, the land returned to spring as the landscape was restored to normal, back to the moment before the earthly calamity struck. Good goo, good goo. Tai Baiyun Sheng's heart settled. With landscape as before immortal goo, he had no fear towards the earthly calamity. Hiss! The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, making a shrill sound. It shot out abruptly, its huge body bringing along a draft of wind, as it pounced on the landscape as before immortal goo. Tai Baiyun Sheng was nervous. Although immortal goo had huge capabilities, those which were not defensive goo were usually fragile. Landscape as before goo was the same. If it was destroyed by the silverhorn green-scale python, Tai Baiyun Sheng's situation would turn bad. Thankfully, landscape as before goo was born from his aperture during the resonance of heaven and earth. He could control it like moving his limbs. Tai Baiyun Sheng had deep foundations accumulated in his life. He quickly mobilized landscape as before immortal goo and escaped. The silver-horn green-scale python behind him had attacked dozens of times. It destroyed mountains and rivers. The earth was pierced and rocks were sent flying, as savage winds ravaged the land. Oh no! At this rate, Tai Baiyun Sheng was concentrating intensely. After a few breaths' time, sweat started forming on his forehead. His eyes were shut tight. His body was still floating in the air, as the chaotic lightning balls crashed towards him. But thankfully, due to the divert disaster immortal goo's light pillar, his body was protected. Tai Baiyun Sheng was unable to care about the outside world since long ago, but he had not forgotten his external threat. This terrible situation forced him to cut his losses decisively. 88 Truyong Building's reinforcement is limited. It might stop any time. I can only do this with man as before immortal goo in my possession. As long as I have time, there is hope. Cut! Cut it off! Tai Baiyun Sheng shouted in his heart. Abandoning the territories to protect his headquarters, he gave up a portion of his immortal aperture. The sky began to cut apart. The blessed land was the foundation and base of a Gu immortal. Cutting off the blessed land was like self-mutilation. It reduced their own strength and potential. But Tai Baiyun Sheng had no other choice. Just like how Feng Yuan survived the earthly calamity back in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he discarded a portion of the blessed land. Tai Baiyun Sheng also had to make such a sacrifice. The blessed land sky was shaved off layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were all sent out of his body. Outside his body, it was Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock joyfully chirped as it devoured these blessed land fragments, to increase its own strength. Giant Suns will shouted in anger. He was trying to protect Tai Baiyun Sheng's life, but the latter was now fueling his enemy's strength. Giant Suns will had to protect him, because if Tai Baiyun Sheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be devoured by Imperial Court blessed land. Most importantly, Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was already full of cracks. If he reinforced Tai Baiyun Sheng anymore, the Gu might get destroyed from the backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was one of the foundation pieces of 88 True Yang building. It could not be lost. But if Tai Baiyun Sheng died, it was similarly disadvantageous for Giant Sun's will. At once, Giant Sun's will fell into a difficult predicament. The sky in the immortal aperture started to peel off layer by layer. The dense tribulation clouds thinned out along with it. The devastating silver horn green scale python's body decreased to 1/10 of its original size, its might extremely weakened. The situation was taking a turn for the better for Tai Baiyun Sheng. Success is at hand. Tai Baiyun Sheng's eyes were filled with tears when he opened them. The situation in the immortal aperture was already stabilizing, and he had the room to pay some attention to the external crisis. The light of Divert Disaster was covering him, preventing the calamity and tribulation from touching him. Tai Baiyun Sheng felt gratitude from the depths of his heart. This is all thanks to 88 True Yang building helping me. Otherwise I would find it difficult to even have a hope of succeeding. The light of Divert Disaster suddenly dissipated. Tai Baiyun Sheng was caught off guard and was bombarded by the chaotic lightning balls. His mind immediately turning chaotic. He flew around in disorder, knocking into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls as he was unable to act for himself with not even a trace of reason left. Everyone was shocked, but before they could express it, 88 True Yang building burst out with an absolutely powerful absorption force again, directly capturing the hysterical Tai Baiyun Sheng. Giant Suns will could not sacrifice Divert Disaster Gu and also could not let Tai Baiyun Sheng die. The best method was, of course, to throw Tai Baiyun Sheng out of the blessed land. Unfortunately, only Frost Jade Peacock could do that in this situation. Helplessly, Giant Suns will could only use this inferior method. This was indeed an inferior solution. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the tribulation clouds and calamity dust surged explosively, shrouding 88 True Yang building. Countless chaotic lightning balls crashed down like a violent storm, while restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial giant python, continually seeping inside. 88 True Yang building had brought in Tai Baiyun Sheng, thus becoming the target for the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Baiyun Sheng's life, Giant Suns will chose to forcefully resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How could this happen? Lord Tai Baiyun Sheng was brought into 88 True Yang building. How on earth does he deserve such assistance from old ancestor? This is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity we are talking about. They are extremely dangerous to True Yang building. Everyone looked on with stupefied and shocked gazes. Under the presence of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, using Gu worms was asking to suffer backlash. 88 True Yang building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. In its essence, it was an integrated body of many immortal Gu and countless mortal Gu. And now it was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure on it was already enormous. And because of the force of the backlash, the coordination between the goo worms had been affected. It was clear this was by no means a wise course of action. However, Tai by Yun Shang had become a crucial key in the fight between Giant Sun's Will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's Will, forced by the situation, could only settle for such a method. Inside 88 True Yang Building, Frost Jade Peacock rapidly moved its wings, continuously dodging in between the gigantic trees. 5 immortal goo, with all kinds of flaming tails trailing after them, were pursuing and obstructing it. Frost Jade Peacock was not willing to be sealed again and used all its strength to run away. Gradually it lost its head and was unable to take the exact path, crashing into countless giant trees on the way. Under Giant Sun's Will's control, True Yang Building was a natural cage that could utilize the strength of any round, while Frost Jade Peacock was the bird in the cage. The giant trees turned into treemen, opening their arms to block it. Caw! Frost Jade Peacock screamed shrilly as it suffered damage. It tore apart the defense line of 3 old treemen, but its speed lowered greatly by this, and was caught up by a metal path immortal goo from behind. A golden stream of light rapidly flowed on its body. The golden light condensed into a thick golden shell wherever it touched, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock. Frost Jade Peacock sensed it could not budge in any areas covered by the golden light. It was instantly startled and furious. It hurriedly flapped its wings to increase its speed again. But the next moment it was attacked by the second immortal goo. An intense sleepiness invaded its mind, causing its eyes to turn hazy as it felt an intense urge to sleep. Boom! It crashed down headfirst onto the ground, unable to fly any longer. It had a premonition that its fate was to be sealed again. 2 rows of tears filled with grief and indignance involuntarily fell down from its eyes. Don't even think, Frost Jade Peacock mumbled to itself, trying to use all its remaining strength to resist. Although there was still the remaining power of immortal goo gruel mud on its body, the 2 immortal goo sealing it again were not restrained by gruel mud. Even if I die, I won't let you prevail. Frost Jade Peacock gave off an intense suicidal will, and disregarding everything, it drew out the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. And it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was born from a space path goo immortal. Thus the Blessed Land's territory was vast, far surpassing any at an equivalent level. Later, it was developed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, becoming a top-notch blessed land and also obtaining the ability to transit between day and night. It could be said to be at the doorstep of transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could swallow the time path goo immortal Tai by Yun Shang's immortal aperture, space and time could converge, which was the greatest supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was extremely likely for there to be a qualitative change which could allow Imperial Court Blessed Land to advance to a grotto heaven. If that happened, Frost Jade Peacock could break apart most of the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although it could not suppress 88 True Yang Building, it would have the power to expel it out of the Blessed Land. However, Giant Sun's will was truly too resolute, and would rather suffer the damage from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai by Yun Shang's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only an obsession left behind after a goo immortal's death. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of its obsession it was brave and unyielding. On the verge of being sealed again, it would rather be exterminated, and disregarding the consequences, it drew out large amounts of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court Blessed Land. These heaven and earth chi were like adding fuel to the fire. As they assimilated into the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the sky rumbled with lightning, the chaotic lightning balls immediately expanded tenfold in quantity, and the restraining smoke had even more changes. Its body inflated and its dark color turned even deeper. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely striking 88 True Yang Building. Bursts of explosions sounded out. 88 True Yang Building became filled with scars. The eaves of the tower collapsed piece by piece, and a crack even appeared on the outer wall. Restraining smoke turned into an even bigger problem, becoming a deadly smoke calamity. It was much more powerful and seeped everywhere on 88 True Yang Building's surface, gradually dyeing it black. The pitch-black walls of the building seemed to have eroded for 1,000 years, as they started to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have become stronger. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. What is happening? Even the wind and snow from the outside world are pouring in. Everyone started shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted large amounts of heaven and earth chi, injuring Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation. If Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a strong house, now the tiles and bricks were taken out, only leaving behind the framework of the house. This caused countless holes to appear in it, connecting to the outside world. And the outside world of Northern Plains was currently experiencing the blizzard of every 10 years. Divert Disaster Goo was dormant, causing Imperial Court Blessed Land to suffer the invasion of the blizzard calamity as well. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a refuge. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature quickly dropped as the heavy snowfall flew inside. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not too far away. Little Sparrow, look at what a big mess you have caused. Giant Suns will shouted in annoyance. Blessed lands and grotto heavens would attract all sizes of calamities and tribulations in every set interval of time. The larger their fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. The great snow disaster that wreaked havoc over the whole of Northern Plains every 10 years was actually the calamity and tribulation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had 88 Truyong building and was also a peak-level blessed land with territory that was at the size of a small world. The fortune it contained was gigantic, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were extremely terrifying. Right now, Divert Disaster Goo was hibernating, while Imperial Court Blessed Land had connected outside to Northern Plains, causing the once-in-10 years blizzard to return into it. 88 Truyong building could forcibly resist the frenzied attacks of lightning balls, the invasion of the black smoke, but it was unable to contend against the blizzard that could wreak havoc over the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would erode and crumble apart due to the snow disaster. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88 Truyong building, but 88 Truyong building needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. There was one way to salvage this situation. That was to use Divert Disaster Goo to eliminate heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and turn them into heaven chi and earth chi, making Imperial Court Blessed Land take in these heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation and close the connection with the outside world of Northern Plains. Giant Suns could take the risk in forcibly activating Divert Disaster Goo. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land take in heaven and earth chi required Frost Jade Peacock's cooperation. Asking this little sparrow to cooperate is simply an impossible dream. Even if it was Giant Sun's will, this was a difficult problem. He helplessly thought of the only way, unless Frost Jade Peacock acknowledges a pair of new owners. Giant Sun's did not know that Tai by Yunshang's Immortal aperture contained landscape as before Immortal Goo which could conveniently deal with this trouble. He thought of another Immortal Goo he had. False emotion fake will Goo. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to acknowledge its owner was a couple who had true love for each other. However, nothing was absolute, even the land spirit could be hoodwinked. Giant Suns knew as long as he found two candidates to use false emotion fake will Goo on, he could hoodwink the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize new owners. Once Frost Jade Peacock was controlled, each problem could be easily resolved. Moreover, this method was very favorable to Giant Sun's will. If a couple who had true love for each other became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what would Giant Suns do if this couple did not obey his commands? Instead of that, he would hold on to the initiative if he found two unconnected people to use false emotion fake will Goo on and satisfy the requirement to become the owners. Because false emotion fake will Goo contained Giant Sun's will, false emotion fake will Goo was subjected to Giant Sun's will's control. Even if the two unconnected people were disloyal in the future, as long as Giant Suns still held false emotion fake will Goo, at worst, he could once again select two new candidates. Little Sparrow, you are a long way from being able to fight with me. Giant Sun's will was shrewd and wise, inheriting some of the main body's intelligence. The seemingly desperate situation could not hold him back. With just some thinking, he thought of a way to resolve it. He immediately mobilized 88 Truyong building strength to inspect the candidates. Right now, in Imperial Court blessed land, everyone was running away from danger here and there, with many casualties appearing. The situation was quickly worsening. It was so cold that one's spit could instantly freeze into a piece of ice. The majestic blizzard was pouring in without any pause. Tall and formidable snow monsters started standing up from the depths of the snow, selecting targets to devour. But this did not pose any difficulty for Giant Sun's will. 88 Truyong building could plunder resources from the whole of Northern Plains, let alone two people that were right in front of it. These two people would naturally be those with Giant Sun's bloodline. Giant Suns will soon selected two candidates who satisfied it. He Lulan's vision rapidly changed. He was at rank 5 peak stage, but he did not even have the strength to resist as he was absorbed into Truyong building. Save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still running frantically and did not realize the changes in his surroundings. Thud. He bumped head first into a giant tree in front. Don't tell me this kid was running with his eyes closed. He Lulan was speechless. Painful, painful. Ma Hongyun rubbed his forehead that had turned red, pouting as he got up from the floor. What is this place? He discovered that the blizzard had vanished without a trace. He was surrounded by a spring-like warmth. It was not a world of ice and snow. Instead, it was a vast ancient forest. Around him were gigantic ancient trees, hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen adults joining hands could not surround it. The ancient trees were very tall, and their lush leaves covered the sky. Rays of sunlight penetrated through the small gaps, forming a tranquil scene under the shade. Compared to the outside world, this was practically a paradise. You are in the center of 88 Truyong building. A voice suddenly echoed within Ma Hongyun and He Lulan's ears. Who is this? He Lulan's pupils contracted. Ma Hongyun cried out in fear. Ghost! He panicked and subconsciously ran to the side of He Lulan. Ghost? I am no ghost. If I could become a ghost, my affairs would be much easier to settle. Unfortunately, I am merely a remnant will, inferior to even a ghost. Giant Suns will gave a sigh, and suddenly in mid-air, golden speckles of light appeared. These speckles of light rotated slowly and suddenly condensed, transforming into an imposing body of light and shadow, similar in appearance to Giant Sunday. Ah, you are? Ma Hongyun stammered, his finger pointing towards the will of Giant Sun in endless shock. He Lulan's pupils contracted. As the head of He tribe, he knew a lot. His complexion turned solemn and respectful. Placing his hands on his chest, he spoke dutifully. Descendant pays respect to ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun sighed once again and said, I know the two of you are feeling confusion within your hearts. To make a long story short, this man broke into Truyong building, undid the seal on the Frost Jade Peacock land spirit, and thus put Imperial Court blessed land on the brink of crisis. As he said that, the golden speckles condensed into the image of Changshan. Ah, it's Lord Wolf King. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized. It was actually him? He Lulan also could not help but cry out. But Giant Suns will immediately continued. What you see is not his genuine appearance. As he spoke, the image of Changshan changed, gradually turning into Fang Yuan's true appearance. This is the true face of that person. Giant Suns will spoke. Fang Yuan disguised himself as Changshan using the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo. It was able to deceive people like He Lulan, but it failed to deceive Giant Sun's will. Even though when Fang Yuan explored the true inheritance secluded domain in secret, Giant Sun's will was asleep. But within the 88 Truyong building, there were many goo worms that had recorded his actions. Seeing the true face of Fang Yuan, He Lulan and Ma Hongyun were unable to recognize him. So it turned out that this Changshan was merely a fake. To actually infiltrate Imperial Court blessed land, he is extremely daring. He Lulan let out a cold snort, sensing such a huge conspiracy. He could not help but be both startled and furious at once. He not only has guts, but he had also made ample preparations. Looking at the two methods he used to scheme against me, these are not something that one can accomplish on their own. There surely must be a larger force backing him. You two are my descendants. Truyong Building has been infiltrated by outsiders and is in deep trouble. I now need your strength. Giant Sons will spoke. He Lulan and Ma Hongyun glanced at each other, both expressing their desire to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will spoke concisely. In a short period of time, he was able to give a clear explanation. So it was like this. He Lulan came to a realization and was now able to understand why Truyong Building helped Tai Bai Yunshang. His heart jumped. Giant Sun's will's idea was for him to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. That involved tremendous benefits. Imperial Court Blessed Land's ownership condition is special. The Blessed Land actually requires 2 owners. No wonder back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the sacred palace, he made it so that his empress could stay in it. He loved his empress very much. Now it seems that the empress also had half the ownership of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake will go to deceive the land spirit, this is quite a good idea. But this kid, how could he be selected to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner alongside me? He Lulan's eyes sparkled, shooting a glance toward Ma Hongyun, concealing his deep disdain. Could it be that ancestor Giant Sun thinks that he is an easier pawn to control? He Lulan's gaze trembled. With Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to do anything reckless. Differing from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait a moment! Lady Xiao Yun and my wife Xiao Li are still outside. I do not want to be the owner of the Blessed Land. Quickly let me out. I need to save them." Lady Xiao Yun naturally referred to Zhao Lian Yun. His wife Xiao Li was Chong Li. Originally, Chong Biao, in order to coax Ma Ringjie, allowed his adopted daughter Chong Li to be married off to Ma Hongyun, consequently turning her into Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sons will seem to have taken a fancy to Ma Hongyun. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Caring for beautiful women. You are truly my descendant. Boy, once you become the owner of this blessed land, this will become your domain. Then you will be able to have all the women you desire." Ma Hongyun stared blankly, before quickly shouting, "No, it's very dangerous outside. I have to go and save them both. No matter what this affair is, we can discuss it later. Release me outside. Quickly let me go. Foolish boy. Relying on your own strength. You can barely defend yourself. How can you defend other people?" Giant Sons will laughed. "Be obedient and stay here. Cooperate and become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. I will be the one to save your women." Giant Sons will moved rapidly without delay, starting to act the moment he finished speaking. Great numbers of Gu Masters were in the Truyong Building, and almost all of them were Giant Sun's descendants. These were his descendants. 88 Truyong Building was built for their sake, as an inheritance for his descendants. Naturally, not all of his descendants had the aptitude to become Gu Masters. Giant Sons will had not made a move to save those. Fong Yuan had a panoramic view of this scene. Giant Sons will made a move. This time, many people were taken into the building. Within his mind, Mo Yao's will spoke. Fong Yuan sat still on the back of an azure wolf king, floating at a high altitude in the sky, gazing at the distant sacred palace. But it was a huge distance away from his original location. The power of the calamities and tribulations getting more fearsome. Fong Yuan, in order to avoid the disaster, could only retreat. In the surroundings of the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to increase in power. The area was already extremely dangerous. This frost jade peacock was putting in a last-ditch attempt. Even the once-in-10 years blizzard of the northern plains was attracted over. Now the sacred palace had mostly been destroyed, the broken walls scattered in the wind, its former splendor nowhere to be seen. 88 Truyong Building was in a terrible state. It was wrapped in layers of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Inside it were the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while outside was the raging blizzard that was getting stronger. Giant Sons will has already awakened. He definitely wants you dead. It's a blessing that he isn't targeting you now. He absolutely won't come and save us. We should retreat and return to Water Pavilion. Within Water Pavilion, there is some immortal essence that I have left behind in the past. You can use them to move the Goo House. You can return to Central Continent, and when you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, you will receive more benefits than you can imagine. There is no need for you to take a risk here. Within his mind, Mo Yao continued to coax him. Things had already progressed this far. The entire Imperial Court blessed land had been affected. Giant Sunswell had already awakened. Water Pavilion was still hidden. While Truyong Building was suppressed by the heaven tribulations and earthly calamities, it was a great opportunity to retreat. Retreat! Fong Yuan's eyes were cold and detached, his line of sight turning towards the Glass Owner token in his hands as he sneered softly. He gripped the Glass Owner token tightly. This was a crucial trump card he had not expended yet. Central Continent Gu Immortals left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the Gu formation of Special Will Gu, effective in dealing with Giant Sun's will. The second method was a sealing Gu formation, which could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The third method was even more hidden but had greater power. It could temporarily expel Giant Sun's will from the Truyong Building. The Glass Owner token was the key to all 3 of these methods. Now, both the first and second methods were already used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger compared with the first 2 methods. It could be said to be a trump card, especially at this moment. 88 Truyong Building was wrapped in heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's will gets temporarily separated from the building, he would definitely suffer the fearsome attack of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's plan was indeed mature and stable, but great risks come with great rewards. Meanwhile, in Truyong Building, Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun were brought into the building by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun. Lady Xiao Yun, my wife Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was jubilant and dashed towards them. Husband! Chong Li was happy to have escaped danger and threw herself into Ma Hongyun's arms. Zhao Lianyun also moved quickly towards Ma Hongyun's side, her face also full of joy from having returned from death's door. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun's leg. Foolish kid. Unexpectedly, you were useful for once. Ha ha ha. It's only natural. Ma Hongyun loosened his hug and cordially looked towards Giant Sun's while floating in midair, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, suddenly, a violent tremor occurred. For a moment, the entire forest shook. What's going on? Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun both turned pale. All right, enough nonsense. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are getting more and more severe. Eventually, even 88 Truyong Building will no longer be able to resist. You must become Imperial Court blessed lands owners as soon as possible. The complexion of Giant Sun's wills changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam. A group of large tree men moved slowly, each footstep they took sounding like thunder. The tree men lowered their waists, opening their branch-like palms, revealing the giant immobilized peacock. This is the land spirit of Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced, while at the same time, false emotion fake will Gu flew towards the Frost Jade Peacock. He Lulan and Ma Hongyun stood before the Frost Jade Peacock. As the false emotion fake will Gu let out a yellow light that resembled a fog, gradually enshrouding He Lulan, Ma Hongyun and the Frost Jade Peacock. Listen to my instructions. Hold your breath, be calm, be relaxed, and discard any superfluous thoughts. Giant Sun's will spoke in a pensive tone. He Lulan closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chong Li stood to the sides and did not dare to speak. A light breeze blew, and the tree leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock. He was amazed, shouting, "Look quickly! The peacock is alive! It actually shed tears." The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted, and the voice of Giant Sun's wills stopped. He Lulan held his irritation and angrily opened his eyes. He berated, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. When the land spirit dies, the blessed land will be finished as well. Why do you care if it is shedding tears or not? Quickly follow the instructions." Oh, so, it's like this, my bad. Ma Hongyun was shocked by the black tyrant's anger. He nodded quickly. Concentrate. Clear your mind. Don't think excessively. This is the best way to display false emotion. Fake will goose power to its limit. Giant sons will continue to instruct. He Lulan closed both of his eyes and breathed gently. A light breeze blew, bringing with it the sweet fragrance of vegetation. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Ma Hongyun suddenly screamed. You despicable fellow. Are you courting death? He Lulan clenched his fist. An immense rage was building in his heart. He was outraged and anxious. Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. Creating feelings between the two of us, I am unable to accept it. Ma Hongyun was afraid of He Lulan's terrifying aura. He whispered while being on guard against He Lulan, pleading with Giant Sun's will. You scoundrel! He Lulan gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist until they made cracking noises, his eyes revealing an ominous glint. Were it not for Giant Sun's will being right by his side, according to his brutal nature, he would have already sent a punch over, blowing Ma Hongyun's brains out. Idiot! Saving the blessed land is the most urgent matter right now. So what if you're both men? Just be free and relax. There will not be a problem. I will always support you. Zhao Lianyun called out. She was fearful of He Lulan. Yet simultaneously her eyes showed some unexplainable excitement. That's right, husband. Look at the big picture. I do not mind it. Chong Li spoke softly in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, Hey! This does not involve you, so you can talk about it casually. Old ancestor, I have an idea. How about you let me and my wife do it? Our love is genuine and sincere. You can even save up on using the false emotion. Fake will goo. Ma Hongyun was straightforward, not giving much thought to the complex circumstances. As far as Giant Sun's will was concerned, not using false emotion. Fake will goo was out of the question. He Lulan's killing intent burst out. Ma Hongyun's proposal greatly encroached on his benefits. His anger was about to explode, almost reaching his limit, but he did not dare to attack in the presence of Giant Sun's will. He did not dare to flare up. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's proposal. Boy, you are too young. True love? Is it so easy to find? When calamity strikes, all the birds fly in different directions. Human couples are also the same. Do you think this young lady truly loves you? The words of Giant Sun's will made Chong Li's complexion pale. Indeed, Chong Li had never sincerely loved Ma Hongyun. Originally, she was looked upon as a political bargaining chip by Chong Biao and delivered to Ma tribe, intended to be used to form good bonds with Ma Yingjie. But in the end, Chong Biao died, and Chong Li lost her backing. She could only accept her fate and stay by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun could cultivate to rank 3, becoming a Ma tribe elder. The resources he had available to him were incomparable to before, and as he also had Ma Yingjie's trust, he could provide Chong Li with a good life. Ma Hongyun was to become one of Imperial Court Blessed Land's owners, and since he was close to Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun, Giant Sun's will began to investigate them. His investigative method was simple, direct, and effective. He separated a portion of his will and ventured into Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, looking over their memories and thoughts. With Truyong building support, along with the method of an immortal venerable, Chong Li and Zhao Lianyun were not even aware that, at this time, each of their secrets were rapidly being learned by Giant Sun's will. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Ma Hongyun pursed his eyebrows. He was foolish and brazen. While He Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, he dared to ask a direct question. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed a fool, boy. Your mind isn't that sharp, but it is excusable. I will now give you a lesson. This little wife of yours approached you with an ulterior motive. Her adoptive father deliberately ordered her to come. Even your heroic action of saving this beauty was merely a show. Chong Li's complexion immediately turned deathly pale, and she trembled from head to toe. He Lulan was indifferent. He was already accustomed to these dirty political games. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, unable to believe this. Giant Sun's will then said, And there is also your little female companion called Zhao Lianyun. He, she had matured young and gained some wisdom, She was forced by circumstances to had no choice but to be with you. From the very beginning she had looked down on you, only wanting to protect herself. Of course, now that you have grown stronger, she has gradually become dependent on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart went cold. Her thoughts were exposed on the spot, making her feel extremely unpleasant, as if the clothes on her body had been forcibly stripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute anything. She wasn't a normal child. She was a transmigrator. The suffering she had experienced in this life had made her aware of the mystery and cruelty of this world. Eh? Suddenly, Giant Sun's will's words came to a stop, and his image in the air showed an expression of shock and fear with his eyes wide open. To think that. Giant Sun's will's tone changed abruptly. He stared at Zhao Lianyun with a hateful gaze, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. To think that you are an otherworldly demon. You are actually lurking by Ma Hongyun's side. You have such guts, you are really daring. Unfortunately, you met me. Giant Sun's will exuded a strong killing intent. Otherworldly demon? What is that? He Lulan was astonished, as it was his first time hearing this term despite his status and experience. He looked at Zhao Lianyun but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Ma Hongyun, no matter how stupid, could recognize something was wrong. He sprinted to the front of Zhao Lianyun, spreading both of his arms, protecting her behind his body. Boy, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's will raised his tone, his expression becoming ice-cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know any otherworldly demon. I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I would likely have been killed already. Ma Hongyun tried his best to defend Zhao Lianyun. Giant Sun's will shook his head and sneered. He had no interest in explaining. Yet for some reason he had to explain. Killed? Boy, you are a person destined to become a Gu Immortal. Had she not helped you, there would definitely have been others who would have given you assistance. Otherworldly demons are enemies of the entire world. They are a huge menace. If we let them grow, the consequences would be unthinkable. In the past, there was an otherworldly demon who managed to grow successfully. The 5 regions were almost destroyed as a result. He Lulan's eyes widened. The words of Giant Sun's will were too sensational. Listening to his words, it seemed as if the otherworldly demons could rival rank 9 venerables. How was it possible? But the one who said these words was someone He Lulan had no choice but to believe. For a moment, He Lulan looked Zhao Lianyun in the eyes, killing intent emerging. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent. You must not harm her. Ma Hongyun was extremely determined. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked towards Ma Hongyun's lonely and powerless back, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demons were, but could surmise that perhaps it was related to her own transmigration. She forced herself to wipe her tears, the corners of her lips raising into a determined arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly defended her, disregarding his own life, she consequently must not implicate Ma Hongyun. She took a step forward, stopping in front of Ma Hongyun. She looked at Giant Sun's will, speaking resoundingly. You want to take my life? Come and take it. Good. Giant Sun's will had a ferocious smile, killing intent boiling with no trace of sympathy. He was a huge will congealed by special will Gu. The difference between special wills and other wills were that they could be given a special command by the Gu Master that would be triggered if specific circumstances were met. And Giant Sun's will, during its formation, was given a profound resolve by the main body. If it discovered an otherworldly demon, no matter the circumstances, killing the otherworldly demon must take priority. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. To have been able to restrain himself until now was already really remarkable. No! Ma Hongyun saw the situation going south. He shouted out in a moment of desperation, extending both his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun within his bosom. Otherworldly demon, you deserve to die without pity. Giant Sun's will sneered and started to make his move. Yet the next moment, his expression became rigid. and shortly after he faced towards the sky and bellowed, "Damn it!" The roaring voice suddenly came to a spontaneous end, and the image of the will abruptly disappeared in midair. Giant Sun's will could sense a formidable, hard-to-resist force that pulled it outside of the 88 Truyong building. What is going on? What happened? No matter if it was He Lulan or Ma Hongyun, both stared blankly at the spot, surprised by the turn of events. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was still brilliant and mighty. How could he suddenly disappear? Outside the 88 Truyong building, the golden speckles of the majestic will enveloped the entire Truyong building. Rumble. Large amounts of chaotic lightning balls bombarded in succession. The lightning balls could cause one to sink into confusion and in essence attacked wills. Giant Sun's will was restrained by the chaotic lightning balls. In no time the explosions put him in a tough spot. A portion of his will was damaged and destroyed. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke took advantage of the situation, swallowing up the pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will really was too majestic, though the outer shell suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The inner layer desperately tried to enter the building. 88 Truyong building, presided over by Giant Sun's will, was now an empty building. Although the structure was intact, the goo worms stopped functioning. Like an army of soldiers suddenly losing their commander-in-chief, they can only rely on their instincts to act. At this moment, 88 Truyong building had become exceptionally fragile. "You little pest! I will kill you!" Giant Sun's will was naturally furious at being subjected to such a scheme once again. A portion of the majestic will was immediately sent flooding towards the distant Fong Yuan. However, this torrential portion of will was weathered down by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer, shrinking by 30%. And after being ground down by the outer layer's blizzard, it decreased by another 20%. By the time it approached Fong Yuan, it had already been reduced by more than half. This can only last for about 15 minutes. Fong Yuan turned a blind eye to the rapidly approaching attack. His mind was cool as ice, as he silently estimated the duration of this third method. His thoughts moved while tightly clenching the glass owner token, and the next moment, he teleported inside 88 Truyong building. This was a feature of the glass owner token. Fong Yuan had been able to move in 88 Truyong building without anyone knowing of it. Because of this, he appeared on an ice mountain, causing the torrential will to strike empty air. It was a scene of white. The icy cold wind brushed past his face. Grr. Three-eyed snow rabbits, at the size of adult men, with bulging muscles, drilled out from the depths of the snowy land, surrounding Fong Yuan in a few moments. This was the round that Tai Bai Yunshang had been transported to in 88 Truyong building. The snow rabbits kept on appearing endlessly, and soon there were tens of thousands of them glaring at Fong Yuan. Just based on close-quarter combat capability, these snow rabbits did not lose to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. Under the environment of ice and snow, their battle strength even surpassed ordinary wolves. The large numbers of wild goo living in their body further increased their ferocity. One had to spend a lot of time and energy to break through their obstruction. But Fong Yuan was in control of the glass owner token and did not need to use such a forceful method. His thoughts moved and the glass owner token gave a faint glimmer. The crowd of snow rabbits suddenly appeared to be at a loss, their killing intent instantly dissipating. Fong Yuan waved his hand and they dispersed in confusion, drilling into the thick snowy ground, and before long, they were gone. Fong Yuan was able to control many floors of Truyong building with the glass owner token. He had intentionally held back before and did not use up the quota completely, saving several uses for later. Right now, he used it and immediately obtained control over this floor. Without the obstruction of Giant Sun's will, he was this round's true controller, and it was very easy for him to disperse these snow rabbits. Crack! A glacier split open, revealing a tunnel. The tunnel directly extended down the inner part of the ice mountain. Fong Yuan moved quickly in this tunnel and soon saw Tai Bai Yunshang. Tai Bai Yunshang was sealed inside an ice block, seemingly in a deep sleep. He had been bombarded by chaotic lightning balls when he tried to pass the tribulations before. His mind sunk into chaos and he was not able to think. Thus, he was easily absorbed into the tower by Giant Sun's will. Tai Bai Yunshang was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, and moreover was a Gu immortal, therefore he could not be easily controlled. To prevent him from causing trouble and to seize the moment to handle the land spirit, Giant Sun's will took advantage of this to seal him here. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the ice block dissolved and Tai Bai Yunshang slowly woke up. Chang Shanin. Tai Bai Yunshang gradually regained his consciousness. He glanced around and recalled, before gazing at Fang Yuan. Although he found Fang Yuan's cruel way of doing things very repugnant, he was grateful at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan arrogantly smiled. If not me, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunshang. Do you know you are facing imminent catastrophe? Imminent catastrophe? Tai Bai Yunshang's expression changed, but he was a famed character and was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and lightly smiled at Fang Yuan. Please explain. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunshang with indignance and explained. I was ordered by Master to infiltrate into Truyang Building and release the seals on the land spirit, to overturn Truyang Building and take control of Imperial Court blessed land. Master gave me a glass owner token which can use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But something unexpected happened midway. You suddenly advanced to a Gu immortal and it was used by Giant Sun's will to weaken the land spirit, leading to the current peril. Did you think you were favored by Giant Sun's will? Humph. He was only using you to protect Truyang Building. Now that you have lost your value, you were sealed up. And if not for me saving you, you would definitely fall into the control of Giant Sun's will and end up in extreme misery. What? Tai Bai Yunshang's brows furrowed as he revealed a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words not only contained a lot of information but also were very impactful. Tai Bai Yunshang stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze flashing with a bright light as his brows furrowed deeper. I had been doubting why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will, but later absorbed into Truyang Building and sealed up for no reason. Your words explain everything. But if so, who are you? Why did you save me? You might have released me from imprisonment, but it doesn't mean I will believe you unconditionally. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Who am I? Look carefully. He then took a step back and right in front of Tai Bai Yunshang. He used a knife to slowly cut his skin starting from his forehead. A blood stain extended down to his stomach, following the tip of the knife. What are you? Tai Bai Yunshang was shocked. Fang Yuan chuckled. He then held the knife behind his head and cut downwards. Using his hands in turn, he cut down a long wound smoothly. The 2 long wounds soon exuded scarlet blood. An intense pain attacked him, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he started slicing at his arms, thighs, and other crucial areas. His hand was steady as a rock during the whole process. His expression was indifferent, as if the one being cut was not him but someone else, not expressing even a trace of pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunshang felt a chill down his spine and took a step back, doubts forming in his mind. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk and his shock could not be concealed on his face. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth and peeling his skin off like stripping clothes. His movement was neat and efficient. There was almost not even an inch of skin remaining on his whole body. Like a blood monster, there was only a terrifying human shape with scarlet muscles and snow-white teeth left behind. Next, Fang Yuan activated Healing Gu. Under the emerald light, new tender skin started to grow over his body. The skin gradually covered all his body, and after the emerald light dispersed, the one before Tai Bai Yunshang was Fang Yuan with his real appearance. Ah, so you were not Chang Shanin but were just disguised as him. You? Who are you? Tai Bai Yunshang might have a benevolent character, but he was not foolish. He immediately realized the truth when he saw this scene. His heart was filled with extreme trepidation. Looking at Fang Yuan in front of him, he saw the appearance of an ordinary youth, but the presence he emitted was beyond ordinary, especially that pair of dark eyes, like an ancient lake with unfathomable depths. He was giving off the intense aura of rank 5 peak stage, his gaze as chilling as a knife's edge. Tai Bai Yunshang had seen countless people, and one look at Fang Yuan told him. The latter was a genius character who was lofty, resolute and did not fear any challenges. Even in all his life, the number of such people Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen could be counted with his fingers. Who am I? Fang Yuan chuckled. The corners of his lips curled up to reveal a smile. His expression was proud and vivid. His burning gaze looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone serious, containing an earnestness that made people want to subconsciously believe in them. My true name is Fang Yuan. I came to Northern Plains from Central Continent because of an important assignment from Master. We are fellow disciples. Fang Yuan? Fellow disciple. Shocked and astonished feelings attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. What do you mean? Humph, you don't even understand the meaning of fellow disciple? It means my master and your benefactor is the same person. Our relation is of fellow apprentices. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed and his tone revealed some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan. He naturally understood the term, but he was not able to accept the great significance of it at this moment. After he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, an image appeared in his mind. It was an image of an old beggar. With disheveled purple-red hair, occasionally he was insane. Occasionally he was in a stupor, but when he was clear-headed, his gaze revealed one who had experienced vicissitudes over time and an awe-inspiring aura manifested in him. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng had given the old beggar a bowl of water out of kindness. When the old beggar became clear-headed, he gave Tai Bai Yunsheng 3 Gu immortal inheritances to choose from. The young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the 3rd inheritance in the end. This was the most profound memory in Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, and he had never forgotten it in all his life. Many times, he had recalled the old beggar's image. It was him who saved the lost Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng from his lowest point. Could even be said the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not have been the current Tai Bai Yunsheng. Master, Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled. He had always regarded the old beggar as his supreme benefactor. His whole body involuntarily trembled. He had tried to scout out the traces of the old beggar, and had never given up on this. But so many years had gone by and he had almost roamed the whole of Northern Plains without making any progress in his search. The old beggar was mysterious, suddenly appearing before disappearing again. Now when Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly heard of the news of his benefactor, his heart was filled with excitement, joy, and naturally was even more in disbelief. Listen well. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunsheng and spoke bluntly. Benefactor's name is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Master has 6 great disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am ranked at 5th. I cultivate strength and enslavement path. Both are from Gu immortal inheritances. Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered over Fang Yuan's fabricated name like a treasure, his mind involuntarily thinking of the old beggar's disheveled purple hair. Master doesn't care about his appearance and likes to wander around, exploring the unknown. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him mention you and how he gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. Humph, if it had been me, I would definitely choose the 1st inheritance, that fire path inheritance that could burn seas and mountains. It has such extreme power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and vivid as if this had really happened. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind shook. He had never mentioned this experience to outsiders. Fang Yuan, however, described the situation back then so accurately. He naturally did not know Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had landscape as before Immortal Gu recipe. Then, you are my apprentice brother? Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze towards Fang Yuan was a whole lot different now. Humph! Fang Yuan twitched his mouth in dissatisfaction. At most, you can only barely qualify as a disciple in name. Benefactor has actually taken in many disciples, but they cannot be compared to legacy disciples like me. But according to Master's rule, as long as a disciple in name can advance to a Gu Immortal, they can become his legacy disciple. According to ranking, you are my, that 5th senior brother. Ha! Tai Bai Yunsheng's brows slightly furrowed. Humph, what are you being proud for? It is only because of your Gu Immortal identity that you are ranked ahead of me. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Wait till I become a Gu Immortal, With my enslavement and strength path dual cultivation, I will push you down and I will be your fifth senior brother. But looking at your elderly appearance, you clearly don't have much lifespan. I might not even need to become a goo immortal. I just have to wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's attitude was extremely rude, even revealing obvious resentment. This was where the brilliance of his plan lied. If he just spoke eloquent words and made a vow, that might not make Tai Bai Yunshang believe him too much. But it was because his words contained an attitude of rejection and also deep emotions that made Tai Bai Yunshang quietly put down his guard and gradually choose to believe him. Tai Bai Yunshang might be quite old, but his experience paled in comparison to Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Fang Yuan did not openly explain, but using just a few words, he made Tai Bai Yunshang interpret the whole story himself and see a glance of his master's origin. Tai Bai Yunshang muttered, "Then, sixth junior brother?" Fang Yuan immediately put out his hand. "Don't call me that. I am not close to you. My task had been going smoothly, but it was destroyed by you. Do you know how much time Master had spent to make all the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now, the situation has changed like this. How do I explain it to Master? You can just call me Fang Yuan." Tai Bai Yunshang was not angry at Fang Yuan's interruption. Instead, a guilty feeling emerged in his heart. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, asking sincerely, "Then, Fang Yuan, things have already reached this point. How should I help you to recoup the losses for Master as much as possible?" "Success." He. Spectacular. This is too spectacular. Kid, you are truly insidious. Tsk. Swindling a goo immortal to your side using just a few words. Mo Yao had all along been observing this. And at this moment, she could not help revealing herself in Fang Yuan's mind to praise him. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. On the surface, however, he showed an unhappy expression. "Heh! After such a long time, you have finally spoken sense. Master has a discerning eye. He did not nurture a thankless wretch. Knowing to repay kindness is a trait we should have. The situation right now is very bad. The crucial thing is there is not much time left. I have already used the third method Master left behind. You must cooperate with me now. It will all depend on the two of us. Please instruct me." Tai Bai Yunshang bowed. "First use this." Fang Yuan grinned and tossed out a 15-year lifespan goo. "This?" Tai Bai Yunshang's expression changed, an astonished expression appearing on his face at the sight of this lifespan goo. "Use it, you may have immortal goo man as before, but that thing expends a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly end up dead at the crucial moment." Fang Yuan spoke viciously, with an indifferent expression. But Tai Bai Yunshang instead felt a warm feeling in his heart. In his previous 500 years of life, Fang Yuan's grasp of the human heart was able to reach to pinnacle after experiencing many trials and hardships. This lifespan goo, my glass owner token, can control only a small number of the rounds. Truyong building only has a single lifespan goo. Quickly use it. Stop wasting time. But Tai Bai Yunshang did not use it. He kept it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Until now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan goo in his hand had a scent of blood that was very familiar to him. "What is going on with you?" Fang Yuan acted furious, pretending not to know. "There are reasons?" Tai Bai Yunshang's eyelids drooped. He raised his gaze, looking at Fang Yuan with a determined look. "All in all, don't worry. I can provide you the greatest assistance." Fang Yuan grabbed onto Tai Bai Yunshang, gritting his teeth. "Bastard, do you know that I disregarded the consequences in using the glass owner token just to obtain this lifespan goo?" Tai Bai Yunshang was silent. His expression was gentle as jade, but he was very determined. Fang Yuan's words made his heart feel great warmth. His last lingering trace of suspicion vanished like smoke. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to have felt Tai Bai Yunshang's determination as he retracted his gaze. "Humph, if you did not become a goo immortal and are also a legacy disciple, I would not care if you died. Alright, according to the details of your inheritance and your tribulation performance, you should have the immortal goo landscape as before now, right?" Tai Bai Yunshang nodded. Yes, that is correct. Fong Yuan's eyes shone. His mouth cracked open to show his snow-white teeth. He did not conceal his joy. Very good. Come with me. Saying so, a large number of starlight firefly goo flew out of his aperture. Oh, that's right. Hold these two for me. Put it on your aperture. I cannot bring them along. Fong Yuan tossed casually. Immortal goo. Tai Baiyun Shang's pupils shrunk. A moment later, Tai Baiyun Shang and Fong Yuan entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land using the Stargate. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal was already waiting before the Stargate, and when Fong Yuan appeared, she immediately jumped towards him and hugged his leg, rubbing it with her cute rosy cheeks. Hee hee. You have worked hard during these days when I was not here. Fong Yuan smiled warmly and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's fox ears shivered slightly. A blissful expression appeared on her face, and her snow-white tail started shaking lightly behind her. This is a land spirit? So this is a blessed land. Tai Baiyun Shang stepped out of the Stargate closely after Fong Yuan, and was startled at seeing Little Hu Immortal. He had heard Little Hu Immortal addressing Fong Yuan as Master. Fong Yuan was only immortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. In history, there were some people who had such fortune. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He had luckily inherited Imperial Court Blessed Land when he was still just a mortal. And in his later cultivation journey, Imperial Court Blessed Land was of huge assistance. Haha! This blessed land's name is Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I seized it forcibly from several sects of Central Continent, under Master's order. Fong Yuan proudly replied. Tai Baiyun Shang's gaze immediately changed. There was a difference between immortal and mortal, but right now, he was looking at Fong Yuan as an equal, asking, I would assume that the process of snatching this blessed land was very dangerous, right? Naturally, even now when I think of it, I still have some lingering fear. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. But in the end, winner takes all. Everything is just that simple. I obtained the blessed land, becoming the final winner. The greater the risk, the greater the profits. Tai Baiyun Shang nodded, sighing inwardly. This profit is simply too immense. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a fallen Gu Immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was akin to inheriting the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture and cultivation resources. Simultaneously, the impression of Fong Yuan's audacious nature deepened by another level in Tai Baiyun Shang's mind. Master, who is he? His aura is strong. Little Hu Immortal sensed Tai Baiyun Shang brimming with Gu Immortal aura. She could not help but be tense, gripping on Fong Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and on guard. Relax. He is on our side, and is here to help us save Danghun Mountain. Fong Yuan comforted Little Hu Immortal. Take us to Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She trusted her master's words unconditionally. She immediately let down her guard and disappeared on the spot, taking Fong Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang with her. The next moment, Fong Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang were teleported to the center of the Blessed Land, the location of Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain had already been deformed completely from the corrosion of gruel mud. Only a small mound remained of the lofty Danghun Mountain. Danghun Palace, which was on Danghun Mountain previously, had naturally been destroyed. Master, if you arrived any later, you would not have been able to see Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal said with a sorrowful voice. Fong Yuan lightly petted her head, then looked towards Tai Baiyun Shang. Tai Baiyun Shang was a smart man, and from this scene, along with Fong Yuan's previous words, he could guess Fong Yuan's intention in bringing him here. He nodded towards Fong Yuan, before taking out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the surging aura of an immortal Gu filled the surroundings. This is... Little Hu Immortal's bright eyes opened wide upon this first encounter with landscape as before Gu. Landscape as before Gu was like a ladybug. It was the size of a fist and had the color of green jade. Its round shell was engraved with natural patterns. Half of the patterns portrayed rivers and lakes that twisted and turned, flowing continuously, while the other half was of mountains and hills, precipitous and overlaid upon one another. Tai Bai Yun Shang gave a soft shout. A bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a stream of light that instantly poured into landscape as before goo. The immortal goo suddenly burst out with green jade light that soared to an extreme height, giving off a radiance that people could not look at intently. The light radiance covered the remaining Dang Hun Mountain. The corrosion of gruel mud on Dang Hun Mountain immediately paused under the illumination of the green light. Immortal goo gruel mud's power was quickly neutralized and then vanquished. The green light gradually dimmed. Tai Bai Yun Shang then threw in another bead of green grape immortal essence. The green light brightened again, covering the devastated Dang Hun Mountain and continually cleansing it. The small mound-sized Dang Hun Mountain started to grow and strengthen at a visible speed under the radiance. Dang Hun Mountain is changing back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her little hands, prancing around happily. But the good scene did not last long. Dang Hun Mountain only recovered by 20% when the green light weakened again. Tai Bai Yun Shang's expression changed slightly. What kind of mountain is this? It actually exhausted a green grape immortal essence. He was able to create 36 green grape immortal essence beads in his ascension to Goo Immortal. But later, using movement goo crazily to dodge chaotic lightning balls expended 1 bead of immortal essence. Then in his own immortal aperture, to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity after the formation of immortal goo, he had continuously activated landscape as before goo to restore his aperture to its previous condition, spending 3 whole beads on it. Tai Bai Yun Shang had a clear understanding of how precious immortal essence was. Now he had just started to restore Dang Hun Mountain but had used up 2 beads of immortal essence. At this rate, he would have to at least expend 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fong Yuan smiled. Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain? When Tai Bai Yun Shang heard the name, his expression underwent a great change. His eyes opened wide and he spoke with a shocked tone. Could it be? It is indeed the one in the Legends of Ren Zhu. How could there be another Dang Hun Mountain? Fong Yuan laughed. To think I would actually be able to see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the sacred land of soul path cultivators that spectral soul demon venerable had praised endlessly. Tai Bai Yun Shang was extremely moved as he kept on exclaiming in admiration. It was the first time even for him to witness a thing of such legend. When he glanced at Fong Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Shang's gaze had another subtle change. He did not say anything else but quietly used a 3rd bead of immortal essence to maintain the activation of landscape as before goo. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% before the green light dimmed. Tai Bai Yun Shang used a 4th bead, then a 5th bead and finally a 6th bead before Dang Hun Mountain fully recovered. It is truly Dang Hun Mountain, requiring 6 whole beads of green grape immortal essence to recover completely. Tai Bai Yun Shang mumbled while looking at the tall mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificently beautiful. Ordinary mountains could not even compare to it. It was a pink crystal mountain, emitting an unforgettably dreamy radiance. Master, Dang Hun Mountain's disease has been treated. Little Hu Immortal's eyes had turned red. Sob, sob, sob. She cried tears of joy, before lowering her head and using her delicate little hands to wipe the tears. Fong Yuan also let out a breath of turbid air when he gazed at Dang Hun Mountain. Now, the objective for infiltrating into northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of effort, taking risks in the battlefields, disguising, racking his brains to scheme. They were all not in vain. At this moment, a soaring fire burned in Fong Yuan's heart. This burning fire had a name: ambition. Restoring Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There were still opportunities left in Imperial Court-blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was expelled out of the tower. 88 True Yang building had become akin to an ownerless object. Even if false emotion fake will goo was an immortal goo and was difficult to capture, Fong Yuan had used his silver tongue to obtain Tai Bai Yun Shang's trust, succeeding in roping in the crucial battle power that could influence the situation. When the time comes, using a goo immortal's will, forcefully refining false emotion fake will goo was not an impossible matter. Let's go, back to northern plains. Fang Yuan came and left just as quickly, with Tai Bai Yun Shang in tow. Before leaving, he handed Burial Soul Toad to Little Who Immortal. Burial Soul Toad was a storage goo used to store souls. There were souls of humans and beasts, and they had mostly been gathered by Fang Yuan from the battlefields. These would turn into large numbers of guts goo through Danghun Mountain. When they returned to 88 Truyang Building, the Starlight Firefly goo supporting the Stargate were already spent by over half. Fang Yuan quickly stored what remained into his aperture. It was extremely difficult to accumulate Starlight Firefly goo. The current amount could only support one more activation of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yun Shang was deeply moved. In this trip, he had directly gone from Northern Plains to Central Continent and back to Northern Plains from Central Continent. It was truly a travel disregarding distance. He felt like he was free to go anywhere in the world. Tai Bai Yun Shang had only heard of whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo in methods that could allow one to connect between blessed lands and grotto heavens. He had never heard of the method Fang Yuan used. Probably only people like Sixth Junior Brother are worthy of such mystical methods. Maybe this was imparted to him by Master. Tai Bai Yun Shang trusted Fang Yuan even more after the trip to Who Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was only immortal at the moment, but he possessed a blessed land. This by itself was sufficient to prove many issues. Danghun Mountain's magnificent scene was even more deeply imprinted in Tai Bai Yun Shang's mind. Seeing is believing. Tai Bai Yun Shang had no choice but to believe it. Fang Yuan first revealed his true appearance, then used lifespan goo, revealing secret information to obtain Tai Bai Yun Shang's trust. Fang Yuan had also resolved the doubt in Tai Bai Yun Shang's heart. Why Truyang Building had helped him endure the tribulation for no rhyme or reason. Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed to Tai Bai Yun Shang were almost all true, except the lies at the crucial points. 9 truths and 1 lie. The lie would eventually become the truth, especially when this lie involved the deepest secret of Tai Bai Yun Shang. Tai Bai Yun Shang had never revealed it to outsiders while Fang Yuan knew it by soul-searching. Among all these, the true marvel lied in Fang Yuan grasping Tai Bai Yun Shang's psychology completely. Tai Bai Yun Shang had been feeling extreme guilt after betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He denied the value of his own existence. Under stimulation, he went through Gu Immortal Ascension and even charged towards tribulation, thinking of ending it all. But when he successfully passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he stood at a whole new height, looking at a different scene. His mind came back to life, and after passing the tribulation with much difficulty as well as getting his immortal aperture blessed land, he did not want to die anymore. He wanted to make a fresh start, but he had an unresolved matter tugging his heart. He needed hope, he needed acknowledgement. Tai Bai Yun Shang himself was not aware of this psychological need. But Fang Yuan was aware and gave him this acknowledgement. Fang Yuan's acknowledgement, in a certain way, represented his master's acknowledgement. And Tai Bai Yun Shang respected his benefactor deeply. His master's acknowledgement made him feel there was value in him being alive. A mysterious force and a completely new environment attracted his interest. He had been at the peak of mortals and had experienced all that the mortal world could provide. But in the journey of immortals, he was a child that had just begun to move. The 15-year lifespan goo was in his pocket. He was no longer worried and guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything and there were not many pieces of evidence he could contest, but even more importantly, in the very depths of his heart, he wanted to believe in Fang Yuan. Every single person who was cheated, was it because they were stupid? No, it was only because they wanted to believe in it from the depths of their heart. Here, your immortal goo. Tai Bai Yun Shang tossed fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nonchalantly accepted them. This casual attitude towards immortal goo caused another ripple in Tai Bai Yun Shang's heart and trust. But he received a great shock when Fang Yuan brought out the glass owner token. As at the next moment, he appeared in another round. Tall and ancient trees were everywhere. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shang were within a dense forest. Roars and howls interlinked together. Giant trees pulled out their roots and stood up, turning into tall treemen. Within a few moments, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang were surrounded by treemen one after another. Tai Bai Yunshang had a grim expression. One treeman was nothing to him, but the number of treemen here was extremely astonishing, and to completely exterminate them would require him to pay a significant price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly waved his glass owner token, and this round immediately became under his control. The treemen stopped moving forward, their killing intent gone as if it was never there. While Tai Bai Yunshang was wearing a stupefied expression, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly teleported in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyun. There was already an enormous change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun turtling up under its wings. Surrounding it were layers after layers of treemen unfolding mad attacks. He Lulan was fighting nearby with false emotion fake Wulgu resting on his shoulder. He blocked the attacks of the treemen while also launching attacks at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun at the same time. But these attacks were blocked by the light barrier from Frost Jade Peacock before they could even reach their targets. Lord He Lulan, you are also being attacked by the treemen. Your situation is the same as ours. We have neither hatred nor grievance between us. Why must you try to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lulan snorted. Didn't you hear what old ancestor said? Your girl is an otherworldly demon with a mysterious background and will be a cause of endless disasters. She must be eliminated. Who knows if she and the Changshan In impersonator are on the same side? Old ancestor was about to attack her just earlier, but suddenly disappeared due to some mishap. You have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a person of Northern Plains. You are actually not able to distinguish right and wrong. You dare to shield an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon that you all claim. She is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your strength in vain. We have already received the land spirit's recognition. With the land spirit with us, you can't kill us. When Giant Sun's will was thrown out of the tower, this round did not have any controller and operated by itself. The treemen treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and others as challengers challenging the round. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun in place of Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun was ready to give up his life to save her, which strongly shook Zhao Lianyun's heart, and she started feeling true love for him. Ma Hongyun had already treated Zhao Lianyun with earnest feelings. The two loved each other, and the land spirit acknowledged them as its masters by its own accord. In this dangerous situation, the land spirit raised a defensive barrier around them, protecting them from the fatal attacks of the treemen and He Lulan. As for Chongli, she had already died miserably under the attacks of the treemen. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang appeared on the crown of a treeman, observing the battle situation. Ma Hongyun, he actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. Humph. This kid's dog's hit luck is truly powerful. Fang Yuan mumbled with a complex expression. You know him? Tai Bai Yunshang was somewhat astonished as he had not thought the Grand Fang Yuan would actually recognize this rank 3 initial stage minor character. It is you. He Lulan quickly sensed the distant Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang. His eyes opened wide as he swiftly jumped back like he was facing a great enemy. His eyes twitched and his heart had already sunk. Giant Sun's will had suddenly disappeared, and the mysterious man impersonating Changshan In appeared with Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunshang standing beside him, and the two seemed to have a very close relation at that. This was extremely unfavorable to He Lulan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The defensive barrier raised by the land spirit was shrinking constantly as it was attacked by the innumerable treemen. His and Zhao Lianyun's sight were blocked by the dense amount of trees and leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunshang asked calmly, while casting a glance towards the gloomy He Lulan. Fang Yuan sneered. We need Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock strength to topple Truyong building. Frost Jade Peacock might have already recognized its masters, but because Giant Sun's will is not present, the seals on it are not being manipulated and it is barely surviving. Most of its strength had already been sealed again. The defensive barrier is also on the brink of collapse and simply won't be able to block me. I will go kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go deal with He Lulan and seize the false emotion fake will goo. I trust that it won't be a problem with your goo immortal battle strength. Let's move. We don't have much time. Immortal and mortal are vastly different. It is just like a wide chasm separates them. You don't need to worry. Tai Baiyun Shang lightly smiled, moving elegantly towards He Lulan. Fang Yuan directly shot forward towards Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree men followed him under his control. Such a pity, Ma Hongyun. I originally wanted to use you as a key to control the events of the future. But who told you to block my way? No matter how good your luck is, your death is certain today. The brimming killing intent in his heart surfaced as a malevolent smile on Fang Yuan's face. Bam bam bam. 3 10-meter-tall treemen raised their hammer-like fists as they attacked time and time again, crashing on the light barrier. Frost Jade Peacock cried out sorrowfully. Its huge wings were sealed by gold. Only the land spirit's head was still exposed. My masters, I cannot hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, its long eyelashes trembling slightly. The light barrier was getting weaker, and under the treemen's endless attacks, it was on the brink of collapsing. What was more scary was, Fang Yuan was closing in. Imperial Court Blessed Land was already in bad shape, and the land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, was sealed. The remaining strength of the barrier was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He could break through it any moment. The fatal threat had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun still had no idea. Even though they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating them. Zhao Lianyun was silent and did not speak. She hid in Ma Hongyun's arms as she shut her eyes. After all, she was an ordinary woman. Ma Hongyun continually comforted her in a soft voice, even though he felt no hope himself. It's over. Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, stepping on twigs and branches as he entered the innermost layer of the treeman encirclement. But just when he was about to execute the finishing blow, as he was charging, Mo Yao shouted in his head, "Eh? This aura. Wait. Stop quickly. What is it?" Fang Yuan's momentum was lost. He stopped at a high area on a tree as he asked in suspicion. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his head, he had never felt such intense emotions from her before. At this moment, Mo Yao showed herself in Fang Yuan's mind. She had tears all over her face as her slim body was shivering. She was muttering, this aura. There's no mistake. There's absolutely no mistake. This is the aura of fortune rivaling heaven goo. Fortune rivaling heaven goo? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, as he immediately recalled. Mo Yao had researched deeply about 88 Truyong building in her lifetime, taking a huge risk to enter the True Inheritance secluded domain for her lover Bo Qing. Her original motive was to obtain the supreme true inheritance of Luck Path. She wanted to steal the fortune rivaling heaven goo in it. But in the end, she only succeeded partially. As she spent a lot of effort and exerted all her strength, she was able to create a crack in the Luck Path true inheritance. However, fortune rivaling heaven goo flew into this crack and vanished into thin air. But Mo Yao did not return empty-handed. She obtained a portion of the Luck Path inheritance's details. Combined with her Refinement Path Grandmaster Foundation, she eventually refined Calamity Beckoning Goo. But Calamity Beckoning Goo was inferior to Fortune rivaling Heaven Goo. Mo Yao used it to help Bo Qing with his tribulation, and in the end both of them died. Eventually, Fang Yuan found Mo Yao's inheritance and refined Calamity Beckoning Goo once again, accepting Mo Yao's request to return the Rank 7 Goo House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Now, Mo Yao felt the aura of fortune rivaling Heaven Goo. This was a crucial immortal goo that she had failed to obtain after spending her entire life and putting in immeasurable effort. It was understandable that she had become so agitated and emotional. Fortune rivaling Heaven Goo's aura is on this lad. I can't believe it. I, Mo Yao, spent my entire life and nearly died in the secluded domain. But eventually the fortune rivaling Heaven Goo escaped, and this mortal lad got it by chance. Is this life? Mo Yao raised her head and sighed, as she laughed and cried. Her tone was extremely dejected. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes glowing with cold light. He asked in his heart. That means fortune rivaling heaven goo is currently on Ma Hongyun? Can you confirm that? Of course. I can never forget the aura of fortune rivaling heaven goo, Mo Yao replied unhesitatingly. She continued and said, fortune rivaling heaven goo is a one-time expenditure rank 8 goo. It is formless and ethereal, being in essence a lump of luck. It is extremely difficult to capture with ordinary methods. Back then, my main body could not capture it. Thus it managed to fly away from the scene and vanish without a trace. Even Truyong Building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains, roaming until it landed on that lad. So it is a one-time expenditure goo. Fang Yuan was extremely disappointed. Fortune rivaling heaven goo was the greatest treasure in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path inheritance. It had extremely great value. Fang Yuan was unable to gain benefits in the true inheritance secluded domain, but if he could take fortune rivaling heaven goo away from Ma Hongyun, that would be the best. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling heaven could only be used once before it vanished. Fang Yuan, you have to be careful. Fortune rivaling heaven goo is extremely special. Back then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had fortuitous encounters endlessly. Time after time he would turn disasters into blessings. He unceasingly had great luck, and he relied on this goo to a great extent. Ma Hongyun is affected by fortune rivaling heaven goo. He is a true child of luck. His luck could be said to be ranked at number 1 in the 5 regions. The luck that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had back then would very possibly be replicated in him. Although luck is formless and ethereal, it is a part of strength and cannot be underestimated. Mo Yao quickly said anxiously, I know what to do. Fang Yuan held in his killing intent, his expression turning cold as he stopped on the tree branch, not attacking abruptly. He looked down from above at Ma Hongyun and others, allowing the treemen below him to attack. Actually, the two were not too far from each other, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. This showed how weak the land spirit was right now. It was obvious at one glance that the two sides had great difference in strength. It seemed that victory was in sight, and killing Ma Hongyun was extremely easy. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu immortal. His vision surpassed mortals. He understood. These so-called paths, wisdom path, refinement path, metal path, time path, and others, they looked like they were combinations of complex series of Gu worms gathered together. But in actuality, they were the deciphering of one's understanding towards heaven and earth, towards the mysteries of the universe. Luck path was the same. Based on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's example, one could see that luck path, even compared to other paths, could more deeply explain the mysteries of heaven and earth in some aspect. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun. He had always been vigilant towards him, because his previous life's memories made him understand how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun became the pillar of northern plains, the leader that resisted the attack of central continent Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was killed by the barrage of Gu immortals, he was still growing and developing. Fang Yuan knew about Ma Hongyun's growth, and now he finally understood the origin of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven Gu. And the cause of all this was Mo Yao, who was residing in his mind. Luck did not have any physical form, and it could not be touched, but Fang Yuan knew the ability of this mystical power. No wonder Giant Suns will purposely chose He Lulan and Ma Hongyun as the people to become the land spirit's master. He Lulan is the strongest person among his bloodline descendants, while Ma Hongyun had fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the power of a rank 8 immortal Gu protecting him. A rank 8 immortal Gu only inferior to rank 9, such as the wisdom Gu and strength Gu of legends. It had absurd and unimaginable strength. Anyone who underestimated it would face a pitiful end. Fang Yuan was only a mortal. Back then in the true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Chi Gu, not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in all his experiences, when did he ever suffer a true loss? Every time, he benefited from difficulties and had endless fortuitous encounters. All those who wished to harm or kill him faced a terrible end. Although every time he did not personally take action, but there would always be an external force or accident, along with a series of small coincidences, all of these added together to form a shocking power. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Earlier, Giant Sun's will wanted to exterminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun protected her with his life. This was as if Giant Sun's will had become an enemy of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to strike, Fang Yuan appeared, pulling out True Yang building and causing the heavenly tribulation to strike him. Even Giant Sun's will fell prey. Fang Yuan looked at this from another angle and was shocked. I have the glass owner token. I can check the situation inside the entire 88 True Yang building. Why did I not strike earlier? Actually, it was completely unintentional. Or maybe, I heard that Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon and wanted to protect her. I was curious and wanted to investigate this. Fang Yuan recalled the scene. Giant Sun's wills was expelled from True Yang building. He could be said to be the culprit. But the timing was too coincidental. It allowed Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to escape death. If I suddenly attack Ma Hongyun, would I be like Giant Sun's will? Will an outside force intervene? Or will an accident occur? Fang Yuan grabbed his glass owner token, considering his plans again. Wait! Fang Yuan thought about it again. What I've heard on this matter was only Mo Yao's statement. It seems to be credible. But what if she lied to me due to some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his heart. Strange, earlier when I used luck inspection goo, I observed the luck of everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun had the fortune-rivaling heaven goo, why did I not discover it? I could only see that the two with the highest luck were He Lulan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Mo Yao seemed to have predicted this question. She immediately answered, What's so strange about this? Fortune-rivaling heaven goo is a rank 8 immortal goo. Your luck inspection goo is only a rank 5 mortal goo. An investigative goo that can allow a goo master to see luck despite its formlessness. How can a rank 5 investigative goo discover the luck created by a rank 8 immortal goo? If I cannot see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune-rivaling heaven goo's influence on him? Fang Yuan did not relent. He continued asking, Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed, immediately answering, There is a method to make sure. That is to use investigative goo and check your own luck. Every time you act against the child of luck, because of the mutual influence between luck, your luck will become bad, or even worse. If you do not believe me, you can check it that way. Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately used luck inspection goo. His vision changed abruptly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's luck were rather tiny. They were the same as ordinary people. Meanwhile, there was a massive black luck, almost 300 meters tall, high enough to pierce heaven and earth. This black luck aura was so dark that it reached the point of being extremely oppressive. The coffin-shaped aura was tightly covering Fang Yuan. Since an unknown time ago, the black aura on Fang Yuan had become much larger and much deeper. Far away, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and He Lulan were engaged in an intense battle. The luck aura of the two were exceptionally clear. Above He Lulan was still the azure luck aura that gave a lasting feeling like a towering tree. The luck on Tai Bai Yun Sheng, however, was smaller than before, not even 1/6 of the original amount. It was no longer the bright burning red cloud. Instead it was the shade of heavy evening mist that almost looked like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan moved his sight back to above him and started testing like Mo Yao said. Just like Mo Yao said, whenever he thought of attacking Ma Hongyun, the black coffin luck on him enlarged a little and its dark shade seemed to become even gloomier. Fang Yuan, you should leave this troubled place as quickly as possible. The black coffin luck on you right now is too dense and too frightening. Your life is under great threat now. Don't underestimate luck just because it is ethereal. Just think of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's unrivaled powers. You are deep in danger right now. The black coffin luck has not worked its magic yet. But the karma will hit you eventually. It is only that the time is not ripe yet. Mo Yao continued to persuade Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan coldly snorted and replied with a resolute will. Asking me to retreat? Being scared off by merely bad luck? Hee. How could that be possible? He narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly curled up, revealing his snow-white teeth as he looked down from the cover of the treetop. No matter how bad the luck becomes, it cannot attack me directly. It will need to rely on external influences to kill me. Right now, at this moment, at this place, I want to see who can obstruct me. Killing intent surged and bubbled in Fang Yuan's heart. He believed in the power of luck path, but he believed in himself even more. He needed to kill Ma Hongyun. He had to try. If Fang Yuan cowered just because of luck, would it conform to his style? Ordinary people would feel regret after facing the consequences, but Fang Yuan would not feel any. Have you gone crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal goo. Mo Yao screamed when she felt the dense killing intent in Fang Yuan. Precisely because the enemy is this strong, the battle would be even more interesting, wouldn't it? Fang Yuan instead laughed freely. Right now, he no longer had short hair of Chang Shan-yin, but had long black hair that fluttered freely with the wind, and his countenance revealed a crazed recklessness. He was never against bullying the weak, but even more than that, he had the bravery to fight the strong. How could one obtain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If he did not stake it all at this moment, then when should he? Fate teases the turbulent sea. Cowardly insects avoid waves and flow along the current. A brave man does not need much wisdom. There is not regret or pain even if his body crumbles. Fang Yuan mumbled before restraining his crazed mood, his expression turning tranquil. Lunatic, you have gone mad. Mo Yao continued to mutter. Right now, Fang Yuan's killing intent had accumulated to the peak. The black coffin luck aura above him subsequently inflated, expanding by 3 times within moments. Let me see who will save you. Fortune rivaling heaven goo. Let me look at your might. Fang Yuan made a motion to attack. Boom! An explosion occurred. The majestic wind current it created formed into a strong gale that pressed on from a distance. He Lulan was standing unstably, while Tai Baiyun Shang got up from the crater, fresh blood flowing from his mouth. He looked at He Lulan, who was floating in the air, shock apparent on his face. You are actually... Before he finished his words, He Lulan charged at him again. Boom! Ground shook and dust surged everywhere. 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered the answer in place of Tai Baiyun Shang. He had never imagined He Lulan to actually have the 10 extreme physique. And from the looks of it, it was extremely likely to be the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Several breaths later, a shadow flew out from the dust. It was Tai Baiyun Shang. His hair was a mess, dust covered his face. His chest was caved in till it revealed the deathly white bones. Blood sprayed out like a spring. But a green light soon covered his body and the blood flow immediately stopped. The heavy injuries on his body also quickly recovered. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang had exchanged intel back at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. And he knew Tai Baiyun Shang possessed 2 immortal gu. Landscape as before gu and man as before gu. However, Tai Baiyun Shang was clearly not using the immortal gu man as before, but instead ordinary healing gu. Immortal gu man as before required immortal essence to be activated, and had extremely great effects, but it was not easy to gather immortal essence. Thus, unless as a final resort, gu immortals would not easily use immortal gu. Tai Baiyun Shang, you are a grand gu immortal but are afraid of me. Immortal? A roar shook the sky and earth. He Lulan flew to the sky and started hunting down Tai Baiyun Shang. Such an intense 10 extreme aura, terrifying. He Lulan not only has the 10 extreme physique, he is also already on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan was able to decipher many details right now. Back then at Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had relied on by Ningbing's northern dark ice soul physique to cross realms and fight a strong enemy, and overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing was only rank 3 back then. As the 10 extreme physique's cultivation increased, the power of their self-detonation would increase sharply by many times. The self-detonation of the rank 5 peak stage He Lulan would be beyond compare. so terrifying that even killing Gu immortals would not be a problem. Tai Baiyunshang had a bitter expression on his face, with not even the slightest battle intent. Previously, He Lulan's 10 extreme physique was sealed by Immortal Gu Dark Limit, not leaking out even a trace of its aura. Now that he had torn off the seal, his majestic aura would cause terror to emerge in one's heart. He was now a large human-shaped bomb. Who would dare to approach him? What if he exploded? Tai Baiyunshang had just advanced to a Gu immortal. Wouldn't it be injustice if he was killed by the desperate He Lulan in his impending death? I had never thought He Lulan would actually have great strength, true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. And he has actually managed to grow to this extent. Tai Baiyunshang fled with astonishing speed. He was a flying master, and his cloud path Gu was also one of the better movement Gu. He Lulan was hunting him down from behind but could only look helplessly as the distance between them increased further and further. Rumble! He Lulan was furious, suddenly throwing a punch. This punch had terrifying momentum as it directly broke the sound barrier and burst the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi suddenly flew out, forming into a strength path phantom figure. Fang Yuan had also attacked with many beast strength phantoms back in southern border. But the phantom that He Lulan summoned was not beast-shaped. Instead it was human-shaped. And this human strength phantom was a vivid image of He Lulan. The obese body like that of a bear, the jagged snow-white teeth that were like daggers, a pair of triangular eyes which flashed with malevolent glint. It was truly a second He Lulan. Even if I combine all the beast strength phantoms I used back at southern border, they might not be the human strength phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary judgmental ability and immediately saw the extremely high battle strength that this human strength phantom possessed. It was full of spirituality. Once it was summoned, it could chase the enemy of its own will. This was the strength of rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. Simply terrifying. But how powerful this strength was, Fang Yuan could not estimate it easily, unless he personally went to battle and experienced it for himself. But he was sure this terrifying battle strength had already surpassed mortal realm. It could even be said that He Lulan was currently at a state that was half a step to Gu immortal realm. 10 extreme physique originally broke apart conventions. They were existences that could shatter opponents at the same realm. Back at Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physique to survive an ordeal. But this time, the 10 extreme physique was his enemy. If not for the fact that Gu masters obtain a qualitative improvement in their body's defense when they advance to Gu immortal, Tai Baiyunshang would be in greater danger. Tai Baiyunshang had advanced to Gu immortal just now. He has yet to accumulate the foundation of a Gu immortal. Moreover, he is a healing Gu master, but has to face against this tyrannical and battle-thirsty enemy like He Lulan. For a moment, thoughts shone in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of a Gu immortal over mortals lies in their unlimited primeval essence. But He Lulan's main cultivation path is strength path, which relies on primeval essence the least among all paths and has the lowest primeval essence consumption. This advantage is thus almost non-existent. There is also He Lulan's killer move. It actually went in an innovative new direction, creating such a sentient human strength phantom. In just a short period, he has already created 5 to 6 human strength phantoms. These phantoms are anything but ordinary, filled with spirituality. They actually flanked and blocked Tai Baiyunshang's retreat paths. This is truly unimaginable. Unleashing human-shaped phantoms was not a surprising thing. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human-shaped phantoms. Moreover, all of these human-shaped phantoms had astonishing strength. The might of their strength and wisdom made even Fang Yuan feel apprehensive. No wonder He Lulan died suddenly in my previous life. So it was because he had the 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan suddenly realized. Although he had rebirthed, it did not mean he knew everything. Right now, this unexpected twist disrupted his plans. Damn it! Fang Yuan subconsciously tightened his grip on the glass owner token. According to his original plan, he would have gone with Giant Sun's will's train of thoughts, using false emotion fake will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become Imperial Court blessed land's owner. He needed to subdue false emotion fake will gu first to accomplish this. However, false emotion fake will gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances, and it contained a portion of Giant Sun's will in it. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only gu immortals will had such a possibility. Thereupon, Fang Yuan used his eloquence to dupe Tai Bai Yunshang into become his ally. It was to make use of his will to refine false emotion fake will gu. But when he returned to Truyang Building, the situation had already changed beyond his expectations. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun obtained Frost Jade Peacock's recognition, becoming Imperial Court Blessed Lands owners. Frost Jade Peacock's condition for recognizing its masters was a gu master couple who had to have true love for each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a young girl and had not begun her cultivation journey yet. However, she was still recognized as a master. This showed the condition of gu master was only speaking of aptitude. As long as the person had the possibility of becoming a gu master, they could receive recognition. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path gu immortal. She naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. These small details were not worthy bickering over. In Fang Yuan's opinion, what he needed to do were two things. First was seizing false emotion fake will gu. It was on He Lulan, and Fang Yuan had given this task to Tai Bai Yunshang. Second was killing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court Blessed Land would return to a ownerless state. After completely these two matters, Tai Bai Yunshang could help Fang Yuan to refine false emotion fake will gu and take control of the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returns then, Fang Yuan had the capital to contend against him. However, right now, none of these two goals were achieved. He Lulan revealed his true trump card, displaying he had one of the 10 extreme physiques and was close to self-detonation. It had shocking battle strength, with him managing to suppress the gu immortal Tai Bai Yunshang, and he was chasing after him. This was quite a shock, but after some consideration, it was nothing strange. If he doesn't defeat He Lulan, he would not get false emotion fake will gu. Without false emotion fake will gu, how will I subdue the land spirit? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? The moment I wanted to strike, such an accident occurred. Fang Yuan took a look at Ma Hongyun, his expression turning grim. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart intensified. He crossed his arms, standing high up in the tree as his mouth showed a cold smile. It is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven, humph. Now that He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang are fighting, if I really want to kill you, what can you do to resist me? This time, Fang Yuan did not go personally, but instead manipulated the tree men. The tree men at the most inner layer raised their hammer-like fists highly in the air. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they slammed down at the same time. Bam! With a loud bang, Frost Jade Peacock cried out pitifully as its raised head fell onto the ground. The defensive barrier that it had erected with all its effort was smashed. It turned into golden dust as it quickly vanished into nothingness. Even the last obstacle was removed. The closest treeman took a huge step forward. It stretched out its huge arm as it rapidly grabbed at Ma and Zhao. Zhao Lianyun shouted shrilly, while Ma Hongyun held her in his arms, his back facing the treeman's palm. Die! Fang Yuan muttered, completely ignoring the black coffin luck above his head that was rapidly growing. The treeman's palm was towering over Ma and Zhao. It only needed to squeeze lightly and Ma and Zhao would turn into meat paste. But at this moment, a huge tremor occurred in 88 Truyang Building. The entire place was shaking. Scoundrel, you dare to chase me out? Quickly accept your death. A loud voice could be heard, piercing heaven and earth, and causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to feel slight pain. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in joy, saying, "Its old ancestor did not die. He is back again." He Lulan expressed joy similarly on his face. Tai Bai Yunshang's expression was pale. If Giant Sun's will returned, 88 Truyang Building would display the might of a rank 8 immortal gu house. It could definitely trap a gu immortal. This was no joke. How can this be? Even though I spent some time inside who Immortal blessed land, but 15 minutes was far from over. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pin. He was very stunned. He quickly used the glass owner token and checked the situation. Outside 88 Truyong building, there were layers and layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the colossal giant sun's will. He was still growling furiously, as he resisted the assault of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He constantly exerted pressure and attempted to barge into 88 Truyong building. The giant sun's will that is outside did not come in. Then who is this giant sun's will here? Where did he come from? Fong Yuan was very perplexed. But this giant sun's will that just appeared did not want to give him time to think. Heaven and earth shook, those which were running, those which were helping Tai Bai Yun Shang, those which were standing in place, those which were trapping Ma Hong Yun. All the tree men stopped their actions, standing still like statues. Fong Yuan's face was red. The glass owner token in his hand was hot like fire. Cracks started appearing on the owner token. In just a moment, the glass owner token was on the brink of collapsing. Damn it! Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious giant sun's will was getting rid of the Central Continent Gu Immortals arrangements rapidly. The third arrangement that Central Continent Gu Immortals made was extremely hidden. It was not easy for Giant Sun's will to find it. But right now, Fong Yuan had completely unleashed it. There was no way to hide it. This mysterious Giant Sun's will found it easily. Once the glass owner token breaks, the third arrangement would lose effect, and the Giant Sun's will outside would be free to enter and exit Truyong building. By that time, even if Giant Sun's will did not use 88 Truyong building, he could easily kill Fong Yuan using his own ability. An unprecedented danger had descended upon Fong Yuan. Don't tell me I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada? No. The risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high. I am not at that stage yet. I have to persevere. I can still go on. Fong Yuan growled angrily. He sent his will into the glass owner token. Bam! The next moment, through the glass owner token, his will clashed with the Giant Sun's will that had appeared out of nowhere. Fong Yuan's body shuddered. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, as the will he injected was completely obliterated. His head hurt intensely, like it was going to break apart. His mind suffered a huge blow, as Mo Yao's will screamed continually. Fong Yuan's body shook. He felt dizzy and could not stand. After enduring for a few breaths, he fell from the tall tree branch. Swoosh! Wind blew, as the three closest tree men suddenly stretched out their tree vine hands, grabbing at Fong Yuan with ill intent. Fong Yuan lost the contest. Giant Sun's will had regained control of this round. Thus, the tree men also became Fong Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Fong Yuan. Because of this sudden event, Ma and Zhou escaped death. Under the influence of their will to live, they started escaping blindly among the chaotic tree roots. At the moment of danger, Fong Yuan was barely able to regain awareness. He shouted lightly, injecting his primeval essence into his goo worms, mustering his strength and punching and kicking the large tree hand that was coming for him. Bam, bam, bam. After 3 explosive sounds, the fists were shattered as Fong Yuan adjusted his balance in the air, landing hastily. The aftermath of competing against Giant Sun's will remained. His ears were buzzing and his hearing was nearly completely gone. But Fong Yuan had no regret. In fact, he opened his mouth, laughing loudly. Excellent! The earlier clash of wills was not elegant in the least, but it not only allowed Fong Yuan to keep his glass owner token, he even found out the truth about Giant Sun's will. This newly appeared and mysterious will was not as powerful as expected. He did not expect Fong Yuan to make such a choice either. This will was split into 3. The largest portion of it was dealing with the third arrangement. A small portion was busy fighting for the control rights of this round, while the last portion was victorious in the contest against Fong Yuan through the glass owner token. In the end, Fong Yuan's injected will exterminated the victorious Giant Sun's will, and combined with the third arrangement, although his will was wiped out, he successfully caused harm to that large portion of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will was only left with a small portion that was controlling this round. Giant Sun's will fell into extreme anger. He did not expect this tiny mortal to have the guts to challenge his will directly. He did not expect that this mortal had stored so many wills in his mind either. This was all thanks to Mo Yao honestly. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan stored large amounts of wills in his mind as a backup. He had special will, play will, deliberate will, keep will, heart will, and others. He had a variety of many wills. Giant Sun's will greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's capacity, and as he was anxious to save the situation, he was counterattacked by Fang Yuan and in the end, was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Scoundrel! I will decimate your corpse. Giant Sun's will was angered to his boiling point. He continued to manipulate the tree men to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, using all his effort to heal his injuries. These tree men had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches, arms and legs were broken, they would not die. They had very strong vitality. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on. While he dodged, Fang Yuan's injuries recovered rapidly. He quickly realized that the tree men were not only attacking him, but also Tai Bai Yun Shang and even Ma Hong Yun. More accurately, they were attacking Zhao Lian Yun, who was beside Ma Hong Yun. Ma and Zhao escaped under the pursuit of the tree men. They were in a dangerous situation. They frantically escaped without a goal, but they actually got near to Fang Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hong Yun finally saw Fang Yuan, shouting loudly for help. So naive. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, immediately going closer to him. As the two sides got closer, Fang Yuan shouted loudly, Giant Sun's will is trying to kill you. We have a common enemy. Come here. Be careful. Zhao Lian Yun, who was running, showed hesitation and worry. But the current situation was only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were unable to hold on much longer. If they stayed, they would definitely get killed by the tree men. If they went to Fang Yuan, they at least had a chance of survival. Save, of course we'll save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Fang Yuan thought he heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly. Do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is a huge special will. He knows the power of fortune rivaling heaven goo. His intention is not to deal with Ma Hong Yun. But when he was first formed, his main body had placed a rule on him. That was to exterminate any otherworldly demon he sees. She's an otherworldly demon. Don't tell me you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lian Yun, it will be the best weapon against Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun are truly in love, they will definitely be enemies with Giant Sun's will. By then, Giant Sun's will would be dealt with using the power of fortune rivaling heaven goo. Mo Yao's words were very moving. At once, the hidden killing intent that he had towards Ma Hong Yun shrunk. Wait! Ma and Zhao are in grave danger now. They might get squashed or trampled by the tree men at any moment. If I appear now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this, becoming stunned. Although Ma Hong Yun was rank 3, he was too hard to kill. The first time Fang Yuan's killing intent appeared, He Lulan showed his trump card. He unleashed his extreme physique and chased after Tai Bai Yun Shang. The second time he had killing intent, Giant Sun's will came out of nowhere and gravely injured Fang Yuan. And now, his ears were buzzing and his mind was weakened by at least 30%. Even though he protected the glass owner token and caused harm to Giant Sun's will, he lost control over this round. Now, Fang Yuan had his third wave of killing intent, and Mo Yao was the one who stopped him. But the problem was, she made perfect sense. Even Fang Yuan himself was convinced. The reason Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hong Yun earlier was to change the land spirit's ownership. But now that He Lulan showed his true battle strength and protected the false emotion fake will goo, thus Fang Yuan did not have it. What use was there in killing the two? Don't tell me that this third time, the one stopping me is actually myself? As he was struck by reality, Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. Fang Yuan truly experienced the might of fortune rivaling heaven goo now. This was a form of helplessness, like being played by destiny, where one would not know whether to laugh or cry, and the more they struggled, the deeper they would fall into despair. Forced by the situation and in order to avoid calamity, It seemed Fang Yuan could only choose to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened. To save them or not to save them? Mo Yao repeatedly screamed in Fang Yuan's mind, "Save! Save them!" Reason also told Fang Yuan that saving Ma Hongyun would make him stand on the same side as fortune rivaling heaven, and he could borrow its strength to deal with Giant Sun's will. However, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's heart. This voice growled, shouted and roared. Save? Am I going to surrender? Am I going to lower my head? I can kill him with one slap. What am I afraid of? Afraid of these two trash? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot obstruct me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing non-stop, but this voice kept on getting louder, gradually suppressing every other sound. He felt bursts of intense headaches. He felt his mouth go dry in front of these choices. That voice in his heart, however, was getting louder and clearer till his heart started to tremor. Every howl, every roar, every shout seemed to throw a bundle of firewood into the fury in Fang Yuan's heart. The burning flames surged. That was the fire of ambition, his fighting spirit, his unyielding, obstinate spirit of challenging the strong. The flames soared. Fang Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot. His blood boiled and surged like the surging waves. Come, let me send you off personally. Fang Yuan spoke, his voice hoarse like sand gritting on iron. He did what he would normally not do, going against his style of prioritizing benefits. With a malevolent expression and eyes shining with sharp killing intent, he smashed apart the giant tree men in front of him, tearing the countless twisting and coiling vines. He reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Then, he lifted his fist. Before his punch even struck out, the terrifying fist aura already condensed into solid. The brutal killing intent almost solidified even the air. Ah! Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, never having expected Fang Yuan to have such resolute killing intent. He turned pale with fright, and in his panic, he unexpectedly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! Zhao Lianyun had been holding hands with Ma Hongyun, and was thus also pulled down to the ground. This unforeseen event shocked Fang Yuan. He was already extremely vigilant because of the repeated accidents. But he soon found that this small accident only prolonged the time he struck them by a little. At the same time, two giant treemen also reached Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No matter which treeman it would only need 1 foot to crush these two to pieces. But Giant Sun's will truly did not want to harm Ma Hongyun, and could only mobilize vines to scuttle to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, to separate them and then kill Zhao Lianyun. 5 tree men suddenly pierced out of the ground at this moment and coincidentally blocked Fang Yuan's way. This strong defense required Fang Yuan to waste at least a dozen breath of time. Giant Sun's will was using his previous tactics again. At present, the extremely weak land spirit was already booted from the playing field. False emotion fake Will Gu was safe as it was being protected by He Lulan. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun might have become the owners of the blessed land, but as long as Zhao Lianyun was killed, this connection would be cancelled. At that time, it would not be too late to salvage the situation by using false emotion fake Will Gu to make He Lulan and Ma Hongyun the owners of Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, Giant Sun's will was obstructing Fang Yuan from killing Ma Hongyun. Damn it! This kind of feeling again, always at the crucial place and at the crucial time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and used all his strength to forcibly break through the defensive line. Thud, thud, thud. Thunder-like collisions occurred one after another. Fang Yuan was like a tiger let loose, his fierce offense directly breaking the treeman's defense. The whole process only lasted less than 10 breaths. However, Fang Yuan also had to pay a heavy price. 3 enormous wounds were added to Fang Yuan's body. One ran through his chest, another pierced his back, and another formed a bloody hole on his stomach with the size of a baby's fist. His right forearm was severely fractured. His left leg was twisted grotesquely to the side. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan, however, howled with laughter. He could not use his hand and leg for a while, but he still had movement goo, he could still fly. He rapidly chased after Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun through the air. Ma Hongyun hunched over, protecting Zhao Lianyun tightly under him. Vines were coiling around them from outside. These vines wanted to separate the two without harming Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun faced off against the vines. But naturally, he was weaker and looked on as he and Zhao Lianyun were forcibly separated. He bit his lips and glared with furious eyes, but he was powerless. "No!" he roared with bloodshot eyes. Despair and pain filled him as he saw his lover about to die in front of him, appearing like a beast forced into a corner. "Save him quickly. Now is the best time to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyun will definitely feel grateful to you. You can then borrow the strength of his fortune that rivals heaven. Just think, why is Giant Sun's will not killing Ma Hongyun? It is to use his luck." Mo Yao shouted again, persuading Fang Yuan. /update by "You really speak a lot of nonsense." Fang Yuan replied with ruthless coldness. Success was in front of him, but he instead calmed down. He had no expression on his face, not even the previous malevolent look. "Die!" When Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun was in his range, Fang Yuan immediately struck out with a fatal attack. This attack had earth-shattering power, bursting all the air in front of it. The incomparably violent power was like an evil dragon rising to heaven, as it shrouded over Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No! This time, it was Giant Sun's will who let out a helpless and desperate shout. He immediately mobilized the surrounding treemen to use their own bodies to protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two. Instead, they attempted to rapidly evacuate them. But Giant Sun's will was still feeling dejected. He knew all these would be of no use. This strike filled with Fang Yuan's pent-up wrath. How could it be so easily blocked and avoided? The treemen's trunks were smashed apart. The vines also did not have enough time to evacuate Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In the end, the attack that still had its peak offensive power was about to directly smash them into pieces. Even though there were countless treemen filling the vast forest, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was resolute, erupting with all his strength to break through the defensive line and succeeded in grabbing the crucial moment. The treemen's movement was slow and they were not good at providing swift reinforcement. Ma Hongyun was definitely dead meat. At this moment, not only Fang Yuan, even Giant Sun's will also thought this so. Not only did they think so, even Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun did not have any hope of surviving the attack. Any factors that could influence the situation had seemingly already played their part. He Lulan, Tai by Yun Shang, 88 Truyang Building, Giant Sun's will, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Mo Yao. All these people or things had shown all their strength by this point. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's lips curled up to reveal a smile. Now, is there anything left that can save Ma Hongyun? However, at the next moment, rumble! A loud sound rang out, causing huge tremors and making countless trees creak. Dazzling golden rays of light shone over the whole round. Has Giant Sun's will entered Truyang Building? Fang Yuan turned grave, but soon discovered that was not the case. Giant Sun's will was still taking a beating outside the building. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had planned for countless years to create the third method. It could never be underestimated. If not for this, Central Continent's Gu Immortals would not have been able to overthrow 88 Truyang Building and return victorious in Fang Yuan's previous life. The enormous golden light lump moved like a meteor, and before the sound even registered in one's ears, it crashed onto the ground, instantly destroying the surrounding treemen and protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun within it. Isn't this that luck path supreme true inheritance? Mo Yao was so shocked she involuntarily screamed out. What's going on? Shouldn't this supreme true inheritance be in true inheritance secluded domain? How did it suddenly crash into this round and throw itself towards Ma Hongyun's body? With no choice, Fang Yuan could only stop his footsteps. He had already experienced the might of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could touch. But why? Ma Hongyun is covered by this light. But why has nothing happened to him? For a moment, Fang Yuan could not help but feel extremely dejected. He had used all his strength in his third attempt to kill Ma Hongyun. He had even seen hope a moment ago. The success had seemingly been right in front of him, but he still failed in the end. Why did the supreme true inheritance move to Ma Hongyun? Impossible. This is impossible. Mo Yao completely lost self-control as she scratched at her head, causing her long hair to become messy, resembling a crazed woman. This was not surprising. She had suffered untold hardships, expended all her energy and effort, but was only able to open a crack in the luck path true inheritance from which fortune rivaling heaven Gu escaped. Finally, she had no choice but to refine calamity beckoning Gu. But this calamity beckoning Gu was not able to assist her husband, Bo Qing, causing her and Bo Qing to perish. But at this moment, she was watching this luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself at a rank 3 mortal. Even if you had fortune that rivaled heaven, isn't this going overboard? Why was it not me? I put in so much effort, paid such a huge price. Why was it not me? Why was it this mere mortal, a fool, a kid? It is a comparison that could make one die from anger. Fang Yuan forcibly calmed down and tried hard to remove the unneeded emotions, reflecting on this event. A bright flash of inspiration seemed to roam around in his mind, but was extremely hard to get a grasp on. I understand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook as he grasped this flash of inspiration and understood this seemingly impossible event. This supreme true inheritance recognized Ma Hongyun and not others as its master of its own accord. This was because Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu on him. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the true essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path, the quintessential crystallization of luck path. To the supreme true inheritance, it was the leader and the emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but chose this exact moment? Luck path supreme true inheritance was located in true inheritance secluded domain. How could it come here for no rhyme or reason? These two questions actually pointed to the same factor, Giant Sun's will. In the true inheritance secluded domain, all of the true inheritances had Giant Sun's will in them. Otherwise, how could all these fated individuals succeed in taking these inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like charging through rounds in 88 Truyang building. In every one of the rounds that had Gu worms as rewards, these Gu worms were all refined by Giant Sun's will in advance. When these Gu masters succeed and obtain the Gu worms, they are able to refine these Gu worms instantly and keep them in their aperture because Giant Sun's will was purposely letting them have the Gu. Because of this reason, as long as a Gu master is willing to give his Gu worm away to someone else, they can always create a phenomenon of instant refinement. Earlier, when Giant Sun's will was slumbering, the refinement of wild Gu worms was extremely slow. When Fang Yuan first ventured into Truyang building, he made use of this loophole. Every true inheritance was governed by Giant Sun's will. The reason why the luck path supreme true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyun earlier was due to this. But now the true inheritance flew into Ma Hongyun's arms and made him its master. This was not Giant Sun's will's intention. What Giant Sun's will wanted was to control Ma Hongyun. Why would he allow him to grow stronger and become more uncontrollable? Thus, the truth was revealed. Within the luck path supreme true inheritance, there was no Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will retreated on his own. This allowed the supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Thereafter, the newly created wild Gu will went towards Ma Hongyun. This created another question. Why would Giant Sun's will retreat for no reason? Fang Yuan thought about the second time he struck and was about to kill Ma Hongyun. But out of nowhere Giant Sun's will appeared. At this point, it was no longer a mystery. Fang Yuan used the third method, temporarily expelling Giant Sun's will out of Truyang building. Afterwards, he entered Truyang building and successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunshang to revive Danghun Mountain. After that he came back, attempting to control Imperial Court Blessed Land. During the second attempt when he tried to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by a sudden burst of Giant Sun's will. At that point, Fang Yuan was very confused. But now he understood. This mysterious Giant Sun's will was pulled out of those true inheritances. Giant Sun's will was anxious at that time. In order to salvage the situation, he took this step. He almost succeeded by doing this, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan was too resolute. He directly faced off against him. Eventually, this forcefully extracted giant sun's will was left with a final small portion that controlled this round. This means the luck path supreme true inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyun because of me? If I did not expel giant sun's will out of the tower, if I did not face off against giant sun's will, why would this happen now? To think that this third attempt was thwarted by myself after all. Thinking so, Fang Yuan sighed deeply as his killing intent towards Ma Hongyun vanished without a trace. The current Ma Hongyun was protected by the luck path true inheritance. As a mortal, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to break through this defense. Sigh. I told you to save him earlier. You refused to listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down and sighed in pity. Her tone carried some grievance. If you had saved them, you would gain Ma Hongyun's recognition and become protected by the luck path true inheritance just like Zhao Lianyun. The current luck path true inheritance is a newborn wild will. It is like a baby without any internal defenses. If you are inside the luck path inheritance, you will be able to learn about the details of this true inheritance. This is an immense opportunity, but you gave it up. Helping Ma Hongyun would result in benefits. Dealing with Ma Hongyun would result in Fang Yuan's current heavy injuries. Fang Yuan snickered. He already did it. There was not a bit of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries, meanwhile replying to Mo Yao. Even if I cannot do anything to this luck path true inheritance, do you think Giant Sun's will would do nothing? This luck path true inheritance is one of the 3 supreme true inheritances inside the true inheritance secluded domain. Why would Giant Sun's will allow it to acknowledge a new master like this? In Giant Sun's will's heart, it was not unacceptable to pass this luck path true inheritance to Ma Hongyun. But Ma Hongyun's heart was with an otherworldly demon. That was a huge taboo. Giant Sun's will was a special will. When the main body first created it, he assigned a special meaning for it to do its best to slaughter any otherworldly demon it comes into contact with. Now that Zhao Lianyun was protected by the luck path true inheritance, if Giant Sun's will wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he would need to remove the luck path true inheritance's hindrance. Thus, the entire forest flew into a rage. Countless tree men were uprooted, encircling the luck path true inheritance. Large numbers of tree men were entangling with each other. All of their roots and vines were coiling around each other to form huge tree men. Each were at least 300 meters tall. Their aura was shocking to Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will put in all its effort in order to kill Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan managed to retreat successfully. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was Giant Sun's will's most important mission. With the appearance of the luck path true inheritance, his attention was drawn over. Fang Yuan was a threat that ranked much lower than them. Giant Sun's will also knew that he could do nothing to Fang Yuan now. Weighing the two sides, and because Giant Sun's will had limited strength, he decided to focus solely on dealing with the luck path true inheritance. Very soon, Fang Yuan got close to the place Tai Bai Yunshang and He Lulan were fighting at. Tai Bai Yunshang was suppressed, but He Lulan had no ability to claim victory either. Tai Bai Yunshang was a healing Gu master and a flying master. The former allowed him to specialize in drawn-out battles, while the latter allowed him to escape like a slippery eel. He was hard to pin down. The two's battle had turned into a stalemate. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were fierce and the battle brought disaster to the nearby trees, causing the surroundings to be full of fallen trees and debris. "Senior brother Tai Bai, let me help you," Fang Yuan shouted. "Senior brother." These 2 words triggered He Lulan as he immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because in the 5 regions, the other 4 regions were overwhelmingly family-based inheritances. Only Central Continent was dominated by a sect-based system. He Lulan's eyes were staring wide as he screamed like a bear. "You are a scoundrel that had planned for a long time indeed. You 2 sect brothers have hidden yourselves deeply. Right now, since you are seeking your own death, I will grant you your wish." Saying this, he aimed at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang and sent 4 punches at them. The fist chi burst out, transforming into a human strength phantom in midair, having He Lulan's appearance. The 4 fist shadows split up, One of them charged towards Tai by Yunshang, while the other three went towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was immortal, Tai by Yunshang was a Gu immortal. Targeting the weakest link was a common strategy. 3 human strength phantoms attacked Fang Yuan, and the last one was to prevent Tai by Yunshang from reinforcing him. Quickly retreat. Tai by Yunshang was shocked. He gave a quick warning. He was very familiar with this strength path killer move's power. He had obtained a lot of defensive Gu worms in who Immortal blessed land thanks to Fang Yuan's gift. But after battling for so long, Tai by Yunshang's defensive Gu worms were mostly dead. He even suffered heavy injuries several times. It showed the power of He Lulan's strength path killer move. 3 human strength phantoms flew over with an imposing aura, whipping up a fierce wind. What a strong killer move! Even Mo Yao's will in his mind praised upon seeing this. Be careful. He Lulan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move. Fang Yuan snickered. He showed no fear but instead oozed with battle intent, ready to fight. Of course I won't use 4-arm Earth King, because I have an even stronger strength path killer move. Saying this, he paused for a while, before shouting, "Come! 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King!" Bam! A formless aura burst out. The horrifying pressure flooded the surrounding area. Intense pain could be felt. Like surging waves, they attacked his heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt immeasurable pleasure. His body expanded rapidly. His skin lost its gloss and moisture, becoming dark and hard. His defense rose rapidly. In just a moment, he transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant. On his back, 6 huge monstrous arms grew out. The fingers were thick and scary, each having their own distinctive appearance. It made people feel fear upon seeing them. 3 human strength phantoms arrived before Fang Yuan. Good timing, Fang Yuan muttered, facing them head-on with no fear. As fists and legs clashed, they fought directly. Bam, bam, bam. Thunderous explosions occurred endlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or He Lulan's 3 human strength phantoms. They had great power and each of their blows tore through the air. Tai by Yunshang had a worried expression, but after watching for a few breaths' time, his eyes expanded. Fang Yuan was a mere mortal, but he could face off against 3 human strength phantoms at once. The 2 were evenly matched. But the 3 human strength phantoms had sentience. After failing to take him down, they started cooperating, pincer attacking Fang Yuan from his front, upper left corner, and lower right corner. Be careful, Tai by Yunshang shouted to warn him. He had previously suffered greatly due to this. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, displaying his grand demeanor. He had previously activated his killer move, growing 6 monstrous arms. With his own 2 arms, he had 8 arms. The 8 arms moved in a circular motion. The punches were executed like a fierce rain. It defended him tightly. He managed to completely block the 3 human strength phantoms attacking from all directions without a single weak point. He actually blocked it, this killer move. He Lulan's heart jumped. His expression turned grim. Sigh, half an immortal's battle strength. This guy is a monster. Tai by Yunshang saw this and sighed. He was surprised, and yet not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai by Yunshang's heart was at ease. He could concentrate on dealing with the human strength phantom fighting against him. He waved his sleeve, and countless lights flew out from it. Chainsaw wind blade, flame sword flash, azure blue water python, golden silk net, up to 100 Gu worms were activated at once. They gave off a dazzling rainbow light, resembling fireworks. The human strength phantom was covered by the smoke. Its speed became slower. Thus it immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai by Yunshang's attacks followed after it. It was unceasing. A fireworks-like display of attacks were unleashed endlessly. The human strength phantom had the ability to think. It knew how to fly in an arc, attempting to get close to Tai by Yunshang. But Tai by Yunshang also retreated at the same time, while his attacks showed no signs of slowing down. He was a Gu immortal with near limitless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just become a Gu immortal and had not made any accumulations, resulting in a low quantity of Gu worms, He would have hundreds and thousands of goo worms. Once used together, they would create a terrifying attack. Human Strength Phantom could block most of the attacks, but under the flurry of attacks it continued to be weakened, and the Phantom was turning lighter and more transparent. But He Lu Lan's motive had been achieved. Tai Bai Yun Shang did not have a strong attacking method. He could only weaken the Human Strength Phantom slowly. He was old and wise, but because he was vigilant and had never charged ahead courageous, it was difficult for him to be an effective reinforcement for Fang Yuan. This was because of his nature. Otherwise, back then, he would not have chosen the as before time path inheritance from the 3 immortal inheritances. However, even though He Lu Lan achieved his goals in this battle, he was unable to be happy. That was because he realized Fang Yuan did not need reinforcements. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting 3 human strength phantoms at once. Both sides used attacks to counter attacks. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's defense was truly astounding. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan got more ferocious as he fought. His punches and kicks were lively and their speed was increasing. In the end, his fist shadows turned into a black afterimage from his sheer speed. The 3 human strength phantoms were expended greatly in the battle. Bam, bam, bam. 3 explosions occurred. The 3 human strength phantoms could not sustain themselves anymore and were smashed to bits, turning into fist chi and vanishing. He Lu Lan's pupils shrunk, but the battle intent in his heart surged like raging tides. Interesting, this killer move is very powerful. It is almost on par with my killer move. But most importantly, he has such rich battle experience. His physical combat skills can be said to be at a master's level. If it were others, they might not be able to unleash the power of this killer move to such an extent. He Lu Lan licked his lips. His eyes were shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The earlier attack was not his full strength, he was only probing. The battle with Tai Bai Yun Shang was very annoying, because Tai Bai Yun Shang was escaping most of the time, while He Lu Lan could not catch up to him. Thus he could not use any of his strength. Now that this Fang Yuan, who was a tough opponent, appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying 3 human strength phantoms, Fang Yuan did not attack rashly, but instead floated in the same spot. The 2 were about 1,000 steps away, and their vicious gazes were colliding. Stop fighting. Come over here and help. At this time, He Lu Lan heard Giant Sun's will's instructions. But, old ancestor, He Lu Lan hesitated. His battle intent was wavering. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable status in his heart was still very high. This was not about personality, but because he had been influenced to feel the pride of his bloodline since he was young. This was a significant element in He Lu Lan's self-worth. Forget about them. Killing the otherworldly demon and taking back the luck path true inheritance is most important. Giant Suns will replied quickly. This is the only record of this luck path true inheritance that I left behind in the entire world. Even in longevity heaven, I did not leave behind any details regarding it. I am about to open the entrance to the true inheritance secluded domain. You will go and help push this luck path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already controlled by Giant Sun's will. The tree men filled the area like a sea. However, even though Giant Sun's will had the ability to break apart the luck path true inheritance by force, he could not do so. Firstly, it took too much time that could lead to unexpected consequences. Secondly, breaking apart the luck path true inheritance was the same as destroying the supreme true inheritance. The situation in 88 True Yang building twisted and turned with no end in sight. Once the invincible being dominating the entire world, the ruler of an era, the rank 9 immortal venerable Giant Sun, the terrifying will that he had specially left behind to take charge of 88 True Yang building. The winner of the last Imperial Court contest, the current tribe leader of a super force, He tribe, possessing the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, He Lu Lan. Standing tall above the center of northern plains as countless years of change were experienced, and yet imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock, a living legend, helping the injured for almost all his life. His benevolence and his name renowned far and wide, owning a Gu Immortal inheritance, advancing to a rank 6 Gu Immortal, possessing 2 mysterious Immortal Gu, Tai Bai Yun Shang, as well as the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, ranked 7th amongst the top 10 mystical gu, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a mortal who has possession of multiple immortal gu, a reborn 500-year-old demon, Gu Yu Fang Yuan, favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, a gu immortal in Fang Yuan's previous life who had successively inherited Giant Sun's inheritance and an opportunity left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, becoming a great hero of Northern Plains who resisted the invasion of Central Continent, Ma Hongyun, viewed as an otherworldly demon by Giant Sun's will, Ma Hongyun's wife in Fang Yuan's previous life who became a wisdom path gu immortal and provided innumerable amount of assistance to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Lianyun, and also the former rank 7 gu immortal, a refinement path grandmaster, the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao, who had schemed against 88 True Yang building. The mysterious will she left behind following her death. All these existences had their own thoughts with their respective goals. And on this platform of the collapsing imperial court blessed land, they collided and contended with each other. They had their own advantages, abilities, and also had their respective weaknesses and flaws. These were all individuals overflowing with talents. They were elites or heroes of their generations. They were either proficient in scheming and strategizing, being master tacticians, or had immense strength or absurd luck. The intense stimulation of life and death, the enticement of enormous benefits, caused these existences to perform to their full strength, using all their abilities and trump cards, perhaps betting it all and risking everything in a single moment, or strategizing to control the situation. Thus, the state of affairs became clear from time to time, while turning indistinct at the next moment. They had contended till now, but the situation was still chaotic. Only Frost Jade Peacock was pulled out of the game, while the others could tilt the whole set of circumstances with their every move and were not existences that could be underestimated in their influence to the final outcome. Now, the main part of Giant Suns will had been forced out of 88 True Yang building for the moment by Fang Yuan's trump card, suffering the intense assaults of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will was the most powerful existence among those present. On one hand, his main portion tried to return to 88 True Yang building, and on the other, he took the risk of drawing out the subwills from true inheritances to seize back the control of the round, and then wholeheartedly tried to eliminate the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had become the masters of Imperial Court Blessed Land by some twist of fate. They were also being protected by the Luck Path True Inheritance and were safe for the moment. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had made a temporary alliance, engaging in a round of probing confrontation with He Lulan. He Lulan's battle intent soared violently and he was just about to fight Fang Yuan head-on, when Giant Suns will asked him to leave and deal with Ma Hongyun to take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lulan hesitated, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will in the end. I will let you guys off for the moment. He glared at Fang Yuan before turning around and leaving quickly. Fang Yuan looked on as He Lulan left, floating in the sky without giving chase. Huff huff. Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a breath of turbid air, flying towards Fang Yuan. He might be a gu immortal, but he only specialized in healing and lacked large numbers of mortal gu. His battle strength compared to ordinary gu immortals still had a great discrepancy. Through a prolonged battle, he had slowly worn down that human strength phantom to death. He Lulan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun to retrieve the Luck Path True Inheritance. Should we intervene in this? Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This Luck Path True Inheritance was a supreme hidden treasure left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used it as part of his journey in becoming the ruler of an era, invincible within the world. This Luck Path True Inheritance held extremely large temptation to any gu master. Fang Yuan's gaze slightly flickered, but he did not move, instead turning his sight to look at his left. Not far from him, a whirlwind was forming. Careful. He Lulan's fist chi can still condense back even after being destroyed, Tai Bai Yunsheng warned. Fang Yuan snorted, and with one step, appeared before the hurricane, punching it. Boom! A muffled sound rang out and the fist chi was scattered again. The first aura was mostly dissipated, but the remaining fist chi still persisted in condensing back. but this quantity was rather small and was not able to condense into form. This strength path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was heavy. Strength path phantoms were the long-range attacking method of strength path. However, this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen human strength phantoms possessing such spirituality. This seemed to be an innovation of which no records existed in all the Gu master history Fang Yuan knew of. It could be even called as He Lu Lan's strength path phantom. More importantly, this He Lu Lan's strength path phantom could condense back even after being destroyed. This gave the feeling of a never-ending source of harassment. He Lu Lan has certainly not used his full strength. If he can attack with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, and the remaining fist chi can condense again, that power would be terrifying. If he can send out 30 human strength phantoms, then this strength path killer move can absolutely contend with your 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Mo Yao's will evaluated with a grave tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any impressions of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will slowly shook her head. I am not a strength path Gu immortal. This killer move also greatly involves soul path and chi path. In addition, it has other pivotal mechanics. It should be a modern innovation as it is greatly different from ancient styles. I am guessing that this is an innovation of the current generation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was researched by Fang Yuan and perfected by Mo Yao. But there were no lack of geniuses in this world. It was not just Fang Yuan alone who could innovate a strength path killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan specialized in blood path in his previous life, and had only cultivated strength path on the side. Tree men flocked one after the other, forming a majestic green wave that attempted to drown Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. However, Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance was like a giant golden egg that firmly protected the two. Giant Sun's will was concerned about the consequences of his actions. He truly wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, but also wanted to protect this unique existence that was Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance. When he saw He Lu Lan near, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. I will open the passage to true inheritance secluded domain. Help me push the luck path true inheritance into it. He Lu Lan nodded. His whole body shook as he punched out with both his fists. Fist chi surged out violently. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled explosions rang out in the air non-stop. The fist chi condensing one after another into He Lu Lan's strength path phantoms. 10, 20, 30, 40. Fang Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink upon seeing this. Tai Bai Yun Shang's expression turned pale, revealing intense fear in his eyes. 40 of He Lu Lan's strength path phantoms moved down together and surrounded the luck path true inheritance in just a moment. A dark crack slowly appeared in the air above the luck path true inheritance. The crack enlarged till it formed a large and round passage. This deep, dark passage was directly linked to true inheritance secluded domain. Strength path phantoms shouted together before actually lifting Giant Sun's true inheritance slightly. The surrounding tree men also moved their large hands to help. The python-like green vines coiled around together to assist in this. Giant Sun's true inheritance erupted with an intense and dazzling light. The tree men melted like snow. The coiling vines could not even last for 2 breaths before being destroyed completely. Strength path phantoms also continued to crumble but condensed back a short while after. He Lu Lan stood at the outer periphery. He was like an endless source of strength, striking out with large numbers of strength path phantoms one after another. Under his effort, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, the round passage in the air also erupted with an intense force of suction, like a giant mouth attempting to take back Giant Sun's true inheritance into its belly. He can actually form so many strength path phantoms simultaneously. What kind of killer move is this? Tai Bai Yun Shang cried out involuntarily at this astonishing sight. Mo Yao's will also said to Fang Yuan, your strength path killer move is specialized for close combat. He Lu Lan's killer move, however, is the exact opposite of yours, specializing in long-range combat. This killer move is equally matched with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But in He Lu Lan's hands, the strength it can erupt with far surpasses yours by several times. He Lulan was the possessor of great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, and Fang Yuan was not. In the legends, Gu masters who had great strength true martial physique not only had immense strength, their stamina would also never run out. At the same time, their self-recovery ability was also extremely astonishing. Any strength path killer move would erupt with strength that far surpassed their usual strength under the hands of great strength true martial physique. What should we do now? Tai Bai Yunshang stood beside Fang Yuan, fixing his gaze at the contest of strength between He Lulan and Giant Sun's true inheritance. He continued with a regretful tone. This is a supreme true inheritance. Giant Sun's will is taking it back to true inheritance secluded domain. Unfortunately, He Lulan is there, so we cannot get a share of the action. His tone contained the meaning of not being able to contend with He Lulan. This was not surprising. Tai Bai Yunshang had a passive nature. A wise man looks after his own hide. He would not take extreme measures unless forced into a corner. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunshang and smiled. What to do? He asked and answered himself. Of course we go to true inheritance secluded domain. Tai Bai Yunshang was surprised. True inheritance secluded domain? Mo Yao's will shook before reacting, almost slapping her own thigh at the sudden realization. Right? There is no more of Giant Sun's will remaining in true inheritance secluded domain. Those true inheritances have become masterless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained Giant Sun's will. Thus one could only obtain the qualifications for the true inheritances by using an owner token. But it was different now. Giant Sun's will had moved away all the sub-wills. Young Wild will grew soon after in the true inheritances, and they only needed to be manipulated appropriately to refine them easily. But you don't have much time. Giant Sun's main will outside the tower is going to return soon. You will only be able to choose one true inheritance in this time. Mo Yao's will reminded. Fang Yuan, you must quickly consider which inheritance you are going to choose. Tai Bai Yunshang also realized this and asked another crucial question. This round is already controlled by Giant Sun's will. How do we enter true inheritance secluded domain? He had not even finished speaking when Fang Yuan took out fixed immortal travel immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunshang had held this immortal goo for safekeeping before, thus he was not surprised. But his gaze turned serious as he looked at Fang Yuan. If I am not wrong, fixed immortal travel can only carry one person, right? You are right. Fang Yuan nodded. So open up your immortal aperture and let me in. I will send you the image of true inheritance secluded domain through thoughts transmission. Tai Bai Yunshang suddenly realized, I almost forgot that I am a Gu Immortal. The immortal aperture of rank 6 and rank 7 Gu Immortals was called a Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land and Hu Immortal Blessed Land were immortal apertures. They had vast space and were akin to a small world. Tai Bai Yunshang's Tai Bai Blessed Land was naturally not an exception. Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunshang and entered his immortal aperture, then sent his thoughts that recorded the image of true inheritance secluded domain. Tai Bai Yunshang activated fixed immortal travel. Giant Sun's will had no spare energy to stop him and could only let him go to true inheritance secluded domain one step earlier. Within the true inheritance secluded domain was a scene of chaos. The dozens of true inheritances were ruled by new wild wills and were like headless chickens, flying around chaotically. From time to time, they collided with each other, letting out sparks and causing unceasing wear and tear. Mo Yao felt great heartache at this scene. Make your choice quickly. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the situation gets worse, even if you can get an inheritance, it might have already lost its essence. Fang Yuan did not have much time left and could only pick one true inheritance. He had already made a plan for this. He said in a deep voice, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak quickly. Point me the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was stumped at Fang Yuan's words. Soon, her eyes and mouth opened wide. Her mind was greatly shaken. 88 True Yang building contained 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was extremely clear about them, and she had introduced them to Fang Yuan when he had charged into True Inheritance secluded domain before. The first Supreme True Inheritance was Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second Supreme True Inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path Inheritance. The third Supreme True Inheritance was 88 True Yang Building itself. That is to say, the one who obtains this True Inheritance could control 88 True Yang Building. Why did I not think of it? Mo Yao mumbled in a daze. Giant Suns will had transferred all the subwills away. Now is the best time to seize the authority over 88 True Yang Building. Right? Giant Suns will had neglected this in fulfilling his desire to deal with Zhao Lianyun, thus exposing his greatest flaw, and giving us the opportunity to turn around this crisis. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp brilliance. He looked at his surroundings, the fire of ambition soaring ever so high in his heart. He acutely grasped the flaw in the enemy. Win or lose, it all depended on this move. As long as he could take 88 True Yang Building for himself, he would have the territorial advantage. By that time, even if Giant Sun's main will were to be more formidable, he would only be a despondent dog locked out of the house, standing at the door and barking helplessly. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang moved forward in the True Inheritance secluded domain. In the dark True Inheritance secluded domain, there was no more of the order and serenity from before. Because Giant Suns will had been extracted fully, the dozens of True Inheritances here were ownerless inheritances. Wild wills formed in them within a short time. These True Inheritances were like shooting stars of all colors, flying extremely quickly in this dark space. They weaved a beautiful huge net with their trails. Swoosh! Another True Inheritance flew quickly past Fang Yuan's left side. This True Inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It was giving off a silvery light and was very dazzling. It almost touched Fang Yuan's body as it flew past. The silvery light shone on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang's faces. Their expressions were quite ugly. Their gazes were full of anxiety and nervousness. These True Inheritances were powerful and had special abilities. Most of them had immortal goo among the goo worms in them. Be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunshang, they could not endure an attack from them. Especially now, when the True Inheritances were guided by the newly birthed wills. Who knew when they would display their immortal goo abilities? This could not be predicted. Moving around this place was like walking on a tightrope above death. These True Inheritances are getting faster. Have you found the target yet? Tai Bai Yunshang shouted at Fang Yuan. His voice was trembling. Soon, Fang Yuan answered. He also felt the pressure intensifying. Even though he was a flying master and had exceptional skill, the pressure now was tremendous. Bam! Just at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Oh no, quickly dodge! In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao reminded. Not far away, two True Inheritances collided. From the intense sounds produced by them, several goo worms were destroyed on the spot. Tai Bai Yunshang had yet to feel pity at this, when his expression paled. The collision changed the two True Inheritances' directions. One of them, which was bright yellow, flew towards them. During the moment of crisis, Tai Bai Yunshang quickly activated all of his defensive goo, setting up 100 lines of defense around him and Fang Yuan. The incoming True Inheritance came with a strong force, destroying all of the defensive lines without any difficulty. But during this period, Tai Bai Yunshang managed to earn some precious time for him and Fang Yuan to escape. The shrill sound almost burst their eardrums, as the meteor-like True Inheritance flew away with a blazing tail. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10,000 steps away from the two of them. My defense goo were almost all destroyed. Tai Bai Yunshang's expression was pale. Where there is life, there is hope, we should retreat. Tai Bai Yunshang had the intention of leaving already. Fang Yuan frowned. He was very clear on Tai Bai Yunshang's nature. The older one was, the more cowardly they become. Tai Bai Yunshang lacked the enthusiasm and spirit to take risks now. It was fine to ask him to heal others, but he was not an expert at putting himself into life and death situations. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking of what to say to spur Tai Bai Yunshang's fighting spirit, Mo Yao screamed in his mind, "Quickly look! Just above you guys! We found it!" Fang Yuan's mind became sharp. He quickly looked up. Indeed, a supreme true inheritance was flying slowly. The speed of the light lump was not fast. It was a stark contrast to the other ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult person, glowing with an orange and red light, giving off the feeling of warmth. The surrounding true inheritances, when they got close to it, took detours and changed their directions. Between goo worms, there was absolute authority when they had a difference of 2 ranks. The authority of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Go! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He shouted at Tai Bai Yunshang before flying over. Hold on. All of you hold on. Yi Lui Sang's eyes were red. He shouted loudly as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned, quickly spreading. The golden horn leopard group that was attacking them had good resistance to high temperature. But Yi Lui Sang's flames used the power of an immortal goo. The golden horn leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into puddles of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding goo masters cheered loudly. Lord Yi Lui Sang is incredible. Thankfully Lord is here, otherwise we would be dead meat. Yi Lui Sang breathed roughly. He was exasperated, helpless and angry. Damn it! What is going on? First, Tai Bai Yunshang became an immortal. Next, Imperial Court Blessed Land was facing destruction, ravaged by the once in 10 years blizzard. Now even 88 Truyong building has come into the picture. I thought we could leave the trap, but the building's rounds suddenly triggered. If I knew this, I would not have entered the last Imperial Court contest. Yi Lui Sang was scolding in his heart. Not just him, Ma Yingjie, Luo Bojun, Gu Guolong and the other survivors were all kept in the dark. They did not know the truth. These people were all Northern Plains Gu masters who had entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was torn with several holes, the once in 10 years blizzard entered and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Large numbers of low-rank Gu masters were injured or dead. But later, Giant Sun's wills found some time, despite being busy, to save some of the blood-related descendants. Yi Lui Sang and the others were placed into the Golden Leopard round. When Fang Yuan activated the final trump card and sent Giant Sun's will out of 88 Truyong building temporarily, without Giant Sun's will controlling the round, the large Golden Horn Leopard group started attacking Yi Lui Sang and the others fiercely. Outside 88 Truyong building, the golden sand-like Giant Sun's will was covered the building like a thick layer of armor. Meanwhile, the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had combined into one, fusing to connect heaven and earth. It was pure white like snow, like a giant cocoon, enveloping the entire 88 Truyong building and Giant Sun's will in it. Outside the cocoon, wild winds blew, sharp blades made of ice were flying around everywhere. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and the snow poured like a storm. Crack! A snow-white lightning flash was formed abruptly, in the shape of a trident. The strange lightning descended from heaven, stabbing into Giant Sun's will. Snow war tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's will howled. This attack destroyed a large portion of Giant Sun's will. There was a huge injury appearing on the golden sand-like armor. This snow war tribulation lightning had amazing strength. It was extraordinary. Even Gu Immortals would be moved when they see it, because it was one of the publicly recognized top 10 catastrophes. Just this hit alone destroyed countless numbers of Giant Sun's thoughts. But Giant Sun's will was left behind by an immortal venerable. Its foundation was immensely thick. The will that was like a golden sand armor quickly repaired itself. But other than the snow war tribulation lightning, there were also flying needle rain, explosive thunder hail, cruel wind scythe and others. These did not exist earlier. They were formed from Tai Bai Yunshang's heavenly tribulation chaotic lightning balls and earthly calamity restraining smoke, fusing with the once in 10 years blizzard. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to rain down carrying the intense rage of heaven and earth. Giant Sun's will resisted them desperately. His losses were great. Soon, very soon, in just several minutes, I will be able to break free of this obstacle and enter 88 Truyong building again. You actually dared to expel me from the building and keep me outside. I will tear your tendons and bones out. I will grind you to ashes. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Giant Sun's will had already transcended anger when he thought of Fang Yuan. Inside 88 Truyang building, there was still a small portion of Giant Sun's will. Right now, he was controlling the Treemen round, manipulating them in trying to push Giant Sun's inheritance back to the true inheritance secluded domain. Softly. Don't be too rough. This is the only one in the world. Giant Sun's will paid close attention to He Lulan. He Lulan was extremely irritated, but he could only reduce his strength. This was the one and only record of this luck path true inheritance that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. Once it was destroyed, it would be irrecoverable. Precisely because of this consideration, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive. The two of them were hugging each other closely. They had no choice but to watch the giant light ball that was the luck path true inheritance slowly pushed towards the round tunnel. Even though they were famous and powerful characters in Fang Yuan's previous life, both Gu Immortals, right now they were still too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu Master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started her cultivation journey. Tai Bai Yunshang and that Chang Shan Yin have gone missing. Success was at hand, as He Lulan could not control it anymore, saying, ever since Fang Yuan vanished, he had felt a vague sense of unease. Forget about them, in just a moment my main will is going to return. By then, even if 2 or 3 more Gu Immortals come, they cannot do anything. The important thing now is to get this luck path true inheritance into the true inheritance secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and ethereal. Only that place can contain these Gu worms. Giant Sun's will's voice resounded in He Lulan's ears. He Lulan nodded, shouting lowly as he mustered his strength. At once, he unleashed 50 Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms had superior wisdom. They quickly rushed towards the luck path true inheritance. Enduring the blazing light, they pushed. The luck path true inheritance was finally completely pushed into the true inheritance secluded domain by this force. The tunnel closed. Success. Giant Sun's will breathed out a deep sigh. Almost at the same time, the giant main will charged into the building. Giant Sun's will, which was controlling the Treemen round, fused with the main will, sharing their memories together. Fang Yuan, where are you? The main will screamed loudly with deep hatred. Greetings to old ancestor. He Lulan bowed deeply, showing great joy. The main will was like a small sun. It shone brightly and was very domineering. Could be said that He Lulan had helped Giant Sun's will in many ways. Giant Sun's will was just about to praise him, but suddenly shouted in anger. You are all courting death. You dare to refine my 88 Truyang building. Inside Giant Sun's secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang stretched out their palms, pressing the true inheritance light lump forcefully. Their expressions were pale and their bodies were shivering. Quickly. Just one last bit and we would succeed. In his mind, Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. In true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang were firmly holding a supreme true inheritance from its left and right. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's will along with Giant Sun's will being emptied out, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang were able to get close to the true inheritance. The most crucial point was there was no primeval energy in true inheritance secluded domain. Wild Gu worms could absorb primeval energy directly from the surrounding air for their use. Without primeval energy, most Gu worms would lose their threat. This was also one of the reasons Giant Sun's will was trying to push Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance back into true inheritance secluded domain. The supreme true inheritance had been letting out a warm orange light before, but in Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunshang's hands, it let out 3 colors. Silver-white light occupied the bulk of it, caused by the refinement from Tai Bai Yunshang's Gu Immortal will. The second color was gray from Fang Yuan. The third was black light from Mo Yao. Silver-white light was the most abundant, gray came second and black was in the least amount. 88 Truyang building was a rank 8 immortal Gu house, formed from extremely large numbers of Gu worms. Fang Yuan's group had to use all their strength to quickly refine 88 Truyang building. Could be said, whether it was Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunshang, they had both spent all their strength. Just a little left. Just a little more effort. Tai Baiyun Shang anxiously yelled. The main portion of Giant Sun's will had returned to Truyong Building. The three had heard its furious roar. The round light lump with the size of an adult had only a final trace of orange left on it. As long as this light was eroded, 88 Truyong Building would completely change its master, and the situation would greatly incline towards Fong Yuan's side. However, Giant Sun's will furiously made his move at this final moment. The will left by an immortal venerable could not be looked down upon, and this will was the original master of 88 Truyong Building. Thus, in just an instant, the final trace of orange was replaced by dazzling golden light. Fong Yuan's group immediately felt gloomy at this color. This color meant that Giant Sun's will had refined the final remaining trace of the supreme true inheritance's will. Juniors, you are really audacious. You dare to go after my 88 Truyong Building. I will make you pay the most terrible price in the world. From within the light lump, a roar from Giant Sun's will sounded out. Quick! There is only a meager trace of Giant Sun's will. We need to move together and destroy it. Spare no energy. Fong Yuan shouted. Tai Baiyun Shang's forehead was filled with sweat. He did not need any reminder to be aware of the utmost importance of this matter. The two gave a deep shout and moved together, mobilizing their wills to form a huge army of thoughts that unfolded a fierce assault towards the last trace of will. Giant Sun's will's roar stopped abruptly as he poured all his energy in defending against the assault. Its main body was enormous, but it had only refined a trace of the true inheritance and controlled the smallest portion. Even if it possessed majestic strength that far surpassed the allied thought's army of Fong Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang, it did not have the room to display its might, and the power it could let out was an insignificant fraction compared to that of the main body. The newborn wild will that had been born just recently in the supreme true inheritance had already been thoroughly extinguished. The tranquil true inheritance light lump became an unconventional battlefield that pitted Fong Yuan, Tai Baiyun Shang and Giant Sun's will. Contest between wills involved profound techniques and skill. But be it Fong Yuan or Tai Baiyun Shang, they were not truly soul path gu masters. Fong Yuan could be considered to have started it just recently, while Tai Baiyun Shang was truly a novice, relying on nothing more than the instinct to move his thoughts. As for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, his soul path attainment was definitely out of this world. Unfortunately, the one confronting the enemy was only the special will he had left behind. Thus, in this battle of wills, there were no fancy skills. It was only a head-on collision, a bloody fight. After a dozen or so breaths later, Fong Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang's wills suffered disastrous losses. The quantity of Giant Sun's will might be small, not even filling 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it stood lofty and majestic. The main Giant Sun's will was vast. Its power flowed without pause. Every bit of loss it suffered was immediately replenished. By contrast, Fong Yuan's group might have occupied the advantage of vast quantity, but they did not have high battle strength and were soon lacking the fuel to continue. Damn it! We can't expel Giant Sun's will. The situation has gone south. Tai Baiyun Shang was deathly pale. The combined attack earlier was their most powerful method, but it showed no effect. Giant Sun's will was laughing heartily. Fong Yuan and the group lacked the energy to continue the attack, and after Giant Sun's will had resisted their most intense attacks, he began to expand his territory. In the true inheritance light lump, the part occupied by golden light began to expand bit by bit. Fong Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang looked on with wide eyes. They staked all their energy, but were only able to slow down Giant Sun's will's speed of expansion. Giant Sun's will was truly terrifying. Even when it was schemed against repeatedly before, and most of its will was outside, suffering the deathly attacks from the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the remaining part was still a tall, mountain-like barrier to Fong Yuan's group. This enormous difference in their strengths was like a gulf between heaven and earth. We are going to lose. Tai Baiyun Shang's tone was grave. This is just a will Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind. I really can't imagine how powerful he was when alive. Damn it. Only one last step was remaining. Mo Yao's will grabbed her head. Her voice mixed with a tone of sobbing and extreme regret. If only we were a step earlier, as long as we had 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded. Never mind. Fang Yuan gnashed his teeth, his expression heavy. He had not given up yet, speaking with ruthless intent. In this situation, we are unable to get our hands on 88 Truyong building. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will. Sooner or later it will swallow the space we occupy. But we have yet to lose. Don't forget, there are still the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside Truyong building. Are you saying? Tai Baiyun Shang's expression changed, blurting out. His nature was benevolent and passive, but he was not stupid, and immediately realized when Fang Yuan mentioned it. That's right, if I can't obtain it, no one else should think about getting it. Since I can't get 88 Truyong building, I would rather destroy it. A ruthless glint shone in Fang Yuan's eyes. His tone was so cold it could make the listener shiver. But this is 88 Truyong building. Mo Yao resounded. But her tone was wavering. She had no choice but to accept this was the best method to escape their predicament. Giant Suns will finally stormed into True Inheritance secluded domain. You 2 tiny ants, you actually forced me to this extent. You scheming scoundrels, your good days have come to an end. Your sins are so great that even death would be letting you off cheaply. I will give you a punishment worse than death. I will peel off your skin, pull your tendons and let blood flow. I will burn your souls in flames and let you taste incomparable suffering for all eternity. The golden will roared like a furious sea, and whipped up huge waves with it. Schemed upon time and time again by Fang Yuan, suffering the unrestrained bombardment of the calamities. Giant Sun's will's fury had already reached the summit, swearing to kill Fang Yuan, the main culprit. Compared to the golden wave, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunshang were as small as ants. The flying true inheritances were swallowed by the golden wave, resulting in splashes, but they stopped moving soon after. Giant Sun's will had once again taken control of these inheritances. However, most of the goo worms required primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated, and just Giant Sun's will could not activate them. At present, most of 88 Truyong building was controlled by Fang Yuan's group. As long as they did not let Giant Suns will obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these goo worms could not be used. Start! Fang Yuan gave a soft shout, his gaze flashing with sharp intent. Giant Sun's will's powerful approach also dispelled Tai Baiyunshang's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Fang Yuan's side and could only choose to forcibly advance together. 88 Truyong building originally shone with an aurora, but with the actions of Fang Yuan's group, the aurora rapidly dimmed until it dissipated. The furious golden sea suddenly stilled. The next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar reverberated. Bastards! You dared to make 88 Truyong building stop its operation. You damned scoundrels, you damned devious, shameless scoundrels. 88 Truyong building might have had wild will before, but it had just been born, thus it had still automatically operated as normal. However, Fang Yuan's group had refined most of 88 Truyong building and they forcibly made it stop its operations. Even the strongest fort would find it hard to resist an internal collapse. Although 88 Truyong building had not collapsed, its operations had stopped and just its shell had no might. Without any might, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Fang Yuan's group could neglect 88 Truyong building. In any case, they would not be able to obtain 88 Truyong building if the situation progressed. However, Giant Sun's will could not neglect it. This was an inheritance from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, left behind for the benefits of his descendants. It must not be destroyed. Giant Sun's will was left behind by the Immortal Venerable to manage 88 Truyong building. How could it just watch as the Truyong building was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden sea of will swiftly retreated. The vast will of Giant Sun surged out of the tower like water, forming a golden armor as a defense around it. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to suffer the ravaging bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to protect the weak 88 Truyong building. However, it still left behind a portion of will which surged towards Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunshang like a furious river. Fang Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic furious sea from before, this will might be strong, but they could deal with it, albeit with difficulty. Fang Yuan reluctantly took out a goo from his pocket. It was flying bear phantom goo. Fang Yuan's will moved and threw the goo casually. The flying bear phantom goo flew forward, blossoming with beautiful white light. The white light dissipated and a giant flying bear protected Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shang, obstructing the river of will. Damn it! Flying bear phantom goo! Giant sun's will cursed. Flying bear phantom goo was rather special. It was an immortal goo, but it could be activated with just one's mind, without requiring immortal essence. Refining it was difficult and feeding it was not easy, requiring the fresh flesh of the desolate beast flying bear. Fortunately, Fang Yuan possessed who immortal blessed land and could feed this immortal goo with the help of treasure yellow heaven. Even so, he had to pay an enormous price. Train an army for 1,000 days to use it in one fight. Now it was time for Flying Bear Phantom Goo to show its worth. The Flying Bear Phantom's battle strength, almost not at the level of the desolate beast Flying Bear, it had at least half immortal battle strength. Most importantly, it might look bulky and slow, but it was very agile. The river of giant suns will swirled to its left and right, attempting to get past the Flying Bear Phantom, to directly attack Fang Yuan and the others, obtaining victory. But he was still obstructed by the Flying Bear Phantom. The Flying Bear Phantom, even without Fang Yuan's manipulation, had some intelligence and was quite crafty. It could battle entirely alone. Swoosh! The fat and large bear paw slammed down, carrying the sound of the wind with it. Bam! The golden sand-like giant sun's will was smashed into bits by the bear paw, turning into golden dust as it dissolved in the air. But this was just a subsidiary. The golden river that was giant sun's will was like a huge python coiling around the Flying Bear Phantom tightly. At the same time, countless subsidiaries were created, attacking many areas of the Flying Bear Phantom. The two were fighting closely. At a stalemate, neither could do anything to the other party. Giant sun's will could fuse and split at will. It had the freedom to change forms. Flying Bear Phantom could not take it down. But Giant Sun's will was tangled by the Flying Bear Phantom and could not deal with the most crucial person, Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will had inherited a portion of the Immortal Venerable's wisdom. It knew from the situation after some thinking. To kill Fang Yuan, it needed to use at least half of the river's will. But the remaining half was not the Flying Bear Phantom's match. If he attacked forcefully, it was like he was handing the initiative over. If Fang Yuan retreated with the true inheritance light lump and dragged for time, after Flying Bear Phantom destroys the giant sun's will that was left fighting it, the situation would become dangerous. He had already suffered a loss from splitting up earlier when he drew his will out of the true inheritance secluded domain. At that time, Fang Yuan had used the glass owner token to challenge a small portion of giant sun's will resolutely. In the end, both suffered injuries and eventually led to Giant Sun's will taking a huge risk and paying a huge price, but only managing to regain control of the Treeman round. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He sustained the true inheritance light lump, slowing Giant Sun's will's expansion progress while observing the situation and current battle state. If Giant Sun's will would split up again, that would be great. Unfortunately, it will never make the same mistake twice. Fang Yuan observed for a while, seeing Giant Sun's will fighting the Flying Bear Phantom so intensely, but yet it did not think of splitting up. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The opponent was not making a mistake. Thus Fang Yuan's predicament was getting more dangerous. Right now, most of Giant Sun's will was outside the building enduring the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect 88 Truyang building, only 2 portions were left now. A portion was fighting with Flying Bear Phantom. The other was competing with Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shang, trying to refine the 88 Truyang building. The supreme true inheritance that represented 88 Truyang building's ownership only had a trace of golden color originally, but now this trace had grown to palm size. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shang had already squeezed out all of their potentials. They were shivering and their expressions were pale. They were sweating profusely but could not resist the expansion of Giant Sun's will's refinement. Giant Sun's will was simply too great. Tai Bai Yun Shang felt like he was facing a valley and mountain during the resistance. He was helpless and felt hopelessness. Even Fang Yuan, a demonic head with an iron will, felt a strong sense of dejection growing in his heart at this point. If he allowed the situation to develop like this, one day, when Giant Suns will successfully expands, he would regain control of 88 Truyong building. By then, Fang Yuan and the others would be dead meat. He had to do something. Despite so, Fang Yuan had already been too deeply involved in this supreme true inheritance. He could not do anything else. His greatest battle strength now was the flying bear phantom gu, but it was already in use. Tai Bai Yunshang was a temporary alliance mate that he obtained through swindling, but similar to Fang Yuan, he was already here engaging with Giant Sun's will. He could not do anything else. Could be said that other than the spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had used all of his trump cards. Don't tell me, I really have to use the spring-autumn cicada this time? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but immediately after, he rejected it. Spring-autumn cicada is not an immortal goo that has a guaranteed success rate. I could fail. The black death bad luck on me right now is so thick. Once I self-detonate, my remaining consciousness would enter the spring-autumn cicada and travel upstream in the river of time. There is a high chance of meeting my end. My chances are probably lower than 1 out of 10. How could he resolve this situation? Sigh. Fang Yuan, we have no hope of success. Let's retreat. Using fixed immortal travel, we can return to your blessed land. Tai Bai Yunshang suggested. Should he really retreat? At this point, if he gave in, Giant Sun's will would immediately regain control of 88 Truyong building. By then, through his obstruction, would fixed immortal travel gu still activate successfully? Even if he succeeded, would this satisfy him? Fang Yuan was indignant. He had planned this for so long. He schemed so hard victory was almost in sight. An immense fortune and benefit was right before him. He was just one step away. Just one tiny step. I am really indignant. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He thought of Ma Hongyun. I have no trump cards, but I can make use of this chess piece. Inspiration flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan had no more hesitations. He flapped his wings and flew up with the supreme true inheritance. Where are we going? Tai Bai Yunshang asked quickly. Just follow me. Fang Yuan replied curtly. Fixed immortal travel gu was in his possession and was refined by him. Even if Tai Bai Yunshang wanted to retreat, without Fang Yuan's cooperation, he could not escape. Don't think of running away. The river-like Giant Suns will growled, splitting up and forming back into one entity again, passing the flying bear phantom and charging towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang. The flying bear phantom reacted quickly. It followed after them. Fang Yuan snickered, changing his direction. After moving in many directions, flying bear phantom returned to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan fled while battling, as the two sides fought and stopped many times. Sometimes the river-like Giant Sun's will was in front. Sometimes, Fang Yuan took detours, using the flying bear phantom to fight back. The road was filled with shocks but no real danger. Although there were true inheritances of all sizes flying around chaotically, because of the supreme true inheritance's aura, none got close. Using flying bear phantom as a shield, the river-like Giant Sun's will could not stop Fang Yuan's movement. He could only slow him down. But Fang Yuan's circumstances were the same. He and Tai Bai Yunshang could not do anything to the portion of Giant Sun's will that was refining the 88 Truyong building. In the contest of will, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang were heavily suppressed. The golden light was expanding steadily. The two were bound to lose eventually. So you are here. When Fang Yuan saw the luck path true inheritance in his vision, he laughed loudly. What are you trying to do? The river-like Giant Sun's will felt something amiss. He screamed out in panic. Tai Bai Yunshang looked at Fang Yuan with similar confusion. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Tell me, what will happen when two supreme true inheritances collide? The color on Tai Bai Yunshang's face changed. Fang Yuan's insanity made his heart jump. But thinking about it, he realized this was an amazing and brilliant plan. He and Fang Yuan were unable to turn back now. The true inheritance light lump in their hands were extremely troublesome. If they let go, they would die. but if they did not, they would die sooner or later. But if the two supreme true inheritances collided, the results would be unthinkable. The consequences were so severe even Giant Sons will lost his composure. "You, don't come over," Ma Hongyun shouted. Zhao Lianyun was tightly held in his arms. But on this stage, the two of them were simply the weakest. If not for their extreme luck, they would have been grinded to dust long ago during the intense battles. Under the influence of luck and coincidences, the Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance became their guardian angel, but it had been pushed into the True Inheritance secluded domain. After entering the True Inheritance secluded domain, the threat of the Luck Path True Inheritance hit rock bottom. It was almost a guaranteed success for Giant Sons to deal with the otherworldly demon. If not for Giant Sons being careful about protecting the Luck Path True Inheritance, and was forced by Fang Yuan, thus he could not leave and had to deal with him, he would have dealt with Ma and Zhao long ago. Ma Hongyun was safe and sound here. In a way, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. But now, Fang Yuan was dragging the Supreme True Inheritance and rushed here on his own. What is he trying to do? Zhao Lianyun's body was shuddering. Through the translucent barrier, she was frantic and could see Fang Yuan's cold smile. "No, you cannot do this. Quickly stop. Stop it." The river-like Giant Son's will was shouting insanely from behind him. He was anxious. Once these two supreme true inheritances collide, they would definitely suffer great damages together. By that time, not only would the last remaining Luck Path True Inheritance get damaged or even destroyed, 88 Truyong Building would even suffer immense damage that would be hard to imagine. The river-like Giant Sons underwent intense thoughts. All of the thoughts that formed its will started self-detonating. The golden sand-like will in the shape of a river burst out with an eye-piercing light. His battle strength surged by at least half. Flying Bear Phantom growled angrily, but was suppressed thoroughly. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly locked. The situation was very dangerous. He had to put a portion of his concentration on the Flying Bear Phantom, manipulating it to battle personally. 500 years of battle experience was nothing to be scoffed at. Under her manipulation, Flying Bear Phantom moved more agilely. It ignored the injuries on it and blocked the river-like Giant Sons completely in the end. "Fang Yuan, you are courting death. You want to deal with Ma Hongyun, but do not forget the overwhelming power of fortune rivaling heaven goo that he has. As long as you carry ill intent towards him, your luck will decrease drastically. Even if you have half immortal battle strength, and is able to resist it temporarily, how long can you last?" The river-like Giant Sons saw that he could not break through and started shouting. "Fang Yuan, Giant Sons is absolutely right. You need to be very careful," Mo Yao's also said. Fang Yuan snorted, without a bit of hesitation in his heart. Seeking fortune amidst danger, to Fang Yuan, only by emerging victorious amidst chaos could he have a chance of survival. Seeing that the two supreme true inheritances were less than 1,000 steps away from each other, at this moment, there were ripples in the air, as dozens of figures were transported into the true inheritance secluded domain. They appeared ahead of Fang Yuan's flying route. They were almost all familiar faces. Yi Luisang, Gu Guolong, Bian Xixian. The leader was a brawny and muscular man, with hammer-like fists. He laughed ruthlessly towards Fang Yuan. "So you are called Fang Yuan. Old Ancestor Giant Sun has already exposed both of your crimes to the outside world. Your schemes have been exposed. It is all over. Your life will be over here." Who else was it but He Lulan? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed abruptly. He could not free himself now as he was using all his strength to resist Giant Sons, who was refining the supreme true inheritance. The appearance of He Lulan and the others was simply too devastating. At the final juncture, this was akin to a fatal blow. "Ha ha ha!" The river-like Giant Sons laughed loudly behind them. "You are all just in time." He praised He Lulan and the others fervently. This was definitely the act of the main will who took some time to inform and mobilize this bunch of reinforcements. If this was during normal times, He Lulan and the others contained battle strength that was insignificant in Giant Sun's will's eyes. But at this time and place, they became a life-saving chess piece. They were the best bet in toppling the balance between the two sides. "Fang Yuan, Tai by Yun Sheng, you are all dead meat. The river-like giant suns will growled, slowing down and attacking. The initiative was grasped by Giant Sun's Will's side once again. We lost. Tai by Yun Sheng heaved a long sigh, turning over to look at Fong Yuan, mustering his spirit. Junior brother, enter my aperture. We will retreat. I have immortal essence, and you have fixed immortal travel. Now that Giant Sun's will is being troubled by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, we have to retreat now before it is too late. Fong Yuan, however, shook his head. It is already too late. Once we let go, 88 Truyong building will fall into the control of Giant Sun's will. This building has the ability to suck in immortal goo, and the range extends to the whole of northern plains. Even if we use fixed immortal travel, there is a high chance of failing in the end. Of course I know this. Tai by Yun Sheng's tone was anxious. But we can only take a risk in order to fight for that slim chance of success. If we drag any longer and lose this last opportunity, we would not even have this slim chance of success left. Fong Yuan's gaze was flickering in hesitation. He looked at the supreme true inheritance in his hand once again. In the true inheritance light lump, the golden dazzling light had occupied a third of the light lump's capacity and was expanding at an increasing speed. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply. I did not think that we will still get to this point. Sigh, if not for the circumstances, I would not want to do this. Junior brother, you still have a method left? Tai by Yun Sheng heard this and was shocked, overjoyed, and suspicious. At this moment, in true inheritance secluded domain, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were mutually dependent on each other and under luck path, supreme true inheritance's protection, looked with panicked expressions. Fong Yuan and Tai by Yun Sheng were in control of the supreme true inheritance that represented 88 Truyong building. The two sides were cut off by He Lulan and the others, forming a firm defensive line. Behind Fong Yuan and Tai by Yun Sheng, the river-like Giant Sun's will and the flying bear phantom were fighting. Going even farther outside, the main Giant Sun's will covered 88 Truyong building, forcibly resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protecting the inheritance treasure of Giant Sun. Hearing Fong Yuan still had a method left, Tai by Yun Sheng was naturally overjoyed and immediately urged, Junior brother, what method do you have left? Quickly use it. Fong Yuan gave a bitter smile. Senior brother, honestly, because of this desperate situation, I have no other ways but to use this method. I hope you will ensure my safety at the crucial moment. That goes without saying, we are fellow disciples after all. Tai by Yun Sheng immediately guaranteed. Fong Yuan nodded and instructed. Senior brother, Giant Sun's will originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. You must never underestimate it. Next, if it tries to sow discord between us, I won't be able to talk and defend myself. You must never believe it. Tai by Yun Sheng muttered. Junior brother, we are of one family. You do not need to say anything and can rest assured. But from your tone, it seems you have a lot of concern and reservation towards using this method. If you are not too sure, we can still use fixed immortal travel and leave immediately. Fong Yuan smiled lightly, revealing a confident expression. Ha! Senior brother, rest assured, this method has unparalleled might. Even the main Giant Sun's will cannot leave unscathed. Just watch. The two had not used any goo worms to conceal their conversation. The experts present could not help but reveal shock and doubt. A method that can harm the main Giant Sun's will. What exactly is it? He Lulan frowned. He might looked crude but was actually astute, and did not carelessly move forward to fight. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Yuan closed his eyes, slowly withdrawing his palms that were tightly grabbing the supreme true inheritance. This action immediately increased the pressure on Tai by Yun Sheng by several times. Tai by Yun Sheng was shocked, but fortunately Fong Yuan had reminded him before, and he was able to quickly exert all his strength to resist the fierce encroachment of Giant Sun's will. Junior brother, use your method quickly. I cannot hold on for long. Tai by Yun Sheng shouted, beads of sweat dripping down his face. In just a few short breaths of time, The golden light on the supreme true inheritance light lump wantonly expanded, becoming the size of a washing basin. The speed was quick and violent. Let me see what deceit you are pulling. Looking at this state, He Lulan and the group did not dare to rashly charge ahead at this juncture. However, they had waited for a dozen breaths but still did not see any terrifying offense from Fang Yuan. This battlefield had sunk into a strange silence. The two sides did not speak. There were only the swoosh sounds of the flying true inheritances and the occasional collisions of the true inheritances. Damn it, we were tricked. Yi Luisang was furious. This thief that disguised as Changshan Yin is truly crafty. He is already at a dead end and has exhausted all his methods, but is still pretending that he has an unfathomable and profound trump card. Everyone let's go. Kill this audacious conspirator. Gu tribe's leader Gu Guolong shouted from the side. The leader, He Lulan, however, did not move. Not only was he not moving, his expression even turned grave. Could it be? Tai Bai Yunshang looked at Fang Yuan with bewilderment. He was the nearest and thus felt a formless heavenly power suddenly forming around Fang Yuan, gently lifting him up. Tai Bai Yunshang had an extremely deep impression of this heavenly power. After all, he had personally experienced it not long ago. Junior brother, you are shattering your aperture and ascending to immortal at this moment? Tai Bai Yunshang's words startled everyone present. The journey of a Gu master crossing the mortal realm and ascending to an immortal was extremely dangerous and risky. To think Fang Yuan actually recklessly shattered his aperture at this dangerous moment, charging towards Gu immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose? He can't even understand his situation. Is he stupid? Did he see no chance of success and used this unusual method to die? For a moment, Yi Luisang and the others were filled with heavy doubts. But the next moment, Giant Sun's Will's furious roar reverberated over the whole of the true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan, I curse you to have a terrible death. You actually shattered your aperture at this moment to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You are actually so bent on destroying Truyang building. Everyone, kill this sinner quickly. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are already showing changes. This roar was different from before. Besides the overflowing fury, Giant Sun's Will's voice now also contained panic. The fusion of so many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would not be a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The once-in-10-years blizzard wreaked havoc over the whole of northern plains. Its range might be large, but its might was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special places to forcibly resist it. The chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, left from Tai Bai Yunshang's ascension, were mostly targeting wills and were only troublesome for Giant Sun's Will. But these two merged together and formed Snow War Tribulation Lightning. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This tribulation lightning had terrifying power, and Giant Sun's Will had to pay a large price to resist it. Now, if a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added on top of Snow War Tribulation Lightning, and if these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities merged together, the resulting change would have unparalleled power. Even Giant Sun's Will felt fear. It was after all only a special will left behind by the immortal venerable, even if it could kill Gu immortals, but under the might of heaven, it paled in comparison. Quick! Old ancestor has spoken. We need to attack together. Follow me. Kill these two. Heroes of northern plains. Crush these two outsiders to meat paste. He Lulan and the rest were startled awake and started acting according to Giant Sun's Will's command, fiercely charging forward. Before they even neared, their respective Gu worms were already activated, forming a majestic offense. Strength path phantoms, malevolent fiery snakes, terrifying sword lights, pure white snow. All kinds of attacks converged together, seemingly forming beautiful fireworks. The fatal crisis was approaching him, but Tai Bai Yunshang did not spare even a trace of his thoughts to it, and used all his strength to resist the encroachment of the portion of Giant Sun's Will in the true inheritance light lump. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, maneuvering the flying bear phantom as well as activating his killer move. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-armed monster. His aura erupted and his will to fight flared. The flying bear phantom gave a miserable howl before using its gigantic body as a meat shield, blocking the attacks. The river-like giant sun's will was free to move, immediately attacking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan protected Tai by Yun Shang, and welcomed the river-like giant sun's will without evading. Boom! The two sides fiercely collided. The resulting explosion let out brilliant golden sparks everywhere. Large numbers of special will shattered and dissipated. Fang Yuan also suffered heavy injuries. 6 of his arms broke apart, his chest caved in, his right lower leg was completely gone, and one eye was blinded. Fang Yuan, your death is certain this time. You dared to ascend to Gu Immortal at this moment. Who do you think you are? A reincarnated immortal venerable? Humph. Since you are seeking your own death, I shall help you with it. The river-like giant suns will form a python shape that coiled around into a circle, accumulating its power, its whole body radiating with dazzling golden radiance. Fang Yuan snorted, not replying. The terrifying injuries on his body rapidly recovered at a visible speed. He had transformed into a heavenly zombie. The feeling of pain was completely gone and death energy replaced his life energy. His recovery speed was thus greatly amplified, having no need for any rank 5 healing goo. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collisions erupted repeatedly. Fang Yuan and the river-like giant suns will carried out an intense battle. Thief, come down now. Giant suns will suddenly transformed into a giant hand and fiercely clawed at Fang Yuan's back. With a tearing sound, the eagle wings on Fang Yuan's back were directly torn apart, forming 2 enormous wounds that revealed his bones. Eagle Rise Gu perished. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but he did not budge a bit. Instead, he fiercely twisted his waist. Crack. He moved with such strength that he actually broke apart his waist. Disregarding the injuries on his body, Fang Yuan swung his hammer like fist straight into Giant Sun's will. Boom! In an instant, fierce winds surged and fist shadows flew with unstoppable momentum like a dragon overturning the river, like a fierce tiger leaving the mountain. The giant hand that Giant Sun's will had condensed into had no time to split apart before it was struck by this vicious strike. The massive will was bombarded by the attack and shattered, suffering huge damage. Amidst the drizzle of golden sand-like will, Fang Yuan took the chance to pull back like a bolt of lightning. Giant Sun's will had been waiting for a counterattack, but could only roar in fury as Fang Yuan was already far away. Fang Yuan was not a battle maniac and was as cool-headed as ice, never letting himself be overtaken by the heat of the fight. As the injuries on him rapidly healed, Fang Yuan gasped for breath. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain in this battle with Giant Sun's will. He had already used all his strength, but there was no doubt this was the strongest opponent he had faced since his rebirth. The two organized themselves again, and after a few breaths of time, they charged at each other again. So what if you are an immortal goo? Go and die. On the other battlefield, He Lu Lan's violent shout could be heard. Tens of Strength Path Phantoms suddenly retreated and entered He Lu Lan's body. He Lu Lan's body merged with the Strength Path Phantoms, transforming into a giant phantom within moments. The giant reached a height of over 100 feet. The muscles on it were bulging and vivid, and its appearance was exactly similar to He Lu Lan. Feel my killer move. The giant Strength Path Phantom's voice rumbled like thunder. It headed straight towards the Flying Bear Phantom and smashed its right fist at the Flying Bear Phantom's skull. The Flying Bear Phantom was being held under control by Yi Luisang and others. Caught unprepared, it was sent rolling down. Smash! The giant Strength Path Phantom showered the Flying Bear Phantom with punches. The Flying Bear Phantom was heavily injured after suffering the continuous attacks, and angrily counterattacked. However, the giant Strength Path Phantom was nimble and displayed a master-level attainment in close combat. After a while, the Flying Bear Phantom's body was beaten into such a mess that its original appearance was indistinct. The final strike! The giant Strength Path Phantom raised its right leg and smashed down like an axe. Boom! A huge rumbling sound echoed. The Flying Bear Phantom could no longer endure and its stout giant body disappeared. turning back into goo form and flying away shakily. The giant strength path phantom grabbed the immortal goo and smiled malevolently towards Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan's true strength has reached such a level. Too terrifying. He can almost destroy an immortal goo. My loss in this imperial court contest was not unjust. Yi Lui sang and others looked on with wide-open eyes. He Lu Lan's battle strength was absolutely not inferior to Fang Yuan's, and was even higher in certain aspects because of his great strength true martial physique. Flying Bear Phantom was an immortal goo but without any goo worms as assistants and Fang Yuan not maneuvering it personally, it was normal for it to be captured by He Lu Lan. The Flying Bear Phantom was destroyed, while Tai Bai Yun Shang was using all his strength to contend with Giant Sun's will for the supreme true inheritance. As such, Fang Yuan, who was in an intense battle with the river-like Giant Sun's will, was alone and facing danger. You have a good head on your shoulders. I will take it as my victory trophy and preserve it. He Lu Lan's voice came out from the giant strength path phantom. It slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, give up resisting. You no longer have a way out. The river-like Giant Sun's will spoke. Although it had fought with Fang Yuan only for a short time, its size was already less than half of before. One could say Fang Yuan, being able to force the immortal Venerable's will to this state, had tremendous battle strength which was not inferior to He Lu Lan's. Unfortunately, he was shrouded in a black coffin luck aura and his circumstances were extremely bad. Even if he was greatly resourceful and extremely brave, it seemed that he would be unable to reverse this situation. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter resounded through the battlefield, displaying a matchless bravery. Giant Sun's will, you want to break my spirit by every possible means. But my heart is like iron and my will is like steel. Our battle has just begun. The river-like Giant Sun's will did not retort, instead falling into silence. The giant strength path phantom He Lu Lan had transformed into also stopped its movements. Heaven and earth chi manifested around Fang Yuan. Goo masters shattered their aperture to ascend to Goo immortal realm, which would attract heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan was inside 88 Truyang building, which delayed this for a moment. That short moment was the most dangerous and most difficult time, but Fang Yuan was able to hold on by exerting all of his methods. In the vicinity of heaven and earth chi, ordinary goo worms could not be used and their activation would cause a backlash. In severe cases, even immortal goo could also perish. He Lu Lan was only using mortal goo, and had no choice but to stop. The process of Fang Yuan's immortal ascension had officially begun. Clear and glorious heaven chi, golden earth chi, more and more of them surrounded Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan and the others retreated. The river-like Giant Sun's will growled endlessly, but did not dare to charge in abruptly. After the intense battle with Fang Yuan, its mass was reduced by more than half. It was anxious internally. Damn it! Unless the main will sends reinforcements over, I alone cannot take down this Fang Yuan. The battlefield turned silent temporarily. Fang Yuan saw that the situation had progressed just as he expected, breathing out a huge sigh of relief. In the contest for 88 Truyang building, after several twists and turns, the current situation was becoming clearer. Fang Yuan's situation was like walking on a tightrope. Intense wind was blowing and he was almost blown away several times, losing his initiative. If not for his brilliant schemes and endless trump cards, he would not have lasted this long. Especially this time, Fang Yuan gambled his life, bravely going for a mutual defeat, finally managing to get back the initiative. My Northern Plains trip has reached the most crucial climax. Next, my immortal ascension is extremely important. It can almost decide victory and loss in this battle. Fang Yuan concentrated his mind. Just as he had said, the real battle was just beginning. Junior brother, don't be too careless. Tai Bai Yun Shang's tone was solemn. His gaze was anxious as his heart was full of worry. He had just become an immortal. He was extremely clear about the difficulties of immortal ascension. He knew, if not for Giant Sun's will's help, he would not have succeeded. Even if he had his life's accumulation and that deep foundation. Junior brother is too young and daring. He should not have made this choice. Had I known earlier, I would not have let him take this step. Hopefully he had received master's guidance and can succeed luckily. Tai Baiyun Shang sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan made eye contact with Tai Baiyun Shang, nodding his head. Next, he closed his eyes, his mind entering his aperture. Ordinary Gu masters and Gu immortals, in their entire lives, they can only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had once taken a major risk in Three Kings' blessed land, obtaining an immense opportunity. Thus, after using the second aperture Immortal Gu, he now had two apertures. After the Imperial Court contest, both his apertures were rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. There were 3 steps in Immortal Ascension. The first was to shatter the aperture. Fang Yuan shattered the second aperture. When Gu masters shatter their aperture, they can only advance with no way of retreating. That is because they only have one aperture. But Fang Yuan had 2. That means even if Fang Yuan fails this tribulation, he would lose one aperture, but he would still keep another aperture. Keeping one aperture could preserve his life. This was one of the benefits of second aperture Gu. Tai Baiyun Shang did not know this secret. If he knew, the worry in his heart would dissipate greatly. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning bolts shot down endlessly, targeting Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you will die a terrible death. Giant Suns will howl. He resisted the tribulation lightning as his golden sand-like will exploded time and time again. This lightning bolt was extraordinary. It had the appearance of a trident and had great power, as one of the 10 great catastrophes. Originally, Snow War tribulation lightning did not strike at such close intervals. One bolt would form every tens of breaths time. But now, when Fang Yuan shattered his aperture and drew in the heaven and earth chi, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity fused with the once in 10 years blizzard, increasing the power of the snow disaster. Snow War tribulation lightning acted like it was on drugs. In its excitement, several bolts were shot down with less than a breath's interval each time. Every time he resisted it, Giant Suns will paid a heavy price. But he could not leave. 88 Truyong Building needed his protection. Now that 88 Truyong Building had lost almost all its functions, it was like an empty shell. If Giant Sun's will's protection was lifted, in just a moment, the entire 88 Truyong Building would be crumbled under the terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. 88 Truyong Building was an inheritance treasury that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind, with Giant Sun's will as the controller of this building. Its main objective forced Giant Sun's will to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity head-on. This way, he had become Fang Yuan's protector during this tribulation, protecting his sworn enemy and helping him to ascension to a mortal realm. Giant Sun's will, who was forced by circumstances and had to do this, could feel an immense humiliation and rage in his heart. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel. Once I survive this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, I will tear your tendons out. I will drink your blood and eat your flesh. Giant Suns will howl. Even though there was the sound of thunder, it could not mask his rage. Very soon, his howling came to an end. It turned into shock. This is the chaotic branching teeth, only to see that in the air filled with lightning and thunder, 18 spirals appeared. The spirals spun faster and faster as they expanded rapidly. In each of these black spirals, there was a large snow-white beast tooth forming slowly. A total of 18 beast teeth, each white as snow, with a huge size like that of ancient trees, over 30 meters tall. The beast teeth were waiting to strike, and an intense feeling of danger struck Giant Sun's will's heart. Chaotic branching teeth was also one of the top 10 catastrophes, ranked higher than even the Snow War tribulation lightning, and had greater might. I cannot allow all 18 chaotic branching teeth to strike at the same time. At that time, even I cannot resist it. I must destroy them in advance. Giant Sun's will was full of battle experience. He chose to strike immediately. He had no hesitation, creating 10 wills in the form of dragons, flying about and charging towards the heavenly tribulation in the sky with no fear. However, along the way, There were wind blades, icy hail, and snow war tribulation lightning that attacked non-stop. The 10 dragon will suffered heavy casualties along the way, only 5 made it to the spirals. In fact, the result of their attacks was not very evident. Only 3 succeeded, destroying the spirals. The remaining 2 dragon wills suffered too much damage. The spirals that they charged towards flickered for a bit before recovering. The tribulation lightning crackled, the speed of attacks becoming even quicker than before. It was like a wordless mockery towards Giant Sun's will. Damn it! Despicable! Giant Sun's will was helpless. He split out another 10 dragons and charged again in desperation. Within true inheritance secluded domain, it was a scene of serenity. Fang Yuan shut his eyes. His expression was calm and he breathed in relaxation. His mind was mostly focused on the shattered second aperture. My first aperture is my vital goo spring-autumn cicada. This goo is incomparably important. If I ascend to immortal realm with it, I will be a time path goo immortal. But my knowledge of time path is too limited, and to undergo tribulation with immortal goo, I cannot take this risk without any experience. Only the second aperture with the vital goo all-out effort goo, I can become a strength path goo immortal. Since rebirth, I had studied strength path intensely. Although it is not on the level of blood path, I still have the foundation to become an immortal. This second aperture had already shattered into a mess, forming a hole and sucking in the heaven chi and earth chi. Tai Bai Yunshang was less than 100 years old, but he had the foundation and accumulation to become a goo immortal. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, and his knowledge surpassed Tai Bai Yunshang, who had an immortal inheritance. It was definitely more than sufficient for him to rise to immortal. Except that now, it is still not the best time to ascend to immortal. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his mind. Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation had not reached its limits. He had only 100 June of strength, and his bones were impermanence bones, his skin was turtle jade wolf skin, and his strength path goo worms were not all rank 5. All these affected his future potential after becoming an immortal, as well as the size of his immortal aperture. It would be best if he could perfect them. Fang Yuan's original intention was to accumulate his foundation to the absolute limit before taking the risk of immortal ascension after making ample preparation. Unfortunately, plans do not keep up with changes. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan could only do this. As the heaven and earth chi entered his body, at the same time, Fang Yuan's body was emitting a thick white human chi. The thickness of the human chi was like a huge balloon, completely covering Fang Yuan's entire body. He Lu Lan saw this and his pupils shrunk. Yi Luisang said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He has such thick human chi. This is even greater than Tai Bai Yunshang. To think that Junior Brother's foundation is so deep. I can see that Junior Brother had made preparations for this immortal ascension long ago. He is not taking an impulsive risk." Tai Bai Yunshang looked with a surprised gaze, his heart settling. The clear and unrestrained heaven chi, the golden and heavy earth chi, together with the pure white as snow human chi, the three merged and formed a multicolored lump. At this point, he had reached the second step of immortal ascension, taking in the chi. Damn it, the scoundrel has started taking in the chi. Why are the reinforcements not here yet? The river-like Giant Sun's will was burning with anxiety. He did not dare to act rashly. Once he was stained by heaven chi, he would melt into air. If he was corroded by earth chi, he would turn into rocks and die. Fang Yuan, who was the intersection point of the three chi, faced dangers after dangers even more so. He had to balance the three chi at all times. If there were too much heaven and earth chi, he would die. Even human chi, if the balance was off, would cause him to self-detonate. However, fortune is found within danger. The greater the risks, the greater the opportunities. The balance of the three chi, the fusion between them, was bringing Fang Yuan an unceasing amount of inspiration. Heaven and earth were the foundation stones that nurtured all life. The fusion of heaven and earth chi filled Fang Yuan's mind with the grand mysteries of the great Tao. The three chi were fusing intensely, as Fang Yuan was inside, returning to his usual appearance after recalling the six-arm, heavenly zombie king killer move. His injuries were rapidly healing. The healing speed was faster than his healing during six-arm, heavenly zombie king mode. The three chi cleansed his body, not just his flesh, but his soul, mind, and will. They were being elevated. He felt like a baby, being cleansed and returned to a pure state. Fang Yuan's eyes became clearer. The contrast between the black and white parts became more evident. His muscles were reconstructed one by one. The scars on his body fell off, and new skin grew on him. Even his hair started growing wildly. It grew longer and longer. When they were waist-long, they broke before growing again and breaking, repeating the cycle. Be it his body, his bones, his organs, or his face, they were undergoing a magical transformation. At the same time, the experiences in his previous 500 years, as well as the events since rebirth, flashed in his mind rapidly. In just a short amount of time, Fang Yuan revisited his entire life. A complex feeling that was indescribable. His memories that were deep within his mind all resurfaced, filling Fang Yuan's heart. In his memories, all those cultivation questions that could not be answered obtained perfect answers like the work of a deity. At this moment, heaven and earth were impartial. They were generous and imparted the mysterious of the great Tao towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had to deal with his emotions while cherishing this opportunity to learn more about the mysteries of the great Tao, and in the meantime balancing the three chi. Should he lose balance, he would die. Countless Gu masters failed at this step during their ascension. In true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan was surrounded by the thick lump of the three-colored chi, his body completely hidden. Junior brother, you have to control yourself. I am not concerned with you having to deal with the emotional turbulence, but I'm afraid that you are young and brave, and might be greedy towards the mysteries of the great Tao, forgetting your limits and taking in too much heaven and earth chi. Tai Bai Yunshang's gaze was filled with worry. Heaven and earth chi had already spread to his surroundings. He had to flew away from Fang Yuan slowly. Giant Sun's will, who was fighting with him over the control of the supreme true inheritance, slowed his steps. Tai Bai Yunshang's pressure reduced, and his situation turned for the better. This accursed scoundrel, he actually has so much human chi. Damn it, why hasn't he lost balance yet? The river-like Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth and cursed. He was not the only one hoping for such a result. He Lulan and the others were having the same thoughts. This guy is so young, yet he can balance the three chi for so long. He and Tai Bai Yunshang address each other as disciple brothers. They must have some extraordinary origin. Don't tell me he is really going to become a Gu immortal? No way. Is becoming a Gu immortal so easy? Do you think Ancestor Giant Sun is useless? Everyone conversed in secret, not daring to make a move. With such intense heaven and earth chi, once they suffer a backlash, it would be no joke. Fang Yuan was inside the lump of chi, but his calm face showed a faint smile. Incredible, simply incredible. His eyes were shut tight as he mumbled. All sorts of great Tao mysteries were flowing into his mind like a warm spring. In his previous life, Fang Yuan underwent immortal ascension and became a blood path Gu immortal. This was his second ascension. With this valuable experience, he was much calmer than any other Gu master in the world. Compared to usual Gu masters, he also knew the truth behind this event. Man is the spirit of all being. They have the greatest spirituality. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They are the carriers of the great Tao. Any path to longevity was a path of transcendency. To transcend, one needed accumulation. And the most basic method of accumulating one's foundation was to learn. Gu masters use Gu, nurture Gu, and refine Gu. From Gu, they learn about the mysteries of heaven and earth indirectly. But when a Gu master undergoes ascension, they were directly conversing and interacting with heaven and earth. This interaction was extremely precious. Most likely, each person only had one of such an opportunity in their life. Fang Yuan treasured this opportunity greatly. He grabbed onto it and tried his best to make use of it. The mysteries of heaven and earth were even deeper and more profound than the depths of the sea. Fang Yuan knew his limits. He did not venture into it aimlessly, but instead steered towards strength path, deepening his understanding and feeling the true essence of this path. He had, after all, only cultivated strength path on the side in his previous life. Even though he cultivated strength path directly in this life, it was only for a short time. His original attainment in Strength Path, strictly speaking, was only Quasi-Strength Path Master. But making use of this opportunity, his understanding of Strength Path surged, bursting through the sky. Very quickly, he got past the barrier to Strength Path Master, quickly surpassing Master Realm and charging towards the realm of Grandmaster. Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. The second aperture that he shattered had the rank 4 all-out effort goo as its vital goo. This goo was of the Strength Path. If it was put in first during the third step, it would help Fang Yuan become a Strength Path goo immortal. But this goo was not rank 5. With a lower rank, Fang Yuan could only use a higher Strength Path attainment to compensate for the difference. Otherwise, the third step of putting in goo would be extremely risky. If the immortal aperture could not be created, this immortal ascension would end in failure. Outside Truyang Building, intense winds were blowing, tribulation lightning was striking. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed a cocoon chi lump. The chi lump was extremely huge and completely covered 88 Truyang Building within it. After Fang Yuan shattered his aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities underwent a new terrifying change. In order to protect 88 Truyang Building, Giant Suns will had no choice but to resist it. Now was the crucial moment. Bam! Following the intense sounds of the wind, 9 snow-white chaotic branching teeth shot out together like lightning. Their speed was so fast only 9 shadows could be seen, resembling flashes of lightning. Giant Sun's will was already mentally prepared. He had been waiting. The will armor that was shielding 88 Truyang Building increased in thickness by many times, becoming 10 meters thick. At the same time, Giant Suns will split out dozens of will hands, opening the palms and creating a barrier in the air. 9 chaotic branching teeth shot down at once. During their descent they collided with each other, causing their directions to change randomly. Turning left and right, it was unpredictable. The will hands flew around following them, defending desperately. The chaotic branching teeth pierced many of the will hands, stabbing the main Giant Sun's will and causing 9 deep holes to appear on the thick will armor that was 1,000 times tougher than steel. Giant Sun's will grunted. The will's main body was only chaotic for a moment before calming down. Looking at his injuries, Giant Sun's will could not help but feel shocked. 9 wounds of varying depth, 2 were 6 meters deep, almost piercing into 88 Truyang Building. It was really a dangerous scene. Thankfully, I spared no effort in destroying half of the chaotic branching teeth earlier. Otherwise, if all 18 moved at once, their trajectory would be even harder to predict. How would I be able to weaken them while in the air? Giant Sun's will felt some relief, but his hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan also intensified. This accursed scoundrel Fang Yuan, I am actually shielding him during his immortal ascension. As long as I recover sufficiently, I will definitely... Giant Suns will stared at the 18 spirals forming in the air in a daze. There is actually a second wave of chaotic branching teeth? Seeing this, Giant Sun's will was fuming with anger. To defend against the chaotic branching teeth earlier, he had expended 1/6 of his thoughts. But now there was a second wave. Wait! This is... Among the 18 spirals, another 18 spirals started forming. Seeing this, even Giant Sun's will felt suffocated. The third wave of chaotic branching teeth came together with the second? He howled at the sky. The armor-like mane will shook intensely, almost breaking apart. If he could vomit blood, he would have vomited a river by now. Earlier, when defending against the 9 chaotic branching teeth, Giant Sun's will had already used his full strength. Right now, there were a total of 36 spirals, 36 chaotic branching teeth. This fearsome power could not be calculated by simple addition. This scoundrel Fang Yuan. I curse you to die. Giant Sun's will almost wanted to discard 88 Truyang Building at this moment, directly going to Fang Yuan and killing him without considering the consequences. But he was not an anger will but a special will. He had to think of the big picture. He had to protect this inheritance treasure which was 88 Truyang Building. He had to contact the other subsidiary wills and gather all his strength in order to resist these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. What? The main will wants to send me to defend against the heavenly tribulations. Within true inheritance secluded domain, The river-like giant sun's will was still waiting for reinforcement. But the reply from the main will caused his heart to turn cold, like he had fallen into an icy river. God damn it! Giant sun's will, which was contesting with Tai by Yun Shang over the supreme true inheritance, felt great regret. But he had to divert most of his strength to the main will. But to prevent 88 True Yang building from being taken by Tai by Yun Shang, a portion of Giant Sun's will was still needed to maintain the situation inside the true inheritance light lump. Tai by Yun Shang felt his pressure decreasing all of a sudden, and heaved a sigh of relief. Giant Sun's will has finally stopped expanding. Junior brother, your plan has worked perfectly. It seems that the fusion of 3 heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities creates terrifying might that would force even Giant Sun's will to defend against it with all his strength. Junior brother, you are worthy of being benefactor's disciple. You need to survive this. The third step of putting in goo is the most important of all. Success or failure will all depend on this. As time continued to pass, the 3-colored chi lump surrounding Fong Yuan started shrinking, until it completely went into the area of Fong Yuan's broken aperture. He actually completed the step of taking in the chi. He is at the final step. He Lulan and the others were watching by the side. Seeing Giant Sun's will retreating, they panicked. What do we do now? Do we just watch him become a goo immortal? Yi Lui Sang screamed. Fong Yuan has no more heaven and earth chi around him. We should go and kill him now. Bian Si Xian suggested, but she made no movement. Everyone looked at each other. They were shocked, suspicious, and in a difficult spot. Fong Yuan still had the goo immortal Tai by Yun Shang supporting him. Tai by Yun Shang's pressure was lifted. He held the true inheritance light lump as he faced He Lulan and the rest of the gang, showing an unyielding attitude. Tai by Yun Shang is not a problem, but once the immortal ascension succeeds, our problems would be endless. He is not a weak healing goo immortal like Tai by Yun Shang. He Lulan clenched his fists, a fierce light shining in his eyes. After thinking about it, he made up his mind and shouted, "Attack!" Saying so, the Strength Path Phantom Giant took huge strides forward, attacking. Tai by Yun Shang was crying in his heart. He did not dare to take on He Lulan's attacks directly. He shouted, "You dare! As long as you come, I will throw this supreme true inheritance at the luck path true inheritance. Let's see how you account to Giant Sun's will then." Everyone's fighting intent evaporated after hearing Tai by Yun Shang's threat, their morale sinking. Don't listen to him. We'll leave a few people to protect the luck path true inheritance. The rest will come with me. He Lulan snorted, immediately saying. Tai by Yun Shang's heart sank. It was difficult for him to handle the situation. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Fong Yuan laughed wildly from behind him. He had already opened his eyes. Never mind. Come and chase me. Let's see how many of you are flying masters. Eagle Rise Goo had already been destroyed, but why would the vigilant him not have spares? Fong Yuan owned who immortal blessed land and could connect to treasure yellow heaven. He did not lack any mortal goo. This sentence was even more demoralizing to the gang compared to Tai by Yun Shang. Once they thought of Fong Yuan's flying master attainment, and the huge space that was available in True Inheritance secluded domain, all of their morale almost hit rock bottom. He Lulan's gaze shone for a bit, but he was unmoved. He was the lord of the imperial court for this round. He had exemplary talent and a ruthless nature. He would not become dejected with just a few words. We will chase him even if we cannot catch him. I want to see how he can undergo a mortal ascension under such pressure. He Lulan's words lifted the morale once again. Fong Yuan's expression turned grim. He did not speak anymore. He Lulan hit the main point. During an ordinary immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be all around him. If his enemies wanted to obstruct him, they would face the might of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. But now the Giant Sun's will was blocking the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside. It gave He Lulan and the others an opportunity to intervene. Although in this True Inheritance secluded domain, there was still heaven and earth chi left that could cause backlash in mortal goo. But He Lulan and the others were just like Fong Yuan, they were all using mortal goo. Thus they all faced the same backlash. At once, the situation changed again. although giant suns will left to resist the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities wholeheartedly. Fang Yuan's predicament did not become any easier. He Lulan was indeed a formidable character. He was an outstanding person and knew the perfect timing to strike. Fang Yuan's immortal ascension was stuck between the second and third step. The situation had turned dangerous yet again. Fang Yuan, why are you running? You cowardly scum. Are you afraid? Do you have the guts to fight me for 300 rounds? You are unworthy of disguising as Chang Shan-in. You don't even have 1% of his bravery. Inside True Inheritance' secluded domain, Fang Yuan was flying away rapidly while the others chased from behind, taunting him endlessly. These insults and provocations fell on deaf ears. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil, without any emotions. He was closely observing his surroundings. True Inheritance' secluded domain was vast, but it was not a flat area, and many True Inheritance meteors flew around in disorder, even colliding occasionally. Giant suns had taken control of many True Inheritances just before, but there were still many masterless True Inheritances left in True Inheritance' secluded domain. If Fang Yuan was unfortunately obstructed by these True Inheritances, the group of Gu Masters behind him would be able to near him. Once he was encircled, the situation would turn much more dangerous. Right at this moment, a dark red True Inheritance meteor flew towards Fang Yuan. Windflower Gu. Fang Yuan, however, had a slight smile on his face as he inwardly willed. A gust of wind condensed into a giant flower which suddenly appeared beside him. The wind flower nimbly changed its direction, carrying him with it. Swoosh! A sharp ear-piercing wind breezed past. Fang Yuan brushed past this unparalleled True Inheritance light lump. The unparalleled True Inheritance shot forward directly towards the group of Gu Masters behind. The group was caught unprepared and panicked for a moment, dodging and fleeing. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Yuan increased his speed and rapidly pulled apart the distance between him and the group. He Lulan's group naturally was not willing to see this situation. Each of them was an elite. They immediately reacted and sent out countless long-range attacks. Fang Yuan sneered, using the primeval essence in his first aperture. Flash Bug Gu. This was a rare space path movement Gu, and under its effect, Fang Yuan immediately disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already 500 steps ahead. The attacks from He Lulan and the others thus landed on nothing. Fang Yuan stopped Flash Bug Gu and changed to Eagle Rise Gu. Flash Bug Gu was a rank 5 Gu, but its speed was not great, and it also expended a lot of purple crystal primeval essence to move forward by 500 steps per use. Its main usage was to make sudden movements to avoid attacks. To truly speed up and fly for a long distance, Eagle Rise Gu was still a lot better. Eagle Rise Gu might only be rank 4 Gu, but there were 6 wings on Fang Yuan's back. He had simultaneously used 3 Eagle Rise Gu. Eagle Rise Gu's speed was very impressive and rapidly transported him away, while also consuming less primeval essence. The group of Gu Masters chasing Fang Yuan could only gnash their teeth as he rapidly flew away. Damn it! This guy is truly slippery. Only focusing on running away, he has not even a bit of bravery. Didn't he shatter his aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal? How come he still has so much primeval essence left? Humph, there are many methods for Gu Masters to preserve primeval essence. So what if the aperture is shattered? One just needs to have Gu that can store primeval essence like Fish Bubble Gu, Beggar Moth, or Grave Yam Gu. My movement Gu can't endure it. The backlash from heaven and earth chi is really terrifying. He Lulan sneered. We are suffering backlash. He is also in the same situation. We will continue chasing without stop. The enemy is a flying master. It is normal for us to not be able to reach him. But as long as we chase closely and not give him time to advance to a Gu Immortal, we will have fulfilled our objective. Fang Yuan glanced back, and seeing that the pursuers had no intention of giving up, the anxiety in his heart deepened. Without doubt, he had to admit that He Lulan was striking at his weak point. Bursts of pain spread from his second aperture. The second aperture was already shattered, forming a hole which was occupied by a lump of 3-colored chi at this moment, waiting for the vital Gu to be put into it and reach the final step, accumulating its foundation till the immortal aperture is born. If the immortal aperture was not created, Fang Yuan would perish from the backlash of heaven and earth qi. If the immortal aperture was created, no matter which grade it was, Fang Yuan would have to concentrate on it fully at that moment, causing him to enter a period of weakness where he would be defenseless. This time could be long or short, depending on the person. If the enemies took advantage of this time, Fang Yuan's situation would be bleak and was very likely to die in a tragic end. At present, He Lu Lan's group was firmly blocking Fang Yuan at this step. Fang Yuan did not dare to place in his gu and could only look on as the extremely compressed three-colored lump of qi started to vibrate. I can't continue like this. If it is put off any longer, the three-colored lump of qi will disperse and all my accumulations used in advancing to gu immortal will vanish into thin air. Fang Yuan kept on thinking of one solution after another to get out of this predicament. Rumble. Right at this time, True Inheritance secluded domain started shaking. Rumble. Another tremor soon spread, causing everyone to panic. What is going on? What happened? Is True Inheritance secluded domain collapsing? He Lu Lan, Yi Louis Sang and others had a worried expression, realizing fully well in their mind. This was the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities outside starting to affect 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shang were instead overjoyed. This signified giant sun's will had already staked all its strength, but the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was so terrifying that even it had reached its limit. Damn it! Damn it! I barely endured it. Giant sun's will gasped for breath with fear and joy. It did not even have the energy to curse Fang Yuan. The 10-meter thick golden armor created by Giant Sun's will that had covered 88 True Yang building tightly was now left with nothing but a thin layer with its luster dimmed. 36 chaotic branching teeth attacking together was not a simple matter of addition. Their overall might was amplified by close to 10 times. During this whole process, Snow War Tribulation lightning attacked crazily like the attacks were free. The lightning which flashed in intervals before had almost become unending like sunlight. One could see the terrifying frequency of Snow War Tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's will avoided death narrowly, but there was not even 1% of the original will remaining. He used all his strength and put in all of his effort to destroy 11 spirals in advance. The remaining chaotic branching teeth erupted together. Giant Sun's will used all his ability and blocked most of them, but he could not block 7 of them. 7 scars appeared on 88 True Yang building. 4 scars even directly penetrated through True Yang building, opening up 4 passages. The tremor Fang Yuan and the rest felt in True Inheritance secluded domain originated from this. My 88 True Yang building. Giant Sun's will's heart bled at the sight and almost howled out in grief. The losses were too severe. Not only were the numbers of gu worms destroyed extremely huge, 2 immortal gu were also destroyed. Who knew how long it would take to replenish these gu worms and restore 88 True Yang building to its complete form? Fang Yuan, you insufferable bastard. You are undergoing the tribulation, yet I was the one who bore the consequences. I will make sure you regret being born into this world. Giant Sun's will cursed fiercely in his heart. The giant cocoon formed from the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had already thinned. Several rays of light pierced through the layers of dark clouds and shone down on the damaged 88 True Yang building. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were slowly dissipating. Giant Sun's will felt a huge stone lifting off his heart and was joyous to the point of crying. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities have finally ended. I managed to endure it. Although 88 True Yang buildings suffered heavy damage, the fundamental gu worms haven't been lost, and the mortal gu might have been destroyed in large numbers. But they can be replenished. The destroyed immortal gu are rather troublesome to obtain, but they also can be refined again. Even if others refine them first, I can use other gu worms to replace them. The situation is set. Now I shall get rid of the otherworldly demon, then teach that scum Fang Yuan his place. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were dissipating in front of his eyes. Giant Sun's will saw the time to take revenge was here, and his mood took a turn for the better. However, right at this time, a light blue giant hand gradually appeared in front of Giant Sun's will. This is? The remaining Giant Sun's will trembled intensely, even more frightened than seeing 70 or even 80 chaotic branching teeth at once. This is thieving heaven demon Venerable's killer move, Formless Hand. This accursed Fang Yuan. How is his luck so bad that he attracted this disaster? Rank 9 Gu Immortals were invincible under the heavens and could leave behind unique traces in the whole world. Even after death, some of their killer moves could emerge again during heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I got it. This Fang Yuan is too audacious. He was set on killing the child of luck Ma Hong Yun and suffered the backlash from fortune rivaling heaven Gu, causing his luck to be completely messed up, thus attracting such terrifying a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sons will felt extremely agonized when he realized the cause. Going to the bottom of this, it was Giant Son Immortal Venerable who left behind fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Under an absurd combination of different factors, Giant Son's will was actually suffering a loss from his own arrangement. Back then, the whole world was helpless when thieving heaven demon Venerable used Formless Hand to rob countless Gu worms. Fortunately, this Formless Hand only has 5 fingers. Thus at most, it can only seize rank 5 Gu. Oh heavens! Giant Son's will's pitch suddenly rose an octave higher, crying out in shock. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly dissipated. Large numbers of formless hands appeared one after another. 2, 3, 20, 30, 200, 300. Innumerable formless hands appeared, covering the whole sky. Among them, 1-finger to 5-fingered formless hands occupied the majority. There were 16 6-fingered formless hands and 9 7-fingered formless hands. There were even 3 8-fingered formless hands. Impossible! Even if Fang Yuan was targeted by fortune rivaling heaven Gu and his luck became terrible, it could not have gotten to this extent. Giant Sons will shouted in an incredulous tone. It's over. Everything is finished. Giant Sons will howled. If he could cry, his face would be filled with tears right now. Instantly, the large number of Giant Sons will dispersed and fell down from 88 Truyong building like sand. This was the self-collapse of a will. There was not even a trace of fighting spirit left. It could not endure such an impact. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had not ended, but were transforming into this final tribulation. Formless hands. The remaining Giant Sons will curled up into a lump, exposing 88 Truyong building. Inside True Inheritance' secluded domain, Fang Yuan and the others were still in the dark, not knowing anything that occurred outside. The chase was still continuing. Due to the backlash of heaven and earth chi, the loss of Gu worms on both sides had reached the hundreds. But they were still persisting firmly. Fang Yuan had almost no movement Gu left, but he had already found a way to resolve this predicament. He led the pursuers to make a large detour before suddenly changing direction and flying towards Tai by Yunsheng. Senior brother, quickly open your immortal aperture and let me in. I can evade these pursuers and smoothly advance to a Gu immortal there. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice. This, Tai by Yunsheng could not help but hesitate. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If Fang Yuan was let in and he failed, the resulting destruction would have to be endured by Tai by Yunsheng. Senior brother, what are you hesitating for at such a crucial moment? Once I advance to a Gu immortal, we will have the strength to survive this danger. Don't worry. I have complete assurance in advancing successfully, Fang Yuan shouted. Tai by Yunsheng was already bound firmly on Fang Yuan's chariot, and thinking of the fixed immortal travel that was with Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to accept Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan was overjoyed and charged into Tai by Yunsheng's immortal aperture. Damn it! The pursuers paled at this sight. This scum is too crafty, actually hiding in Tai by Yunsheng's immortal aperture. We can't hunt him now, Yi Lui Sang helplessly shouted. Then we shall slaughter an immortal. Kill Tai by Yunsheng. He Lu Lan's eyes glinted ominously, killing intent pervading from his body. The strength path giant phantom he had turned into charged towards Tai by Yunsheng with overwhelming momentum, like a bear pouncing at its prey. Tai by Yunsheng was scared witless. quickly fleeing with the supreme true inheritance light lump. Don't forget that I am also a flying master. Tai Baiyunsheng had learned from Fang Yuan and shouted loudly while flying away. The pursuer's momentum was involuntarily destroyed. Someone powerlessly cursed. Fuck! 2 flying masters appeared in this imperial court contest, and both of them had to be these two. Only He Lu Lan was provoked by the remark. His battle intent soared to an unprecedented level. Looks like I have to use my full strength as well. His expression was solemn as he made a resolution and punched fiercely. The fist chi surged majestically like a mountain peak. Tai Baiyunsheng nimbly dodged it without receiving any injury. But the barrage of grand fist chi suddenly transformed into strength path giant phantoms. Tai Baiyunsheng was caught unprepared, and in a short moment was completely surrounded by these strength path giant phantoms. What bad luck! Tai Baiyunsheng's face turned pale white. Who could have thought He Lu Lan's strength had actually reached such a powerful level? 16 strength path giant phantoms. This strength can truly slaughter an immortal. Yi Luisang and the others were greatly shocked at this scene. Huff huff huff! He Lu Lan gasped for breath. The strength path giant phantom on him had already dissipated. This move clearly used a lot of his energy and strength. Even great strength true martial physique of 10 extreme physiques could not endure its usage. His fat body flickered with a layer of faint black light. That was the power of Immortal Goo Dark Limit, helping him to suppress and conceal great strength true martial physique. What a close call! I almost broke the seal of Dark Limit Goo. He Lu Lan rejoiced inwardly, a vicious gaze flashing on his eyes as he looked at Tai Baiyunsheng. Your death is assured now. My grand plan of revenge will start from you, Tai Baiyunsheng. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Giant light blue hands suddenly appeared in true inheritance secluded domain. The dense giant light blue hands soon attracted everyone's gazes. What is that? What kind of thing? Whoosh! An ordinary true inheritance that was flying like a meteor collided into a giant light blue hand. The giant light blue hand opened its palm and grabbed this true inheritance. Holding it so tightly the true inheritance could not even budge. The giant light blue hand paused for a breath of time before flying away swiftly. Under everyone's gazes, it left behind a trail of gorgeous blue light, while its speed kept on increasing. After it moved thousands of steps away, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the true inheritance it was holding was gone. Everyone's pupils involuntarily shrunk at this sight. These giant hands are so terrifying. They easily subdue the true inheritance. I know, this is definitely Ancestor Giant Sun's ability. Haven't you noticed these giant light blue hands are similar to the flying snow hands? Haha. Ancestor Giant Sun has made his move. It seems the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already passed. These two scoundrels are finished now. Some people made guesses which were quickly approved by everyone. However, right when they were cheering, a miserable shriek spread to their ears. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw that a Goo Master in the outer periphery was grabbed by the giant light blue hand. Shortly after, the giant hand seemed to have grabbed something, flying far away with a clenched fist. That Goo Master let out a miserable howl. My! That hand seized all my Goo worms. What? There was a commotion. Soon the second victim appeared. My vital Goo was actually seized. Puff! He spurted a mouthful of blood. Vital Goo was closely related to the Goo Master's life, and when it was forcibly seized by the giant hand, the Goo Master immediately suffered backlash. The hands fell down like rain, beginning to wantonly seize Goo worms. Run away! Everyone dispersed in confusion. Isn't this Ancestor Giant Sun's ability? Could it be that this is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? Many cried out in shock. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? It can actually seize Goo worms. Someone shouted in bewilderment. The importance of Goo worms to Goo Masters was self-evident. Quick, store your Goo worms into your apertures. Someone reminded in panic. However, everyone soon discovered even after storing in the aperture, the Goo worms were still being seized. The giant light blue hands were formless. They did not inflict the slightest injuries and only captured goo worms. Once the goo worm was captured by them, the goo worm would immediately lose connection with the goo master. What kind of tribulation are these giant light blue hands? Can it seize even immortal goo? Tai Yunshang could not make out any details on these giant light blue hands and was very nervous from the scene unfolding in front of him. At this time, 3 giant hands moved towards him. He evaded in panic. Even as a flying goo master, he was soon in danger, his face perspiring heavily. The giant hands were very fast and extremely nimble. The crucial point was they could sneak attack like flash bug goo, making it very hard to defend against them. Even Tai Yunshang was cutting out a sorry figure. There was no need to mention other goo masters. There seems to be information of this in the tribe records. He Lulan frowned. He could not dodge in time and was grabbed by a 4-fingered giant hand. For a moment he could not budge. The giant light blue hand seemingly had no substance and like wind brushing past one's face. It caused no harm to He Lulan's body. However, He Lulan felt his head go dizzy, instantly losing connection with a rank 4 goo. Oh no! He Lulan inwardly exclaimed. The goo that was seized might only be rank 4, but it was very important. It was one of the necessary goo worms to use his strength path killer move. Roar! He Lulan suddenly let out a beastly roar. Rank 5. Fixed sound goo. A formless sound wave rapidly chased after the 4-fingered giant hand and locked it in place like a formless iron chain. I don't care what all these hands are. I'll destroy them. He Lulan gave a loud shout to raise his spirits and turned into strength path giant phantom once more. The giant grabbed the giant light blue hand with its house-sized fist and clenched. The giant light blue hand flickered twice before shattering apart like glass. He Lulan immediately sensed that crucial goo worm. The shattered giant light blue hand fell apart like ice melting into water. He Lulan smoothly grabbed the goo worm and was just feeling joyous when 5 formless hands suddenly appeared behind him. His face turned pale instantly. He fiercely turned his body and delivered a horizontal strike with his arm. He used all his strength in this strike. Wind erupted, and sound waves burst out like thunder. But when the strike touched the formless hands, the giant arm directly passed through like they were image of the moon in the water. He Lulan was stupefied. The formless hands quickly moved and grabbed specific parts of the strength path giant phantom. He Lulan was paralyzed once more. Next moment, the strength path giant phantom collapsed with a loud sound. His killer move was broken. My goo worms, puff! He Lulan spurted out large amounts of blood. His vital goo was seized, which was the core goo of his strength path killer move. Besides it, 4 other crucial goo worms were also seized. What gave He Lulan the most heartache was false emotion fake wool goo and wooden chicken goo, 2 immortal goo, were also seized. Stop right now! He Lulan exerted all his strength to chase the hands. The matter of Fong Yuan thrown out of his mind. The giant light blue hands moved everywhere, seizing goo worms. The goo masters fled and evaded in disorder. A rumble erupted in True Inheritance' secluded domain. Threads of light shone down as the True Yang building began to crumble. No, I absolutely can't let 88 True Yang building perish. Formless hands cannot be attacked. But when they grab a goo worm and clench their fist, they can be destroyed. As long as I can protect the several rank 8 core goo worms, with enough time, I will be able to rebuild True Yang building. Outside the tower, the remnant giant suns will curled up in a ball and was accumulating its energy. The enormous True Yang building was like an old man with a foot in the grave, letting the formless hands fly in, grab the goo worms and fly away. The beautiful and grand True Yang building soon turned into a nibbled giant corn. Its surface was a mess, filled with holes. The formless hands continued to rain down endlessly. True Yang building's complete destruction was not far away. Inside Tai Yunshang's immortal aperture blessed land, however, was a scene of tranquility. Fong Yuan waited for a while before carefully transferring his second vital goo. All-out effort goo had a beetle-like shape with an oval body and an arching carapace. The majestic horn on its head appeared dignified and powerful. It had 3 pairs of strong legs, and its entire body was brown which shone with a metallic luster. Fang Yuan obtained this goo back in southern border. Later he refined it rank for which allowed him to casually strike out with beast strength phantoms. Go! Fang Yuan softly spoke. All-out effort goo obeyed Fang Yuan's intent, charging towards the extremely compressed three-colored chi lump. Boom! Fang Yuan's body shook intensely as lightning seemed to have burst in his mind. The chi lump exploded loudly, and like the process of creation after destruction, it gave birth to an immortal aperture. The sky in the immortal aperture was orange-yellow and a white mountain stood tall on the earth. Since the immortal aperture was newly born, the space inside was limited, but it soon rapidly expanded all around. Like a newborn baby, it demanded nutrition intensely. The immortal aperture's nourishment was the heaven and earth chi. Senior brother, let me out quick. Fang Yuan immediately sent his voice. You succeeded. Tai Baiyun Shang was overjoyed before warning. You need to be careful when you come out. The situation now is quite dangerous. Fang Yuan's vision changed as he was let out of the immortal aperture by Tai Baiyun Shang. The next moment, he appeared beside Tai Baiyun Shang. This is Formless Hand? 500 years of experience was not for show. Fang Yuan immediately recognized the origin of the giant light blue hands and turned pale with fright. Feeling his aura, a six-fingered formless hand suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan and grabbed. The six-fingered formless hand's appearance was so sudden that Fang Yuan only had the time to raise his head. The light blue radiance shone down on his face as his sight was filled with the giant light blue hand. The formless hand did not show any notions of stopping, grabbing towards Fang Yuan, completely shrouding over his body. Junior brother, Tai Baiyun Shang shouted in fright. The next moment, however, the six-fingered formless fist loosened up and spread open. Fang Yuan's figure showed up 500 steps away. The six-fingered formless hand had grabbed at nothing. Flash bug goo. This goo was a rare rank 5 space path movement goo. Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of efforts to purchase it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Huff! Tai Baiyun Shang let out a breath of turbid air. A giant stone lifted off his heart. Tai Baiyun Shang knew Fang Yuan was unable to react properly because he had just came out. In truth, it was nothing difficult for flying masters to evade these formless hands. Close call. Fang Yuan's body let out cold sweat from the fright. He had much more understanding of formless hands than others. As such, he knew their threat level clearly. Formless Hand is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move. It can range from 1 finger to 9 fingers, respectively able to seize rank 1 to rank 9 goo worms. They can even seize the vital goo without any problems. If that 6-fingered formless hand succeeded in grabbing me, I would have definitely lost either Spring Autumn Cicada or fixed immortal travel. My luck is too bad. It actually provoked such a catastrophe. Fang Yuan rapidly flew, dodging the pursuit of the formless hand while observing his surroundings. True Inheritance secluded domain had already fallen into complete chaos. True Inheritance meteors and formless hands filled one's sight. Goo masters flew around in disorder. Some were evading the formless hands, some cried out in grief after their goo worms were seized, while some used all their strength to attack the formless hands. It seems that they have found out already. Once a formless hand captures a goo worm, it will clench its fist. This is the moment it can be attacked. When it is in its spread-out palm form, it is almost completely immune to all attacks and can only be dodged. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant information on formless hands. He was very familiar with the formless hands. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun had successively obtained a portion of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, also obtaining a similar method of capturing goo worms. He had used this method many times in the Great Battle of the 5 Regions, resulting in the disastrous loss of many strong enemies and making them flee. Fang Yuan had thus researched a lot on this. Fang Yuan continued to dodge, use flashbug goo, windflower goo, eagle rise goo and so on before he was able to pull apart a huge distance, making the 6-fingered formless hand chasing him to change its target. He immediately sent a portion of his consciousness to inspect his immortal aperture. There were remnants of heaven and earth chi in True Inheritance secluded domain. Ever since Fang Yuan came out, his immortal aperture had been crazily absorbing these heaven and earth qi, growing rapidly. In just a short while, his immortal aperture had expanded to over 2,000 square kilometers and was still growing. At the same time, the time flow inside the immortal aperture was starting to become faster than the outside world. From a 1-to-1 ratio, it increased to 6 times as fast. Damn it! Fang Yuan suddenly frowned and his face paled. The change in the immortal aperture was going smoothly, but the problem appeared in the first aperture. More accurately, the problem was the spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering rapidly, and the first aperture was already showing signs of being unable to bear the huge pressure from it. Oh no! When an immortal aperture is born, not only does the space enlarge, the time flow also changes. The change in the time flow is the main reason an immortal aperture can turn into a small world and attract a tributary of the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada feeds on the water of the river of time, and now being so close to the source, it is able to drink a lot and accelerate its recovery speed. Fang Yuan was able to instantly understand what was going on. Since the last activation of spring-autumn cicada, which had fortunately succeeded, it had been slowly recovering. It has been a long time since Fang Yuan arrived in northern plains. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, causing the pressure on the first aperture to increase day by day. The first aperture was already at rank 5 peak stage and should have been able to endure for some time according to Fang Yuan's estimation. But this unforeseen event had greatly shifted the time limit to an earlier date. Since rebirth, spring-autumn cicada had been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was advancing to a Gu Immortal, this hidden danger had expanded to a serious danger that directly pushed itself to Fang Yuan's sight. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He suddenly descended. A formless hand passed by his hair, grabbing at the air. For now, Fang Yuan had no way to deal with this situation. The immortal aperture must be successfully created, otherwise all his efforts would go to waste. Without a Gu Immortal's strength, it would be impossible for him to continue contending. However, spring-autumn cicada also could not be ignored. Crack! A huge sound echoed in true inheritance, secluded domain, like some important thing had shattered, causing palpitation in everyone's heart. Everyone paused and hurriedly looked up. Like an eggshell that was smashed, countless cracks appeared on true inheritance secluded domain. The cracks rapidly enlarged and let the outside world's light flow in. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks, a 7-fingered formless hand among them. The Gu masters let out shocked cries at the sight of so many giant light blue hands. Why are there so many giant hands? This is bad. Look, a 7-fingered giant hand has actually squeezed in. With the endless giant light blue hands flying in true inheritance secluded domain, everyone's situation had become even more perilous. He Lu Lan's expression was grave, and even Tai Bai Yunshang felt an intense suffocation. Flying masters were not omnipotent. With so many formless hands, the difficulty in evading them increased greatly. Moreover, the longer they spent, the more likely it was for them to make an error under such a strained state. This is turning worse. Tai Bai Yunshang was gloomy. What he was afraid of came. He made a mistake in the crucial time. His sole remaining escape path was blocked by 6 formless hands. At this moment of crisis, Tai Bai Yunshang gritted his teeth and directly crashed towards a 3-fingered formless hand. The formless hand grabbed him. Tai Bai Yunshang was immediately paralyzed. But this time period was extremely short, and soon, the 3-fingered formless hand flew away with a clenched fist. Out of danger, Tai Bai Yunshang immediately burst out with his greatest speed and escaped through this gap. Tai Bai Yunshang's back was soaked with cold sweat from this thrilling situation. Even Tai Bai Yunshang was in such a predicament, let alone others. All the Gu masters met with calamity. At worst, not even one of their Gu worms remained. Without Gu worms, Gu masters' battle strength plunged down to the very bottom. And even if they had a lot of primeval essence, it would be of no use. Save me! A Gu master looked on with fright, a true inheritance that was flying right towards him. All his Gu worms were already seized by the formless hands. At this moment of life and death, He cried out for help while swinging his arms crazily to speed up his flight. But his movement speed was no faster than a snail in comparison to the true inheritance. The surrounding goo masters heard his plea for help, but right now they had no way to help however much they wanted to. Thud! There was no unexpected event. The unlucky goo master was directly crushed into meat paste by the true inheritance. This blue-colored true inheritance did not stop after crushing the goo master and kept on flying away. On its way, formless hands kept on obstructing its path while it kept on evading. The wild newborn goo will in the true inheritance also sensed the deadly threat of the heavenly tribulation formless hands, and did its best to escape. However, the will of goo worms was not as intelligent as humans. The blue-colored true inheritance evaded several formless hands before it was finally grabbed by a 5-fingered formless hand. The formless hand clenched its fist tightly but did not stop at the place. The true inheritance light lump speed was too fast. The formless hand was pulled in its inertia, except that the speed was greatly reduced. The 5-fingered formless hand flew away with a goo worm. But even more formless hands pounced down and covered the true inheritance light lump. One hand was not enough, another came followed by the next. Soon, 10 formless hands were tightly grabbing the true inheritance light lump. The true inheritance light lump continued to slow until it came to a stop. The formless hands suddenly separated and flew in all directions with clenched fists. There was nothing left at the spot. The blue-colored true inheritance was already robbed clean. At this moment, Fang Yuan snickered and flew towards the target he had his eyes on, and started attacking fiercely. A formless fist was broken by his attacks and revealed the goo it was holding. Fang Yuan immediately reacted and grabbed it. This was a rank 5 mortal goo, and after he refined it, he stored it in his pocket. Flash bug goo. He disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared 300 steps away, right beside another formless fist. Bam bam bam. He punched heavily and broke the formless fist in 3 punches, leaving after grabbing the goo. It was an immortal goo. Almost at the very next moment, a formless hand pounced at him, and naturally it was in vain. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, occasionally soaring like a sparrow and occasionally piercing forward like an eagle. He was dodging the formless hands while also taking any chance to strike a fortune, grabbing many goo worms of the true inheritance. However, the formless fists were very fast and the opportunity to destroy them was fleeting. The blue-colored true inheritance was a good opportunity Fang Yuan ran into, but he only had enough time to break 3 formless fists, obtaining 2 mortal goo and an immortal goo. While Fang Yuan was occupied with breaking the formless fist, the other formless fists had already flown far away and Fang Yuan was not able to chase after them. Suppress. Fang Yuan transferred his will into the goo worms to temporarily suppress them. He did not have the time to refine these goo worms, let alone study their uses. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's sight was covered with blue light. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan was too active and attention-drawing. 8 formless hands attacked him together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped and he quickly evaded. He moved and stopped at times, changing his directions madly. His vision kept on changing intensely. One moment he was above while the next he was below. He almost made himself go dizzy. He spent tremendous effort before he was able to get rid of the formless hands. He had just stabilized his breathing when suddenly, there was the sound of wind. A formless hand was flying right towards him. Fang Yuan was just about to dodge, but his pupils enlarged rapidly the next moment. This was a formless fist. He laughed heartily and flapped his 6 wings, directly punching towards the formless fist. He obtained a rank 5 goo after breaking the formless fist. The goo worm was vibrating in his hand and struggled intensely, attempting to escape. Fang Yuan sent a portion of his will inside, but was not able to suppress it. He immediately frowned as he realized this goo was not a wild goo, but a goo master's goo worm. Because the goo worm had someone else's will, the difficulty in refining it was several times greater than refining wild goo, and even temporarily suppressing it was difficult. Let go of my goo. A familiar voice sounded by Fang Yuan's ears at this moment. Fang Yuan looked at the source of the voice and immediately smiled. He saw He Lulan flying towards him hurriedly and furiously. his gaze fixed on the goo in Fang Yuan's hand. He Lulan poured incessant grievances in his heart. He had outstanding battle strength along with an extremely powerful strength path long-range killer move. It was just that they were not enough to cover his weakness in the movement aspect. More accurately speaking, He Lulan cultivated strength and dark path which were not impressive in movement ability. But in the present situation, only flying masters could barely survive. He Lulan's weakness was thus completely revealed under the pursuit of the formless hands. The formless hands wantonly seized the goo worms in He Lulan's body. He had destroyed many formless hands and chased after many, but at the same time, new formless hands would appear to grab even more of his goo worms. Right now, He Lulan was flying fiercely like a berserk bear. His expression was one of malevolence and anger. He knew Fang Yuan had big advantage in this situation, but he could not give up. The reason was that the goo worm Fang Yuan had captured was, very unfortunately, He Lulan's vital goo. The vital goo was closely interlinked to the goo master's life. Once it was destroyed, the goo master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. By grabbing this goo, it was akin to Fang Yuan controlling a huge weakness of He Lulan. Mentioning this vital goo, it had gone through many difficulties as well, being seized by the formless hands many times while He Lulan seized it back again. Counting the number of times, this was already the 6th time this vital goo had been seized. Only this time, an accident happened. It landed in Fang Yuan's hand. His vital goo was with the enemy. This was a very serious situation and it needed to be retrieved. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He did not know the rank 5 goo in his hand was He Lulan's vital goo, but he could tell the huge importance of this goo from He Lulan's behavior. Humph! You want to take back this goo? Keep on dreaming. Fang Yuan moved the 6 wings on his back and rose up, flying far away. He Lulan had hunted down Fang Yuan again and again before. The hatred between them was already very deep. But this moment was not a good time to kill He Lulan. There were more and more formless hands. Fang Yuan was already feeling difficulty in dodging them. If he fought under this situation, he would surely have to pay an extremely disastrous price even if he succeeded. It was more so when He Lulan had great strength, true martial physique. If he was forced into a corner and self-detonated, Fang Yuan would have to suffer the terrible consequences. Let's see how long he can continue chasing me. Fang Yuan snorted and forcibly suppressed the restless goo worm in his hand. Soon he shook off He Lulan. While dodging the formless hands on the way, he sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was growing without stop. Ever since Fang Yuan exited Tai by Yun Shang's immortal aperture, his immortal aperture had been continuously absorbing heaven and earth qi. Now it was already over 2,600 square kilometers. The sky was orange and yellow while the earth was rugged with steep white stone mountain ranges that stood tall and lofty. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the goo master's paths, accumulation, temperament and comprehension. This was the first time Fang Yuan became a strength path goo immortal and he only roughly understood it now, only knowing the general situation. If he wanted to have a deeper understanding, he needed to research in the future. The time flow has reached 1:12 ratio. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days inside the immortal aperture. The growth rate is gradually slowing down, Fang Yuan assessed. By now, he had almost absorbed all the heaven and earth qi in true inheritance secluded domain. He was now waiting for the immortal aperture to stabilize completely, which was the most important. Once he possessed a goo immortal's battle strength, everything would change. I will let you hold on to my goo for the moment. I will get it back no matter what. He Lulan could only roar helplessly as he looked at Fang Yuan fly further and further away. He was obstructed by the formless hands when he chased and had lost many goo worms. It was already very difficult for him to evade the formless hands. It was no wonder he would suffer the consequences when he chased after Fang Yuan under such conditions. He Lulan helplessly gave up. If he still persisted in chasing, it would definitely make Fang Yuan suspicious. And if Fang Yuan guessed the goo was He Lulan's vital goo, the situation would turn even worse. I can only rely on my connection to my vital goo and slowly get near him while dodging the formless hands. Then I will ambush this damned thief. He Lulan gritted his teeth till they made cracking noises, while thinking of all kinds of schemes. Formless hands could seize goo worms but could not refine them. Once the formless hand was broken apart, the goo worm would be released, upon which the goo master would be able to immediately sense the goo and use his will to recall them. Fong Yuan forcibly suppressed He Lu Lan's vital goo, but had no time or energy to spare to refine it. Thus, He Lu Lan still had connection with the goo worm and had hope of turning the situation around. Time passed. The formless hands had completely gained control of the situation in True Inheritance' secluded domain. Giant light blue hands could be seen everywhere like swarms of bees hovering around. Be it goo masters or True Inheritance light lumps, they only had the choice of escaping. Spring-autumn cicada. Fong Yuan's mouth was dry as the pressure in him continued to increase. Following the growth of the immortal aperture, spring-autumn cicada continued to absorb the water of the river of time, causing the pressure in the first aperture to continue to increase. There were already many cracks on the first aperture's walls. To decrease the pressure on the first aperture as much as possible, Fong Yuan had already emptied out all the primeval essence in the aperture. He flew rapidly, using tens of movement goo which had huge demand towards primeval essence. Fortunately, I had already planned and prepared long before this, and bought large numbers of beggar moths. But even so, I need to pay attention to my primeval essence. The consequences will be unimaginable if my primeval essence is completely exhausted. These beggar moths were goo worms used to store primeval essence. They looked like moths, but their wings had round holes. These holes made the beggar moth look tattered, resembling a beggar's clothing. In truth, however, the more holes there were on the beggar moth's wings, the better. More holes meant the beggar moths could store higher rank primeval essence. In the mortal world, these beggar moths were limited in supply. But Fong Yuan possessed Who Immortal blessed land and was able to buy groups of beggar moths in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fong Yuan directly purchased a group. Although there were not many rank 5 and rank 4 beggar moths, rank 3 and rank 2 were huge in numbers. Fong Yuan had close to 1,000 beggar moths and had brought almost all of them with him. Mortals could not buy them and would also find it hard to bear the expenses of raising goo. But Fong Yuan had a goo immortal's assets in Who Immortal blessed land, and it was easy for him to raise them. Not only beggar moths, he also had a lot of spare eagle rise goo and other goo. Fong Yuan would keep his eagle rise goo after using them for certain time and activate another eagle rise goo. There were 6 wings on his back and it looked like he was using 3 eagle rise goo, but in truth, he was using more than a dozen eagle rise goo in turns. This was because of the heaven and earth chi. Using goo worms under this situation would be met with the backlash from heaven and earth chi. The goo might even perish if they were used for too long. Fong Yuan's immortal aperture was growing. As such, he was the center of the gathering heaven and earth chi, causing the backlash force on him to be very high. Thus, by alternating the use of goo like eagle rise goo, he could prolong their duration to the greatest limit. It was again thanks to having Who Immortal blessed land, having the help of a goo immortal resources, that he could be such extravagant. The backlash of heaven and earth chi was also one of the barriers for a goo master to advance to goo immortal. When Tai Bai Yun Shang faced the tribulations in his ascension, his goo worms perished in large numbers. If not for Fong Yuan's support, he would already have no more goo worms to use after using them all up in facing chaotic lightning balls outside 88 Truyong building. If a goo master was lucky enough to advance to a goo immortal, all their mortal goo would normally be destroyed. Advancing to a goo immortal was extremely risky and there was a high price to be paid. In lots of cases, a newly advanced goo immortal would have nothing on him. Almost all the goo worms they accumulated before would be completely used up. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fong Yuan suddenly turned into heavenly zombie form while flying and evading. His 6 wings soared and he raised his 8 arms. Bam! The next moment, he directly clashed against a formless fist. Fong Yuan did not feel any pain and directly shattered the formless fist, obtaining a goo. Fong Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the goo. This was the 3rd wild immortal goo he had obtained after exiting Tai Bai Yun Shang's immortal aperture. He was unable to examine it closely, but he stored it in his pocket after suppressing it. Right now, he had the internal danger of spring-autumn cicada, while on the outside, there was the formless hand disaster. He had to concentrate completely on flying, as well as pay attention to his primeval essence and the condition of his goo worms. But he could not deny his plentiful harvests. Fang Yuan was deeply realizing what was called the coexistence of pain and joy. His flying master attainment was a great help to him in this situation. Where is Ma Hongyun? Fang Yuan stored the third immortal goo and looked around him with insatiable greed. Luck Path's supreme true inheritance had all along been of extreme interest to him. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had, to a large extent, relied on this to dominate the lands and become invincible in the world. Previously, Fang Yuan had no way to do anything about this Luck Path true inheritance, but now borrowing the strength of formless hands, he could seize the Luck Path goo worms. This was an extremely rare opportunity. However, even after searching all over whenever he had the chance, he did not see even the shadow of the Luck Path true inheritance. Clearly, Luck Path true inheritance was also moving around. The supreme true inheritance might be protecting Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, but it was only an acknowledgement of fortune rivaling heaven, and it was still being controlled by a wild will. It was an instinct for wild goo worms to dodge heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was a scene of chaos in the large true inheritance secluded domain. There were formless hands everywhere, true inheritance meteors, fleeing goo masters or dazzling attacks towards the clenched formless fists. All these were obstructing Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan also had to evade the formless hands and could not casually search. Both sides were on the move, thus it was actually normal for them to not bump into each other. Crack, crack, the sound of something cracking, like the cracking of eggshell, started to spread. The cracks in true inheritance secluded domain were enlarging. It was only at one side first, but now the cracks had gradually spread to cover all sides. More and more giant light blue hands squeezed in through the cracks. Time passed. The losses to Fang Yuan's goo worms were also becoming more severe. On one hand, because of the backlash from heaven and earth chi, especially the movement goo worms, even after being used in turn, they had reached the limit and many perished. On the other hand, the quantity of formless hands had surpassed the point of qualitative change. Sometimes, many formless hands would appear together and block all escape paths. Fang Yuan was thus grabbed 2-3 times. But every time he was grabbed, he would intentionally choose the formless hand with less fingers, prioritizing his safety and letting his goo worm be taken of his own accord. As time continued to pass, Fang Yuan had no more opportunity to go shatter formless fists. He was busy running from the pursuit of the formless hands. Return my goo. By some coincidence, He Lulan appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and activated Windflower Goo. A translucent wind flower appeared beside him and quickly changed direction, taking him with it. Whoosh! With the Windflower Goo's help, Fang Yuan's speed remained the same when he changed his direction, and was able to avoid He Lulan. He Lulan, however, was very happy. I am finally lucky for once. He actually ran that direction. Fang Yuan had not flown far away before his speed rapidly declined. His expression changed as he sensed that he had fallen into a dark vortex. This was the trap He Lulan had set using one-time expenditure goo, specially used to trap enemies. The formless hands were less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan snorted and, without losing his composure, used flashbug goo. He disappeared from the spot and appeared 500 steps away the next moment. After getting out of his predicament, Fang Yuan immediately increased his speed, but not even a few breaths later, he once again fell into a dark vortex. He again used flashbug goo to free himself. But following that, he fell in the third dark vortex again. True Inheritance secluded domain was originally a place filled with darkness, as such dark vortexes were extremely concealed here. Without someone running into them, they would remain still and there would be no way to sense them. But once someone ran into them, they would form a sinking force like one had stepped into a swamp or quicksand. You can't run away. I have placed countless traps all over the surrounding 100 li. He Lulan shouted while rapidly flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was suffering the consequences of a lack of investigation. He shouted furiously, "You are seeking your own death. Don't blame me." He activated Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King and forcefully freed himself from the vortex, charging straight towards He Lulan. He Lulan felt a chill before it turned into joy. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan attacking him, but afraid of Fang Yuan fleeing all the time and not give him the chance to fight. New and old hatred overlapped. Both sides wanted nothing more than to kill each other. However, they had not even fought yet, when He Lulan suddenly changed his direction and fled. Shortly, Fang Yuan's expression also changed and retreated towards the back extremely quickly. Too horrifying. A large group of formless hands breezed down from above. Their numbers were at least 500 to 600. The light blue radiance dyed the surrounding space into a scene of blue. The formless hand group divided into two, chasing after Fang Yuan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan was facing an unprecedented crisis. He did not dare to fly in between the formless hands. There were too many formless hands. Even a light movement could easily seal all his paths. Fang Yuan could only fly forward swiftly, with the large group of giant light blue hands closely chasing him. "No, don't come here," Yi Lui Sang shouted in panic. He was moving with 3 other Gu Masters, and coordinating with each other. He was barely able to ensure the safety of his Fire Path Immortal Gu. However, now he suddenly saw Fang Yuan flying towards them, and when he saw the group of formless hands behind Fang Yuan, Yi Lui Sang's heart nearly jumped out in shock. Fang Yuan not only increased his speed, he also quickly made his move. Long-range attacks sealed the best escape routes of Yi Lui Sang's group and also greatly slowed down their speed. Next, Fang Yuan turned a little and flew past them, continuing to fly swiftly. Yi Lui Sang's group was escaping with all their strength, but it was nowhere near enough. "No!" This unlucky Yi Lui tribe leader let out a miserable scream as hundreds of formless hands filled his vision. Like a burst of strong wind wreaking havoc or like locusts passing through the fields, the giant light blue hands plundered Yi Lui Sang's group and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Yi Lui Sang's group stood on the spot with dazed expressions. There were too many formless hands, and in just a few breaths of time, all their Gu worms were seized. In an instant, they had become completely penniless. Although they still had primeval essence remaining in their apertures, there was nothing to use them on. "How will I report to Supreme Tribe Elder when I return?" Yi Lui Sang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. His Fire Path Immortal Gu was lent to him by Yi Lui Tribe's Supreme Tribe Elder Yi Lui Lai to help him obtain victory in this Imperial Court contest. The value of the Immortal Gu was self-evident. Yi Lui Sang lost in the contest, but to preserve the Immortal Gu, he had to bear the disgrace of siding with He Lulan, who was also a super tribe leader like him. And now, because of Fang Yuan sending the disaster towards him, the Fire Path Immortal Gu he had protected with his heart and soul was gone. Fang Yuan flew rapidly before glancing behind him. He felt relieved when he saw the formless hands had decreased in number. This was the contribution of Yi Lui Sang's group. Fang Yuan saw hope in getting rid of this group of formless hands. That was to draw the disaster towards others. He had Flying Master attainment while others did not. That is, while fleeing, Fang Yuan finally discovered trace of Ma Hongyun. Luck Path Supreme True Inheritance was shielding Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, while dodging and flying away from many formless hands chasing it. Of course, when compared to the group chasing Fang Yuan, it paled in comparison. Without the least bit of hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyun. Sensing an even greater danger, Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump instinctively changed its direction. However, Fang Yuan chased it relentlessly, and with extremely deft movements, he was able to gradually get closer. "Let us go, I beg you. Please let us go." Ma Hongyun's pleading came from within Luck Path True Inheritance. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Zhao Lianyun was also shivering in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was tough like iron and cold as steel. How could he be swayed? His speed suddenly increased violently as he made a beautiful arc beside the Luck Path True Inheritance. The formless hand group was immediately attracted to the aura of luck path true inheritance and flocked to it. We're finished. Both of Ma and Zhao's faces turned as they looked at the hundreds of formless hands blocking their escape routes, attacking like a storm. Ha ha ha! Luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan made a full circle before flying back. My immortal aperture has almost finished forming. This is truly wonderful. I can use it to store the luck path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's gaze burned looking at the formless hands shrouding the luck path true inheritance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, many formless fists started flying away. Fang Yuan immediately started using all his methods to seize the goo. 1, 2, 5, 6. The number soon crossed 10. Fang Yuan knew he would not be able to catch all luck path goo worms, but he was satisfied at having such a harvest. Wait a moment. A six-fingered formless fist. Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a major target. The 6 fingers signified this fist was holding a rank 6 luck path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes reddened and his breathing sped up as he used all his strength to chase the 6-fingered fist. He turned into 6-arm heavenly zombie king and directly pounced towards the fist. His 8 arms burst out with fist shadows as he rained down violent punches. The formless fist shattered and, as expected, revealed a luck path immortal goo. Ha ha! Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he quickly grabbed it. However, right at this instant, a 6-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed Fang Yuan. Its timing was impeccable as Fang Yuan's guard was slightly relaxed due to the happiness. The result was extreme joy turning into sorrow. Fang Yuan felt his mind go blank and cursed out. The time seemed to have stretched out extremely long at this moment. After 2 breaths, the 6-fingered formless fist flew away from him and Fang Yuan recovered the ability to move. Fang Yuan immediately unfolded his 6 wings and left the spot immediately. He hurriedly glanced behind him and saw 50 to 60 formless hands crashing into each other at the spot where he had just been before. If he had even the slightest hesitation, Fang Yuan's forehead was soaked with cold sweat. He then examined his body and the discovery caused him to turn gloomy. The goo that was seized was not any of the immortal goo he had seized or spring autumn cicada, it was fixed immortal travel. This damned luck! Fang Yuan cursed. Fixed immortal travel was his primary method to leave this place and return to Hu immortal blessed land. He must get it back. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed the luck path immortal goo and stored it in his pocket. Then he stared at that 6-fingered formless fist and gave chase. When one walks by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Fortunately, his immortal aperture finished stabilizing during the chase. Fang Yuan's risky attempt at advancing to Gu Immortal ended in success. At this moment he had become a true Strength Path Gu Immortal. His Strength Path Immortal aperture was very huge with about 3,500 square kilometers of area. The sky was orange-yellow and there were all sorts of lofty, tall and straight mountains on the ground made of white stones with not even a blade of grass on them. An invisible tributary of the River of Time was pulled into the Immortal Aperture Blessed Land, supporting the normal operations of this small world. In comparison to the outside world, the flow of time here was 1 to 16. The most important point was there were 22 green grape immortal essence beads. This is a medium-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan sighed. When a Gu master advanced to Gu Immortal, their immortal aperture could be classified into 3 grades. A small blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, can draw in a small tributary of the River of Time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. Medium grade can have a size of 2,000 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the River of Time, create over 20 beads of immortal essence and has plentiful resources. High-grade blessed land can have a size of 4,000 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers, draw in a large tributary of the River of Time and create over 30 beads of immortal essence. There will be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining, which can mutually interact and refine immortal goo into immortal goo during a burst of inspiration. When Tai Bai Yunshang advanced to Gu Immortal, he refined 2 immortal goo. No doubt, his was a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Aperture, however, was a medium-grade blessed land. I might have much more human chi compared to Tai Bai Yunshang, but he received the help of human chi gu and his human chi was able to greatly surpass mine. I received the protection of 88 True Yang Building and Giant Sun's will. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside, and only a small part was able to seep into True Inheritance' secluded domain, which was absorbed by me. Thoughts flashed Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. Giant Sun's will was after all forced to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity due to helplessness. It absolutely would not kindly allow the heaven and earth chi to enter True Inheritance' secluded domain, which could provide Fang Yuan with more potential. Besides this, there is also another important factor: Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of River of Time, which was akin to cutting off the nourishment and greatly weakened the accomplishment of Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Thus, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Aperture's time flow had 1:16 ratio, which was lower than normal standard. Fang Yuan felt no regret towards obtaining a medium-grade blessed land. This was for the best. Within the first aperture, Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure had already reached its limits. The first aperture's walls were full of cracks. If he continued, he might cause the aperture to explode. If it was a high-grade blessed land, it could refine an immortal goo and create a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity within the blessed land. Fang Yuan's predicament was extremely dangerous. He had both internal and external threats. If his immortal aperture had a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity wreaking havoc inside, Fang Yuan would surely become too distracted. It would be fortunate if he only suffered a great loss, but most likely he would lose his life. Regardless, becoming a Strength Path Gu Immortal means I have the ability to interfere in the battle now. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, throwing all of his Gu worms, be it mortal or immortal Gu, into his Strength Path Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture had a huge space; it could easily hold immortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan willed and used a bead of green grape immortal essence. Immediately afterwards, the green grape immortal essence spread and filled the entire blessed land, turning into almost limitless primeval essence. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. From this moment on, he no longer had to worry about primeval essence expenditure. He could use mortal goo without any restraints anymore. This was the biggest difference between mortal and immortal. At the same time, after becoming an immortal, the heaven and earth chi were all consumed. Thus there would no longer be any threat of a backlash. Fang Yuan's aura was surging. His eyes were shining with brilliance. His body shook slightly, and another pair of eagle wings grew on his back. Flying with 8 wings, Fang Yuan's speed became faster again, chasing after fixed immortal travel. Seeing that he was about to reach his target, Tai Bai Yunshang called out for help behind him. "Junior brother, assist me." That hand took away my immortal goo landscape as before. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a 6-fingered formless fist flying towards his left. Tai Bai Yunshang was dragging the supreme True Inheritance light lump as he chased after it desperately. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment. This 6-fingered formless fist was right beside him. If he did not help, he would not be able to explain himself. He immediately activated the wind flower goo, barely turning around. His speed was simply too fast. Even the wind flower goo in his immortal aperture could not take it, as many petals fell out. Fang Yuan caught up to the 6-fingered formless fist and smashed at it, breaking it open and rescuing landscape as before. Tai Bai Yunshang was overjoyed upon seeing this. "Great, junior brother. If not for your help." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, shouting anxiously, "Senior brother, dodge." Too late. An 8-fingered formless hand flew over and grabbed onto Tai Bai Yunshang. Tai Bai Yunshang was immobilized. His face was full of shock and fear. During this time, hundreds of formless hands flew over and encircled Tai Bai Yunshang. At the same time, large numbers of formless hands were flying over from far away. Damn it! Not only was Tai Bai Yunshang caught, he had the supreme True Inheritance with him. This is bad. 88 True Yang Building is going to be destroyed. I have to take back fixed immortal travel quickly. Fang Yuan did not dare to save him. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he placed the landscape as before goo into his immortal aperture and turned around to leave. Fixed immortal travel goo was the best method to escape. It was more important than any other immortal goo, right now in Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan flew rapidly, about to reach the formless fist. After I take fixed immortal travel, I will leave. Who cares about Tai by Yun Shang anymore? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had made up his mind. True Inheritance secluded domain was at the deepest part of 88 Truyang building, and there were already so many formless hands here, not to mention the outside world. He had obtained enough benefits, and he had even successfully advanced to an immortal. If he continued staying here, he might lose his life. Fang Yuan had the intention to retreat already, but just when he was about to succeed, He Lu Lan blocked his path. Don't think that I'll be afraid just because you became an immortal. Return my goo worm to me now and I'll give way immediately. He Lu Lan screamed. You are courting death. Fang Yuan stared furiously. He wanted to tear He Lu Lan into several pieces, but his logic dictated him to change directions and swerve around He Lu Lan, continuing his pursuit. He Lu Lan snickered. He was unable to catch up to Fang Yuan. But in terms of long-range methods, he had his ways to obstructing Fang Yuan in his chase. Fang Yuan was obstructed by He Lu Lan time and again. He had to change his direction. Is this worth it? Just return my goo to me and you'll be able to reach this formless fist. Don't forget, after the formless fist flies for a certain distance, it will vanish along with the goo worm. He Lu Lan urged. He was extremely anxious. His vital goo was in Fang Yuan's hands, but he had to control himself and mask his anxiety. Fang Yuan shouted out in anger, his expression still as water. There was no way he would return the goo worm to He Lu Lan. The more He Lu Lan cared about this goo, the more important this goo was to him. He Lu Lan was a huge enemy. Even if he returned the goo worm, if he did not keep his promise and continued obstructing Fang Yuan, what then? Fang Yuan could only make detours and continue chasing after his target. Bam! Right at this moment there was a huge sound. True Inheritance secluded domain completely broke apart, instantly exploding. Eye-piercing sunlight filled everyone's vision. At once, Fang Yuan and the others were caught off guard. Their entire vision turned white. In such a situation, who would dare to shut their eyes completely? Even though their eyes were overflowing with tears due to the intensity, they had to open a slit. As the white light faded slowly, from their blurred vision, everyone could see that they were floating in the air. Save us! Many goo masters cried out desperately for help. They were all unlucky people who had their goo worms taken away. Without goo worms, this rapid descent would cause them to die upon impact with the ground. Nobody lent a hand to help them. Those goo masters who were barely floating in the air could only care about themselves, as they looked around in shock. In the sky, there were thousands of formless hands, closely packed together. On the ground, smoke was rising and there was debris of 88 Truyang building everywhere. These broken walls and structures were disintegrating, turning back into goo worms. The number of goo worms was too many. Each tile could split up into an ant's nest worth of goo worms. Oh my heavens! 88 Truyang building collapsed. Oh longevity heaven! Why is this happening? Everyone was flustered and shocked, when suddenly a bright golden rainbow shot up in the sky. Leave behind the immortal goo. The remaining giant suns had been storing energy for this moment. He finally made his move. The golden rainbow shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed one formless fist and obtained the immortal goo within. Divert disaster goo. Giant suns entered the goo and quickly activated it. Divert disaster goo shot out pillars of light and shone everywhere. The formless hands that were swept by the light pillars shrunk in size and their speed fell. Those formless hands that were hit by the light pillar disintegrated rapidly and the goo worms within were released. At once, giant suns regained several immortal goo. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Giant suns looked at the luck path true inheritance that was trapped by the formless hands, as well as Ma and Zhao who were inside the light lump. Without a trace of hesitation, he flew over with killing intent. My fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He lost his target. The formless fist that contained fixed immortal travel had gone missing. It had flew away with fixed immortal travel into the unknown. Fang Yuan had completely lost fixed immortal travel. Damn it! Fang Yuan controlled his heartache as he forced himself to calm down. Without fixed immortal travel, he could still use the Stargate to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But this Stargate needed to be sustained. So if Fang Yuan wanted to leave this place, he first needed to find a safe environment. Old ancestor is here, you have no way out now. Return my goo worm to me, and I can still help you ask for mercy. He Lulan flew over, shouting. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He Lulan's words reminded him. His biggest threat now were the formless hands, followed by Giant Sun's will. Although the current Giant Sun's will was heavily damaged and was not even a tiny fraction of its original state, it was still not something Fang Yuan could take on. The will that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind was too grand and majestic. Even though it had undergone such tremendous weakening, even though Fang Yuan was now a goo immortal, he was still not its match. Most importantly, it was currently snatching immortal goo all over the place. Once it activates the goo, its battle strength would surge. Ordinary goo worms need primeval essence or immortal essence to activate. No matter how powerful Giant Sun's will is, he is still a will and needs to use the rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle. He looked towards Giant Sun's will, who was far away. He had just taken a look when a formless hand flew over. Fang Yuan flapped his wings, evading successfully. Damn it! He Lulan cursed ruthlessly. He had also suffered the attacks of 3 formless hands along the way. True Inheritance secluded domain was broken apart. The number of formless hands in the air increased by at least 10 times. These formless hands attacked, causing Fang Yuan and He Lulan to be dodging them with all their effort. They could not spare the energy to care about other things. Bam bam bam. Wind blades danced in the air, cutting apart several formless hands. The goo that were caught earlier were released, while Giant Sun's will was like a golden dragon, pouncing on them. He had much of Giant Sun's immortal essence. He had the capability to instantly refine goo worms when he got them. His battle strength surged and his aura was like a rainbow. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Soon, Giant Sun's will found Ma and Zhao. They were surrounded by countless formless hands. The originally large true inheritance light lump had shrunk by at least 1/3 of its size. Giant Sun's will howled loudly, as several immortal goo and hundreds of rank 5 mortal goo were used together at once. The light of divert disaster shot straight. 1,000 wind blades danced in formation. A bright red fire crow spread its wings and flew while screeching. All sorts of attacks surrounded the luck path true inheritance like the falling petals of a flower. Once any formless hands flew out, they would be instantly destroyed, and the goo worm within would be taken by Giant Sun's will. Oh no, this luck path true inheritance originally belonged to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If Giant Sun's will obtains it, it would truly be a tiger gaining wings, or a flood dragon entering the sea. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. Taking a look at this scene, his heart turned heavy. He looked around, but realized that to leave this place he needed the Stargate goo. Imperial Court Blessed Land is on the brink of destruction. The outer fringe of the Blessed Land is already blowing with winds of assimilation, forming a huge circular wind veil. This wind has tremendous force. Even if I am a goo immortal, I cannot resist it. I cannot force my way out. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the number 1 blessed land of Northern Plains. It had deep foundations and tremendous fortune. Despite this, after Fang Yuan entered it, first, there was the contest of the Land Spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and Giant Sun's Will. Next, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng underwent immortal ascension and took in the heaven and earth chi of the Blessed Land. Furthermore, there was the once-in-10 years blizzard ravaging the Blessed Land, and it even fused with Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan's tribulations to form a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Frost Jade Peacock was able to endure it for so long. That was really quite a miracle already. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was a foregone conclusion. Now that the wind veil was formed, Imperial Court Blessed Land was surrounded like a sphere, and the walls of the sphere were extremely thick, at least hundreds of meters. Even if the formless hands flew there, they would be crushed into bits, being assimilated into wind and lead to growing the strength of the winds of assimilation. Even with flash bug goo, Fang Yuan could not get through it. However, this wind veil also formed an isolation barrier and prevented outside forces from intervening. At this moment, thousands of meters above the ground, in the sky, 3 goo immortals looked down at the grand winds of assimilation that was like a giant dark green bowl inverted on the ground with a grim expression. The wind veil's surface was very tranquil, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is unavoidable. What happened inside? How did it become like this? One of the goo immortals, an elderly man, looked with a furious gaze as his brows were tightly folded. 88 Truyong Building, Imperial Court Blessed Land. They were the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to benefit his descendants. As descendants with Huang Jin bloodline, they had already considered Imperial Court Blessed Land as their territory since long ago. But now, the domain that held great treasures had been destroyed. These righteous path goo immortals of Northern Plains super tribes were like dormant volcanoes turning active. Very evidently, this is a huge scheme. Our investigations earlier have shown that the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chong Shan-in. We have enough evidence to conclude that this person is an impersonator. The real Chong Shan-in had died long ago. Another young goo immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued, obviously not just Chong Shan-in, but other than him, Tai Bai Yunshang, Bian Xixian and the others are also suspicious. This scheme is very deep. It involves the forces of Central Continent. According to what we've learnt, there are at least 3 of the ancient sects in Central Continent plotting against the 88 Truyong Building for the last 100 years. Central Continent goo immortals' secret plot expended a lot of their effort and resources to create the loopholes and setups. In the end, Fang Yuan made use of these arrangements in advance. All of their hard work had gone to the benefit of someone else. Northern Plains goo immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88 Truyong Building. They were the spiritual symbols of Northern Plains. They were extremely important. The moment something happened to Imperial Court Blessed Land and the happenings inside were exposed to the outside world, Northern Plains forces all paid close attention to it. Unfortunately, they were all outside, and the situation had advanced too quickly. It was already too late by the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land. Sigh. The leader of the goo immortals sighed deeply. He was good-looking with red lips and white teeth, but for some reason, he had the appearance of a child. The aura he was emitting was extremely powerful. He was subtly the leader of the 3. The most important thing now is not to investigate these matters, but to consider the ways to salvage this situation. 88 Truyong Building was the arrangement of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, a rank 8 immortal goo house. It is profound and mysterious. Its heavenly power is not something we can understand. Although the winds of assimilation this time are fierce, forming a wind veil, it might not be able to destroy 88 Truyong Building. We will stay here and look for an opportunity to help, while being careful of any unexpected situations. The child goo immortal's words made the elderly man and the young man goo immortal breathe in deeply. Lord Tongzhu, you are absolutely right. Our Chanyu tribe has the immortal killer move, Winged Blade. As long as we activate it together, we will be able to forcefully break the wind veil of assimilation. The young man goo immortal said this, unable to conceal his pride. The winds of assimilation is not to be underestimated. Even with Winged Blade, we only have one chance to attack. I have made my calculations. The injury that we cause on this wind veil of assimilation would recover in only 8 breaths of time. The elderly man was a wisdom path goo immortal. He could make deductions and predictions. The leader of the 3, Chanyu Tongzhu, nodded slightly. Right now, He tribe, Yi Lui tribe, Dongfang tribe and others are surrounding the wind veil. All these righteous path super tribes have sent their goo immortals. There is also the number 1 demonic path force Snowy Mountain. They sent 6 goo immortals, attempting to take advantage of the situation. Don't underestimate them, we have our trump cards, so do they. When we use the winged blade, we have to prevent them from taking advantage of us. The luck path true inheritance cannot fall in the hands of the otherworldly demon. All these are mine, mine. Giant Sons will shouted loudly. His voice reverberated over the entire battlefield. He turned into a golden dragon, taking form at will. Sometimes 17 to 18 small dragons were created, while at the next moment, they combined into a giant dragon. He carried Giant Son's immortal essence, using it without holding back. More than 10 immortal goo were embedded on the dragon's body. There were 2 on its dragon horns, 1 in each of its eyes, and 6 to 7 in its scales. Blazing flames, divert disaster light beam, frost energy, all sorts of attacks were unleashed unceasingly. At this point, Giant Sons will could finally use his full strength. Giant Sons will had suppressed his anger for too long. He released all of it at this moment. First, he had to get rid of the otherworldly demon. And because of the luck path true inheritance's importance, Giant Sons will first surrounded Ma and Zhao. Large numbers of formless hands covered the luck path true inheritance tightly. At times, formless fists that captured luck path goo worms flew out. Giant Son's will was like a golden dragon, surrounding the luck path true inheritance and coiling around it, destroying all of the formless fists that came out. There were many formless fists. Even Giant Sons will could only choose some and attack those, trying to free more immortal goo to raise his battle strength. But near the giant will dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands. When Giant Sons will snatches these goo worms back, the formless hands would steal them again. During this contest, the 2 were fighting intensely and occupied the sky. Below this battle, the remaining surviving goo masters were fighting with a smaller number of formless hands. Even though Giant Sons will attracted most of the formless hands, the goo masters were not having an easier time. With the destruction of true inheritance secluded domain, the goo masters were completely exposed and out in the open. They were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost immune to all attacks. They flew in the sky and pierced through rocks. Nothing could obstruct them. Only after stealing a goo worm would they form into a fist and be susceptible to attacks. But the speed of the formless fists was very fast. Not all goo masters could chase after them and destroy them successfully. Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and the others were a minority. They were geniuses among geniuses. Old ancestor, please help, ah! A shrill scream could suddenly be heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads and look, only to see that a goo master from a super tribe, one who bears a pure bloodline, was left with no other choice after being chased by the formless hands and flew into the sky to seek help from Giant Son's will. But in the end, he was the first to be slaughtered by Giant Son's will after he activated the immortal goo to attack. Such might. He Lulan raised his head and looked. Even with his great strength true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Son's will. Giant Son's will had completely erupted. His attacks were fierce and carried tremendous might. His entire mind was on the luck path true inheritance. While competing with the formless hands, he had no energy to care about Giant Son's bloodline descendants. So painful. At this moment, Yi Lui Sang drew in a breath of cold air, crawling up from the ground. The goo worms on his entire body were stolen. He had fallen from the sky. Thankfully, his body was once tempered using goo worms. Thus he only suffered bone fractures while keeping his life. Looking at this unlucky person who died, he suddenly felt extremely glad. At least, compared to this unlucky guy, he was still alive. Being alive was more important than anything. Fang Yuan could feel an immense mental pressure. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in annoyance. He wanted to leave but had no way to break out of this predicament. Thankfully, Giant Sons will did not target me at the start, but instead went after that otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, while also wanting to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very clear in his heart. Once Giant Sons will gets rid of this problem, he would not let him off. By then, he would be like a sheep standing near a tiger or a rabbit near a python. Giant Sons will alone cannot activate so many immortal goo. Even though I became a goo immortal, if we fought head-on, I would still not be Giant Sons will's match. That is unless I cut away his connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Fang Yuan's mind was very sharp. But unfortunately, there were too many formless hands. He had to exert himself in dealing with them. Other than Giant Sun's will, he was the one with the most immortal goo. Their aura was attracting the attack of many formless hands. At the same time, He Lu Lan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true child of heaven. He could be thought of as the matured version of Bai Ningbing. Be it his battle capabilities or foundation and accumulation, they were very outstanding. He had heaven-defying battle strength. Even Tai Bai Yun Shang was not his match. The power of his self-detonation could slay an immortal. After being obstructed once again by He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan's gaze towards him became more ominous. At the same time, Fang Yuan thought to himself, this He Lu Lan has an absurd number of goo worms. He had many of his goo worms taken away, yet he still has so many remaining. There was a reason for this, of course. He Lu Lan's sole purpose was to enter 88 True Yang Building and obtain a Strength Path Immortal Goo, before attempting his immortal ascension in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, he made ample preparation. Especially with his father's help, he accumulated many goo worms. He considered the backlash of the heaven and earth chi during his immortal ascension which would lead to the death of goo worms. Thus he prepared a lot of goo worms, more than what anyone could imagine. Junior brother, save me. After dodging for a while, Fang Yuan heard Tai Bai Yun Shang's cry for help. It turns out, Tai Bai Yun Shang was trapped by the formless hands, floating in the air as he desperately defended himself. Eventually, his goo worms were all taken away. After losing the support of his goo worms, even as a goo immortal, he started falling towards the ground. Tai Bai Yun Shang was his only alliance mate. He could not abandon him yet. Fang Yuan immediately made a turn and took a risk to save him. But who knew that during that period, Tai Bai Yun Shang's anxious shout could be heard. Quick, junior brother. Take back my immortal goo man as before. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, seeing that a six-fingered formless fist was flying out. If at this moment, Fang Yuan chooses to save Tai Bai Yun Shang, then he would lose the best opportunity to take back man as before immortal goo. Most likely, after he saves Tai Bai Yun Shang, man as before would be transported away by formless fist. To save Tai Bai Yun Shang, or to take back the immortal goo man as before. At this moment, Fang Yuan had to make an important decision. To save Tai Bai Yun Shang, or take back man as before. At this instant, Fang Yuan hesitated. Man as before, this goo was extremely famous even though it was immortal goo. Now that it had become an immortal goo, its ability was even greater. According to what Tai Bai Yun Shang had said earlier, when it was immortal goo, it could turn a goo master's condition back to a state in the past. After becoming an immortal goo, it could not only affect others but even himself. This himself naturally meant Tai Bai Yun Shang. Tai Bai Yun Shang was a goo immortal. It was not hard to deduce that the immortal goo man as before could affect goo immortals as well. As a goo worm that can heal a goo immortal, the value of man as before need not be mentioned. In fact, its value far surpassed ordinary immortal goo. Thus, Tai Bai Yun Shang was so anxious, forgetting his own predicament and reminding Fang Yuan to take back man as before. But Tai Bai Yun Shang's words were merely out of anxiety. He said it without truly considering the consequences. In the case that Fang Yuan really abandoned him and attempted to retrieve man as before immortal goo, Tai Bai Yun Shang would be in great danger. Even though the essence of a goo master's life undergoes a qualitative change when becoming a goo immortal, if he fell from such a high altitude, even if Tai Bai Yun Shang survived, he would be gravely injured. And don't forget that there were many other goo masters who were remaining on the ground. Taking back man as before would use up a lot of time. Even if I retrieve man as before, if this causes a rift between me and Tai Bai Yun Shang, what should I do then? Tai Bai Yun Shang shouted out of anxiety. Once he was in grave danger and his life was at risk, he would immediately realize. Compared to the immortal goo, his life was more important. If at that moment, he saw his junior brother chasing the immortal goo and giving up on saving himself, how would he think? A person's heart is very fickle and ever-changing. Even though this sentence was said by Tai Bai Yun-shang himself, when thinking of the circumstances and seeing things from another's shoes, he would feel doubt and suspicion. So be it if I still had fixed immortal travel, but now that I have lost it, and the wind veil of assimilation is still contracting, isolating us from the outside world, I will need to use a stargate to leave this place and connect it to who immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was facing great difficulty. To open the stargate, he would need to use starlight firefly goo. The formless hands were flying about and ravaging the place. They were an unstoppable force. Once the starlight firefly goo appeared, the formless hands would show up like flies. Even as a goo immortal, Fang Yuan had no confidence in protecting them from the formless hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation has been formed, there is no more heaven and earth chi. Even though there are a lot of formless hands, no new ones will appear. Furthermore, with 88 true yang building breaking apart and dissolving into different goo worms that are flying around, the formless hands had no energy source. They could not be sustained. Fang Yuan was a veteran demonic path cultivator with 500 years of experience. He naturally had good insight. Once the formless hands weaken, Giant Sun's will would become the strongest force in this battlefield. By then, after he gets rid of Ma and Zhao, retrieving the luck path true inheritance, he would come after me. By then, Giant Sun's will would have Giant Sun's immortal essence and many immortal goo. He would truly be the strongest foe. As the weaker party, Fang Yuan had to choose to cooperate against the strong foe, to resist the enemy with numbers. In this entire battlefield, Tai Bai Yunshang was the only suitable person. Even though he was a healing goo immortal, he was still a goo immortal. Even though his goo worms were all stolen, Fang Yuan could lend him some. Moreover, He Lulan and the other blood-related descendants were all Giant Sun's will's natural allies. No matter how well Fang Yuan could speak, in such a short time and in such a situation, they would not switch sides. After thinking so deeply, in reality merely a short moment passed. Fang Yuan moved like lightning. Without hesitation, he flew towards Tai Bai Yunshang who was falling. Junior brother, you, Sai. Seeing Fang Yuan make such a choice, Tai Bai Yunshang who had calmed down looked with shining eyes. He was touched and wanted to say something, but eventually ended up sighing. Along the way, many formless hands were obstructing them, but Fang Yuan twisted left and right. He was agile like a bird. He quickly shortened the distance between him and Tai Bai Yunshang. But right at this moment, the figure of a person suddenly appeared around Tai Bai Yunshang. Old fool! You have finally fallen into my hands. The figure quickly turned solid as He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunshang by the collar, capturing him. Although Tai Bai Yunshang was a goo immortal, he had no goo worms on him. It was simply too easy for He Lulan. He Lulan quickly activated his goo worm, sealing Tai Bai Yunshang's 4 limbs and making him faint. Seeing the captive in his hands, He Lulan was overjoyed. He was able to capture Tai Bai Yunshang under such chaotic circumstances mostly due to luck. But the result was already a success. Now He Lulan's mind was full of ways to threaten Fang Yuan, to use this captive to take back his vital goo. But he had just raised his head and had yet to speak, before he saw Fang Yuan's body turning around and flying high up into the air. He Lulan captured Tai Bai Yunshang. It is obviously because he wants to threaten me and ask for that goo worm. Fang Yuan had guessed He Lulan's intention at the first moment. His heart sank, but he was still as calm as ever. Since He Lulan had such an objective, he would not cause harm to Tai Bai Yunshang's life. That means Tai Bai Yunshang was safe for the time being. In that case, the most important thing for Fang Yuan now was to retrieve the immortal goo man as before. He dodged left and right, avoiding the formless hand's attacks. His 8 wings flapped intensely as windflower goo and flashbug goo were used in turns. Eventually, after 15 minutes, after exerting all of his strength, with great difficulty he smashed the formless fist and took back the man as before immortal goo. Because he obtained Tai Bai Yunshang's trust, man as before immortal goo did not struggle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan did not use his will to suppress it. He placed it into the strength path immortal aperture. Your senior brother's life is in my hands. Quickly return my goo worm. At this point, He Lulan finally caught up and had the chance to issue a threat. He was full of sweat. Chasing Fang Yuan was not easy, especially when his movement speed was insufficient, and he still had to carry Tai Bai Yun Shang. He thought he understood Fang Yuan's objectives. He was very confident in himself. Just as he said that, a formless hand flew over to him. He Lulan did not dare to resist it head-on and had to dodge. This way, the imposing aura that he had tried to create was immediately weakened. Fang Yuan's figure was like a lightning shadow, moving around the formless hands easily. When he got close to He Lulan, he was expressionless, but he was sighing over the inconvenience in his heart. Fang Yuan knew that he could not resist Giant Sun's will alone. He needed Tai Bai Yun Shang's help, but now that Tai Bai Yun Shang was a captive, Fang Yuan was quite restricted. Although he had man as before immortal goo, he was not given permission by Tai Bai Yun Shang to use the goo. If he could use it when He Lulan kills the captive and Tai Bai Yun Shang dies, Fang Yuan could revive Tai Bai Yun Shang using man as before. But there was a major problem here. Using immortal goo man as before required immortal essence. To revive a mortal there was no issue. But to revive an immortal, the immortal essence expenditure would surely be huge. Fang Yuan only had 22 beads of green grape immortal essence. He used up one in diffusing it into endless primeval essence. Thus he only had 21 left. This was his greatest assurance in fighting Giant Sun's will. But to revive Tai Bai Yun Shang, he would need to use at least 10 green grape immortal essence. Unless there was no choice, Fang Yuan did not want to do that. He Lulan was truly a formidable character. It was no fluke that he was the person who became the victor of the Imperial Court contest. He had overwhelming talent and ability. Once an opportunity appeared, he knew how to grab onto it. Don't tell me, I really have to return his goo worm? Once that thought appeared, Fang Yuan suppressed it. He Lulan was so anxious about that goo. It was surely something extraordinary. Fang Yuan was not willing to return it just like that. Most importantly, He Lulan was not trustworthy. As time passed, Giant Sun's will and the formless hand's battle intensified. Giant Sun's will originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was very ruthless and wise. Now that his original strength could be displayed fully, he showed off a matchless disposition. He drew support from the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump, and while fighting against the formless hands, he took back control of the one and only copy of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After so long, the Luck Path True Inheritance Light Lump was still quite intact. There were simply too many goo worms inside this true inheritance. It was shocking. In just this short while, 6 Luck Path Immortal goo were already taken by the formless hands. No wonder it was the one and only copy. Immortal goo were unique, even for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He exerted all his efforts and could only elevate the true inheritance to this extent. 3 of the 6 immortal goo were retrieved by Giant Sun's will when he broke the formless fists. Giant Sun's will could only watch as the other 3 were taken away by the formless fists. Damn it! Too hateful. Giant Sun's will got more furious as he fought. He had already hated Zhao Lianyun to the depths of his soul. Now he no longer cared about Ma Hongyun's life. I want to see how long this Luck Path True Inheritance can protect you for. Giant Sun's will gritted his teeth. If not for him wanting to protect the Luck Path True Inheritance and being unable to attack all out, he would have destroyed this light lump and killed Ma and Zhao. Ma and Zhao hugged each other. Towards this situation, there was nothing they could do but to await death. The great pressure was a huge turmoil on their hearts. Their feelings for each other rapidly grew. But this was useless. The frost jade peacock that recognized them as its master had already died. The size of the Luck Path True Inheritance light lump was less than a third of what it had been originally. Seeing that death was approaching closer and closer, Ma and Zhao lost any hopes of surviving. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were at a stalemate. They were bargaining. Both sides were very distrustful of each other. This talk was progressing very slowly. Clang! Right at this moment, from outside the wind veil, there was the sound of a blade. The sound of the blade was crisp and sharp. It reverberated in everyone's ears. What? This is? Everyone raised their heads. They were attracted by this strange event. Even the giant dragon of giant suns will stop its attacks. Only to see that above them, on the wind veil of assimilation, there was a huge opening created by a blade. Everyone could see the outside sky of northern plains through the opening caused by the blade. In the sky, 3 Gu immortals from Chanyu tribe were breathing roughly. This was the immortal killer move that they activated, Winged Blade. Around them, there were a dozen or so Gu immortals. It turns out that when the 3 of them were colluding not too long ago, other Righteous Path Gu immortals approached them. Because He tribe's Gu immortals were very sincere and put in a lot of effort, they came to an agreement quickly and thus chose to attack earlier than expected. With the blade opening, the inside and outside world were connected. This was a huge influence to anyone in the battlefield. The ones who reacted faster than Fang Yuan and the other humans were the Gu worms. 88 Truyong Building was an ownerless object, after being destroyed by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The walls collapsed and turned into large number of wild Gu worms. At this crucial moment, using their instincts, these Gu worms flew into the air, towards the opening. During the process, formless hands were capturing them all over the place. This is the best chance to charge through the wind veil and escape from this dangerous place. The Gu master's eyes were glowing. Ah! So many Gu worms. These are all formed from 88 Truyong Building. Northern Plains Gu immortals watched with burning and shining eyes. Originally, within the wind veil of assimilation, the Gu worms were lifeless. Now, a huge opening was cut into the wind veil of assimilation, opening a link outside to Northern Plains. The Gu worms all went into a frenzy, frantically rushing towards the opening. Formless hands arrived, attempting to grab them along the way. Nearly half of the Gu worms were captured by the formless hands, and carried off by the formless fists, vanishing into thin air. Despite this, the majority of the Gu worms managed to rush out of the opening, escaping this dangerous area surrounded by the wind veil of assimilation, and arriving in the outside world of Northern Plains. Come to me, be mine. So many Gu worms. That is an immortal Gu? Stop at once. Do not fight. Distribute the Gu according to our prior arrangement. No one should act recklessly. The Northern Plains Gu immortals saw a cluster of Gu worms, like an unceasing torrent of water rushing forth. They were already in a state of shocked ecstasy. They struck at once, repeatedly shouting, competing against each other, and displaying all kinds of methods. Fang Yuan raised his head to look, and saw a scene of Gu immortals madly fighting over Gu worms. There are more than 20 Gu immortals. They probably used the immortal killer move Winged Blade. This killer move is a first-class attacking method of Northern Plains. During the Battle of the 5 Regions in the future, many Central Continent Gu immortals died from it. His expression was grim. His eyes were flickering with cold light. The memories of his previous life was still vivid within his mind. Winds of assimilation, the number 1 wind in the world, they were able to assimilate all things. There are few methods capable of restraining it. But the immortal killer move Winged Blade had peerless might. It was a rare method that was even able to cleave open the wind veil of assimilation. Naturally, this is also because the wind veil of assimilation had not formed for a long time. The wind walls are still not too thick. Given a longer period of time, even the Winged Blade will be unable to damage it. Winds of assimilation. They were a wind that blew when immortal apertures faced destruction. Once the wind gained momentum, and there was enough wind blowing, even rank 8 Gu immortals would struggle to resist it. As for rank 9 Gu immortals, they were the rulers of the world. They were invincible beings. No matter how strong the winds of assimilation became, it could do nothing to them. This shocking change was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. To him, this was not a method of escaping. He had caused harm to Giant Sun's will, and caused the collapse of 88 Truyong Building. He was the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction. Once he went outside, and got caught by the angry Northern Plains Gu immortals, he would end up facing a terrible fate. By then, even death would be a luxury. He placed his attention on He Lulan now. If He Lulan got distracted now, Fang Yuan would launch a sneak attack and take back Tai by Yunshang. But He Lulan's eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan without a single bit of distraction. His objective this time was to obtain a Strength Path Immortal Gu and become a Gu Immortal. But did not excel in movement and could not break the formless fists. However, he had made an agreement with Giant Sun's will. As long as he helped him, Giant Sun's will would give him a strength path immortal goo as a reward. This was also the sole reason why He Lulan had followed Giant Sun's will since the battle began. This fellow, Fong Yuan, had no opportunity at all. He could only grit his teeth. Right at this moment, there was a transmission from above the wind veil, but the voice was choppy. He Lulan, my son father is here, to bring you back. He Lulan's own father, the supreme tribe elder of Northern Plains super tribe, He tribe, a legendary figure in Northern Plains who was also the famous main character of the love story, Su Xian's night elopement, He Cheng. He was rank 7 and cultivated dark path. His eyes were like ink while his face was like jade. He had a handsome appearance and looked carefree. At this moment, he was floating in the air, keeping some goo worms while calling out He Lulan's name with much worry. Don't worry, father, has already found the strength path immortal goo for you. But He Lulan snorted coldly when he heard his father's call. He pretended he did not hear He Cheng's words. Instead, it triggered his anger as his expression turned into one of hatred. Filled with the deep intent of revenge, he growled at Fong Yuan. My patience is running out. Do you still want your senior brother's life? Quickly hand over my goo worm to me, otherwise I will kill him. He obviously had to save Tai by Yun Shang. This was the only useful reinforcement that Fong Yuan could use to resist Giant Sun's will. Thus, Fong Yuan shouted, I can give the goo to you, but you must wake my senior brother up first and let him run 1,000 steps away from here. His suggestion was immediately denied by He Lulan. Impossible. You have to pass the goo to me first. Otherwise I will crush his skull directly. Both sides did not trust each other. Fong Yuan wanted He Lulan to release Tai by Yun Shang, but He Lulan was afraid of Fong Yuan's movement speed. He Lulan wanted Fong Yuan to return the goo first, but Fong Yuan was afraid of He Lulan playing tricks. Of course, there was the most common way to settle this. That was for both parties to act at the same time, releasing Tai by Yun Shang and the goo together. But in this environment, where formless hands were flying around everywhere, who would dare to let their goo worms fly around? It was not that Fong Yuan did not want to save Tai by Yun Shang, but the discussion was always stuck at this stage. Fong Yuan raised his head to look, and the scene was making his heart sink. Oh no! The formless hands disappear after capturing goo worms. The formless hands will continue to decrease in number, and soon, Giant Sun's will would gain control of the situation. Not only was He Lulan anxious, Fong Yuan was also starting to become anxious. Giant Sun's will was a special will. Exterminating the otherworldly demon was his top priority. This objective ruled above his desire to live. The dragon made of will roared. It ignored the passage above its head as it coiled around the luck path true inheritance. The remaining luck path goo worms were the true inheritance's core. Giant Sun's will did not dare to be careless. Are we going to die? Seeing the luck path true inheritance light lump reduced to a thin layer, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun felt that all hope was lost. But right at this moment, the true inheritance light lump burst out with a dazzling light. The light was so strong it could blind everyone's vision. With a whoosh, the true inheritance light lump carried Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, flying up and turning into a rainbow of light, charging towards the opening in the wind veil. The luck path true inheritance was governed by the will of a wild goo. It had a very strong instinct for survival. Don't even think about it. The dragon of Giant Sun's will shouted furiously. Without hesitation, it gave chase immediately. The true inheritance light lump was really fast. Giant Sun's will could not catch up to it. Seeing that true inheritance light lump was about to get out of the wind veil of assimilation and escape into Northern Plains, Giant Sun's will finally let go of his reservations and set his mind on exterminating the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. This was the primary objective that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given to the special will. When one could not get the best of both worlds, Giant Sun's will had no choice but to discard one to achieve the other objective. Giant Sun's immortal essence was injected into all the immortal goo, as the dragon of will shined with 12 spots of lights. In 3 breaths of time, the light expanded rapidly, ready to attack. The Will Dragon's aura surged. As it readied itself, a shockingly powerful attack was about to be launched. But right at this moment, from among the group of goo worms, another true inheritance light lump appeared suddenly. This true inheritance light lump was about the size of an adult. It was a supreme true inheritance. This supreme true inheritance gave off a thin layer of light. This light was not dazzling in brightness alone, but it kept changing into different colors. The light was also very dense, and it covered a huge area, forming a giant halo. The supreme true inheritance along with the halo crashed fiercely into the dragon of Giant Sun's will. Crack, crack, crack. Under the halo's effect, Giant Sun's will rapidly expanded and exploded, leaving behind the sound of firecrackers. The giant halo with the supreme true inheritance as its center attacked the dragon of Giant Sun's will, and attempted to cut the dragon into two at its waist. Giant Sun's will howled, falling into extreme anger and shock. It had broken into two. Originally the dozen immortal goo were ready to attack, but their lethal attacks had been cancelled already. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fong Yuan's expression was unchanging, but his heart jumped. From the appearance of this supreme true inheritance, its true identity had been exposed. Within the true inheritance secluded domain, there were only these supreme true inheritances. One was 88 True Yang building itself. It had already been broken up by the formless hands. This was also why 88 True Yang building had collapsed completely and split back into goo worms. The other was the Luck Path True Inheritance. It had once fueled Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's glorious success. Right now, it was heading towards the opening in the wind veil of assimilation, rushing for its freedom. The final one was the Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fong Yuan had once seen it inside the True Inheritance secluded domain. If not for Mo Yao's will reminding him back then, he may have nearly lost his life under Wisdom Goo's influence. Being as high as Rank 9, Wisdom Goo, which was recorded inside the Legends of Renzu, was definitely extraordinary. It gave off the light of wisdom. Basking in this light, life forms would lose their lifespan rapidly. Thoughts would be created and destroyed in their minds quickly. They would collide with each other and create the sparks of wisdom in the process. When a person thinks, countless thoughts would be created, destroyed, or collide into each other to obtain the results of thinking. Wisdom path with this principle became one of the paths of Goo Masters. The light of wisdom would increase the number of thoughts to the limit, the speed of thinking would be raised to the limit, and the collisions would occur at the most rapid rate. By reducing the time to think greatly, one could attain greater effects. This was the true effect of Wisdom Goo. That's right, Wisdom Goo also has a wild will, and had been hiding since long ago. Now that the wind veil of assimilation is broken, it is instinctively trying to escape. Except that it had remained silent until now before suddenly striking. Fong Yuan realized at once. Fong Yuan felt no shock towards how Wisdom Goo was able to easily deal great damage to Giant Sun's will. It has been mentioned previously, Wisdom Path is classified into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made up of? Multiple thoughts. Under the shining light of wisdom, these thoughts collided intensely. They expanded and faced destruction rapidly. If the light was shown on humans, new thoughts would develop in their minds. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was dead. This was only a will that he left behind. This special will was just like the formless hands, without a source of energy. Under the light of wisdom, these thoughts collided at an extremely fast pace. They were rapidly destroyed, but no new thoughts were generated. The dragon of Giant Sun's will was thus easily snapped into two. It could be said that Wisdom Goo directly countered Giant Sun's will. But this advantage is not enough to take down Giant Sun's will, unless Fong Yuan's gaze was sharp as an eagle. He looked up while enduring the piercing light from the inheritance. Indeed, he saw that in the sky, up to 100 beads of immortal essence were falling down. These yellow immortal essence were skull-sized. Each was filled to the brim and they had their auras concealed. Fong Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not hold a candle to them. These were rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immortal essence which he had left behind. Immortal goo normally required immortal essence to activate. Under most circumstances, will could not activate goo worms alone. Even Giant Sun's will was not exempt from this rule. The reason the Dragon of Giant Sun's will could activate immortal goo was because it was holding Giant Sun's immortal essence. However, the Wisdom Goo's attack cut apart the Dragon of Giant Sun's will into two and actually revealed it was holding Giant Sun's immortal essence. As expected of Wisdom Goo. Such an amazing result in just one move. Fang Yuan's gaze brightened and praised Wisdom Goo inwardly. He had also thought of cutting apart the connection between Giant Sun's immortal essence and Giant Sun's will, but he did not have enough strength to do so. However, Wisdom Goo accomplished it. Wisdom Goo was not the slightest bit afraid of formless hands. The most terrifying formless hands only had 8 fingers, while Wisdom Goo was a rank 9 immortal goo and could only be grabbed by 9-fingered formless hands. However, Wisdom Goo was extremely fragile despite being rank 9. It was not an offense-oriented goo and could still be destroyed. It wanted freedom and wanted to soar to the skies, and the Dragon of Giant Sun's will, which possessed many immortal goo, was its primary obstacle. From Wisdom Goo's perspective, dealing with the Dragon of Giant Sun's will was of the utmost importance. Thus, it concealed itself and waited for an opportunity to strike. It remained inconspicuous when it did not make a move, but when it made a move it was extremely shocking, striking the weak point of the Giant Sun's will dragon and cutting its connection with Giant Sun's immortal essence in one move, thereby causing the immortal goo controlled by Giant Sun's will, more than 10 in number, to be of no use. Giant Sun's will let out a furious roar at the heavy damage. However, it did not turn around to attack Wisdom Goo and instead relentlessly chased after the Luck Path True Inheritance, which was holding Ma and Zhao. Giant Sun's will instantly condensed into a huge golden hand that struck towards Ma and Zhao like a meteor. For a moment, the whole battle situation turned into this. The wind veil of assimilation was separating the ruins of Imperial Court Blessed Land from the outside world of Northern Plains. In the outside world were Northern Plains Goo Immortals. Inside was the ruins of Imperial Court Blessed Land. There was a giant tear in the wind veil of assimilation from which countless goo worms flew out, sparking conflicts among the Goo Immortals. Inside the wind veil, at the highest point, was the Luck Path True Inheritance, which had turned into a rainbow and flew rapidly towards the tear in the wind veil of assimilation. It was already close to it. In the middle was the huge hand of Giant Sun's will, which could no longer activate immortal goo. Below Giant Sun's will was Wisdom Goo, which was following closely. Even further below in the midair was the deadlock between Fang Yuan and He Lulan. On the ground were dozens of surviving goo masters. Formless hands were attracted towards the goo worms that filled the sky, and as such the goo master's situation was a lot better. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will, which had burst out with all its strength, was rapidly closing the distance between it and the Luck Path True Inheritance. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Giant Sun's will was bursting out with explosive sounds. Wisdom Goo was not far below, and Giant Sun's will had all along been under the light of wisdom. Its thoughts violently collided and perished. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will was shrinking rapidly at a visible speed. However, the light of Wisdom Goo was not just exhausting Giant Sun's will. The intense collisions of the will was further increasing the speed and power of the huge hand of Giant Sun's will. Finally, when the Luck Path True Inheritance was just about to charge into the wind veil, the huge hand of Giant Sun's will was able to block its path. None of you can escape, die. The huge hand of Giant Sun's will grabbed down with extreme killing intent, not caring that the Luck Path True Inheritance was a unique existence and just focused on killing Ma and Zhao. Are we going to die? Ma and Zhao hugged each other. Terror and shock filled them as they looked at the giant hand falling down upon them. Boom! Powerful attacks rained down like a hailstorm, smashing down ruthlessly at the huge hand of Giant Sun's will. You unfilial descendants! Giant Sun's will let out a furious roar as its giant hand collapsed. The Luck Path True Inheritance carried Ma and Zhao and flew through the wind veil of assimilation to the outside world of Northern Plains. These are immortal goo. Grab the immortal goo. They are mine, all mine. How could the righteous path Goo Immortals, whose hearts were filled with greed, know about the identity of the giant hand of will? Even if they knew, would they just look on as the huge hand of Will crushed the immortal goo? A man whose heart cannot be satisfied is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The luck path true inheritance was brimming with dense immortal goo aura, which further intensified the greed of the Northern Plains goo immortals. Fight! Courting death! Who dares to seize the immortal goo in front of me? You shameless bastards! Did you guys forget the agreement we made earlier? Verbal agreements between goo immortals were already fragile. Who would comply with such agreements in front of huge profits? The Northern Plains goo immortals removed all consideration for face and grabbed at the luck path true inheritance. The majestic auras of the goo immortals collided against each other. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun blacked out, almost fainting on the spot. They had left the wolf's nest and entered the tiger's den. This aura and radiance, I am not wrong, this definitely is connected to luck path. Everyone moved together. Suddenly, a long and loud whooshing sound rang out. Over 10 goo immortals appeared. At the lead was an old goo immortal with a snow-white beard that reached the toes. The righteous path goo immortals narrowed their eyes at the sight of this man. Someone cried out in surprise, introducing this man's origins. Old Ancestor Shui Hu. You actually came in person. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. A rank 8 goo immortal, and the number 1 demonic path goo immortal of Northern Plains. Following him were Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path goo immortals, legendary experts whose names were known far and wide. Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to be destroyed. Of course I have to come and reap some benefits. Enough nonsense, strike! Old Ancestor Shui Hu screamed out before leading the group behind him to join in the fight. The scene turned even more chaotic. Righteous and demonic factions battled with all sorts of goo worms flying about. The luck path true inheritance changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in a precarious situation, walking on the edge of life and death. Don't fight. Inside the wind veil of assimilation, there are definitely many more immortal goo. A goo immortal shouted in the chaos. The 3 immortals of Chanyu, make your move. The wind veil of assimilation is closing up. Another goo immortal gave a reminder from within the chaotic battlefield. The 3 Chanyu immortals had gathered with the goo immortal Tongzu as the lead. They hurriedly glanced below when they heard the reminder. Sure enough, the tear on the wind veil of assimilation was already closing up and there was only a thin crack remaining. The tear that Winged Blade had created was extremely large, but the wind veil of assimilation's recovery speed was very fast. Goo Immortal Tongzu had estimated the cut would be closed in 8 breaths of time. And from the looks of it, it indeed took around 8 breaths. If they used the Winged Blade now, they would be able to open up a tear again. However, Chanyu Tribe's 3 immortals showed no signs of using it. This Immortal Path Killer move had extremely terrifying power, but the price to pay was equally large, consuming a lot of immortal essence. And in this chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it again, so as to keep it in reserve to intimidate enemies. Brother Hei Chung, what are we going to do now? Hei Tribe's Gu immortal, Hei Bai, lost his cool when he saw the wind veil of assimilation closing up, and hurriedly consulted Gu immortal Hei Chung. Hei Chung was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. Hei Bai had been seeking immortal Gu wooden chicken since long ago. They had also received information from Hei Lu Lan that he had already obtained the immortal Gu. But the wind veil of assimilation was now closed. Hei Lu Lan had not escaped when he had the chance, causing Hei Bai's plan to be fruitless. Hei Chung did not have the ability to cut apart the wind veil of assimilation. His voice turned extremely gloomy. Brother Hei Bai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands inside the wind veil are extremely likely to have seized wooden chicken Gu. When they travel through space and their energy is used up, the captured Gu worms will also be freed. The investigative abilities of Gu immortals were much stronger than that of Gu masters. After the tear was opened on the wind veil of assimilation, they had immediately glanced at the dangers within the wind veil. And because of the formless hands as well, they did not dare to enter the wind veil and risk themselves. It's like that. Hei Bai's eyes brightened before he thought of something. Then nephew Hei Lu Lan. Hei Chung didn't speak, but his expression turned even more gloomy. He Lulan did not grab the opportunity to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan inwardly shocked. However, he did not have the time to ponder over this and threw it to the back of his mind. He fixed his gaze on the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled completely with the thoughts of this immortal essence of Giant Sunday. Gu masters cannot use the primeval essence of others. Gu immortals were also unable to use the immortal essence of others. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had obtained a lot of green grape immortal essence left behind by Hu Immortal. But only the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from a Gu Immortal's obsession. Giant Sun's immortal essence also could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he would not be able to use them. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's resolve to seize the immortal essence of Giant Sun, even a little bit. I can't use it, but as long as I seize all this immortal essence, the power of Giant Sun's will drop down to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan soared to the sky, crazily activating all sorts of movement Gu to increase his speed. This exceptionally good opportunity was created by Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan would not be worthy of being an authoritative figure of the demonic path if he did not grab this chance. You dare! Attacked by his own descendants, and now sensing what Fang Yuan was attempting, Giant Sun's will was furious as well as anxious. Without immortal essence, it was not able to activate immortal Gu and could only use the power of its special will to battle. It understood the severity of this more than anyone else. Fang Yuan's extremely fast speed gave Giant Sun's will an unprecedented fear. Damn it, it's too late. The will condensed back together into a giant hand which fell down like a meteor. Ha ha ha! Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. He was less than 100 steps away from Giant Sun's immortal essence. Even if Giant Sun's will was mighty, Fang Yuan was not worried. Because between Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will was the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu is the bane of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will would have to detour around Wisdom Gu, which would waste a lot more time. He Lulan does not have high speed and he still has to hold Tai by Yunshang, so he can't chase me. The only worry is the formless hands. Fang Yuan thought of every possible scenario with his understanding of the whole situation. Wind whistled past. Giant Sun's immortal essence was already within reach. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. But that did not stop unexpected events from happening. Wisdom Gu quickly descended, as the light of wisdom shrouded Fang Yuan. Once he entered the wisdom halo, Fang Yuan's thoughts were created and destroyed intensely. He aged rapidly. Fang Yuan was shocked. Raising his head to take a look, he saw Wisdom Gu descending towards himself. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's will, which had lost a huge portion of its body, shrunk into a tiny ball and followed closely after. In reality, Giant Sun's will knew that if he took a detour around Wisdom Gu, he would not be able to stop Fang Yuan. Thus, he forcefully got close to Wisdom Gu and used a technique to send it flying. Although Wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will was large enough, and after paying a huge price, he could barely come into contact with Wisdom Gu by risking his life. This way, Wisdom Gu was like a rubber ball flying straight for Fang Yuan. It became greatly troublesome for Fang Yuan now. As expected of Giant Sun, seeing Wisdom Gu approaching himself, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decision. He laughed heartily. His heart was extremely resolute. If you, Giant Sun, could make such a sacrifice, why can't I, Gu Yu Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan endured the light of wisdom and used his method to sweep away all of the falling immortal essence of Giant Sun. Immediately afterwards, he used Windflower Gu to change his direction, moving to the side and trying to get away from Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu continued to descend, as Fang Yuan narrowly passed by it. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed non-stop. He was finally out of the range of the light of wisdom, but his face no longer had the appearance of a young man. Anyone who saw him would think he was a middle-aged man. The closer one was to Wisdom Gu, the more intense the light of wisdom would be. Earlier, when Fang Yuan was inside the true inheritance secluded domain, he was still a great number of steps away from wisdom goo, but in just a few breaths' time, he lost 2 years of his life. Earlier, he was so close to wisdom goo, and had endured the light of wisdom for such a long time. Thus he lost more than 10 years of lifespan. Ordinary people only had 100 years of lifespan. In order to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan paid a heavy price. Little scoundrel, die! Drawing an arc in the air like lightning, Giant Suns will pounce like an eagle. Fang Yuan immediately felt an intense sensation of danger and death assaulting him. At the crucial moment, he only had time to activate Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. Bam! With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was swatted like a fly. Crashing down like a meteor, he landed heavily on the ground, forming a huge crater. Rocks were sent flying as dust clouds formed. Fang Yuan was lying in the deepest part of the crater. He regained his senses 3 breaths of time later. Out of his 8 arms, 6 were broken. His entire back was in a terrible state. His spine and ribcages could be seen. He was dizzy, he could barely think. The attack of Giant Suns will earlier had not just targeted his body, but a large amount of special wills entered his mind, trying to destroy it and affect his cognitive ability. While only barely conscious, Fang Yuan actually dodged without thinking about it. The next moment, Giant Suns will in the form of a huge golden axe swung down from high in the sky, cutting away Fang Yuan's left arm and left leg. If Fang Yuan did not dodge in time, perhaps he would have been split into 2 by this attack. As his consciousness recovered, Fang Yuan quickly used his sole remaining palm to support himself, his immense strength pushing his body out of the crater. But as he was doing so, Giant Suns will turned into a huge golden hammer, flying into the sky and slamming towards Fang Yuan. Bam! Fang Yuan was like a giant elephant who was hit while running. His ribcage was completely broken while his intestines were crushed to bits due to the impact. At the same time, in his mind, he was invaded by Giant Sun's will again, as he fell into greater confusion. Fang Yuan was like a rubber ball that was slammed on the ground. He rolled along the ground as he flew, causing a long trail to appear on the ground where he was sent flying. The intense collision caused his clothes to be torn, and he was covered in dust. Eventually, he sprawled on the ground weakly, motionless. His broken bones and hanging flesh were all exposed. As blood flowed, they were not red. Instead, his blood had a deep green color due to Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. His expression was distorted. His fangs were exposed as he struggled in pain. At this moment, there was a huge battle in Fang Yuan's mind. The battle of wills was intense, and Giant Suns will had the upper hand. Fang Yuan was taking a beating passively. Although he resisted stubbornly, he could barely think clearly now. Only after he exterminated the portion of Giant Sun's will in his mind could he reawaken and regain his consciousness. But Giant Sun's will would not give him such a chance. It condensed into a golden sword, 16 meters long and 6 meters wide. It gave off an indomitable aura, and had the ability to judge all beings. This is Giant Sun's will's true battle strength? This is too terrifying. Far away, He Lulan held the unconscious Tai by Yun Shang as he said with a tongue-tied expression. Giant Sun's will had refined many immortal goo, and was struck by wisdom goo and also attacked by a group of over 20 goo immortals. In the end, he had to make a sacrifice and forcefully charge ahead to send wisdom goo flying. After all these, he had suffered great injuries. His mass was a minuscule fraction compared to the time he was slumbering. But even so, Fang Yuan had no way of fighting back. And without using a single immortal goo. No wonder He Lulan watched with such nervousness. This battle strength was simply too terrifying. But immediately after, He Lulan calmed down. No, the special will is not this strong. But earlier, Ancestor Giant Sun struck at the perfect moment. While he was unprepared, he dealt a serious blow. The scoundrel wanted to retaliate, but he could not think as his mind was already invaded by the special will, falling into chaos. If he was prepared and had ample time to react, it would not have ended this way. The main factor was because he inherited old ancestors' battle experience. He is ruthless and decisive. Once he finds an opening, He would strike at the opponent's weakness and give him no chance of fighting back. Especially the will invading the mind. This is too scary. It is simply impossible to fight back. It seems that I need to be careful about this when fighting a wisdom path Gu master. He Lulan reminded himself as he landed slowly on the ground. He looked at the sword of will. It was floating and eventually landed above Fang Yuan. The tip of the blade was right on top of his brain. This guy is finished. He Lulan muttered softly. The great foe before him had landed in such a state because of a mistake that was strictly not his fault. He felt some relief, some joy, and even a slight sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was due to the battle experience that it had inherited from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Although Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger than him and had much greater experience. Once Giant Sun's will gets a chance, he would attack consecutively and gain the upper hand, expanding on his advantage and preventing Fang Yuan from recovering any of his footing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not only lucky. This aspect of him displayed his invincible nature, his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. He Lulan looked at Tai Bai Yunshang, who was in his arms. Inside the wind veil of assimilation, he was Fang Yuan's only ally, but now he was unconscious. He Lulan threw him onto the ground casually, his gaze fixed on the sword of Giant Sun's will. Without hesitation, the sword of Giant Sun's will shot down soundlessly. The tip of the sword pointed at Fang Yuan's brain. Even though Fang Yuan was in six-arm heavenly zombie king state and had transformed into the body of a zombie, but once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would completely destroy his brain, along with his entire soul. This was a truly fatal blow. Tai Bai Yunshang had fainted. Fang Yuan was unconscious. He had no way to fight back. But just when the sword's tip was about to reach Fang Yuan's forehead, with just an inch away, a water wall suddenly appeared. At the same time, a shrill woman's voice could be heard. "With me here, don't think of taking his life." "Who is this?" He Lulan gasped. He looked at the water wall with shock. The surface of the water wall had turned into a spiral, coiling around the sword tip and preventing the sword of Giant Sun's will from descending. At the same time, a strong aura burst out from Fang Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will pulled back the sword, retreating several hundred steps away rapidly. He stood in the air for a moment before saying in a low voice, as he remembered, "It's you! Over 10,000 years ago, you barged into 88 True Yang Building. You were the one who freed fortune rivaling Heaven Gu." Mo Yao laughed delicately. "I'm surprised you remember." Saying this, the water wall turned into a liquid armor that covered Fang Yuan's body. A light blue glow surrounded Fang Yuan, causing his wounds to heal rapidly. His broken limbs, flesh and bones were all rapidly healing. Giant Sun's will was able to remember because 88 True Yang Building had recording goo worms that filmed all that had happened inside it. When Mo Yao explored 88 True Yang Building, she did not wake up Giant Sun's will. But this time, after Fang Yuan woke up Giant Sun's will, he used the respective goo worms to look through the records, learning what had happened. Mo Yao's voice, appearance, Fang Yuan's name, as well as his wicked deeds inside 88 True Yang Building. Giant Sun's will was very aware of all of them. That was why he was able to expose the secret of the Changshan in impersonation. Giant Sun's will was extremely furious. "You unscrupulous and shameless thieves. You have been targeting my True Yang Building for tens of thousands of years. Die!" Giant Sun's will attacked with rage. The golden sword flew like lightning, piercing the air and drawing a golden rainbow in the air. The rainbow hit the liquid armor, causing ripples on it, but could not pierce the armor's protection. Fang Yuan slowly woke up. "This is the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion?" He looked at the liquid armor on him and realized. It turns out that since an unknown time ago, Water Pavilion had been on him. When he was in a chaotic state and his life was at risk, Mo Yao's will activated Water Pavilion and protected him. Giant Sun's will could control 88 True Yang Building. Mo Yao's will could naturally manipulate Water Pavilion. 88 True Yang Building had Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. How could Water Pavilion not have Fairy Mo Yao's red date immortal essence? Lad, you are finally awake. The immortal essence that my main body had left behind is limited. Water Pavilion's consumption is too great. Quickly take over the battle. I will defend your mind. Mo Yao's will said. Humph. I could escape death all thanks to you, Fairy. Fong Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with cold light. He loosened his joints, rubbing his palms as his newly born bones creaked. His battle intent surged again. If you want to repay me, return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao's will sighed. Quickly battle. Ha ha ha. Okay. Fong Yuan howled, jumping up. He had turned into six-arm heavenly zombie king form. It had great physical strength. With green eyes and fangs, he looked extremely vicious and ruthless. The water armor shrunk into a lump before turning into a helmet, protecting his head. This way, he was no longer afraid of Giant Sun's will's mental attack. Without any worries left, Fong Yuan took huge steps forward, raising his fists and punching at Giant Sun's will. Swoosh! The expected impact did not occur. Instead, there was a light sound. Giant Sun's will was very experienced. He did not fight with Fong Yuan directly. At the crucial moment, the sword turned into a golden ribbon and coiled around Fong Yuan's wrist lightly, before flying away like a flash of light. Fong Yuan's hammer-like fist was cut apart around the wrist and fell on the ground. Even with the defense of Fong Yuan's six-arm heavenly zombie king, it could not match Giant Sun's will's sharpness. Fong Yuan rolled away and quickly picked up his hand. The injury on his arm was oozing with green blood slowly. Fong Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will while pressing the fist back onto the wound on his arm. The flesh on the wound quickly mended and healed. Even the bones started to join together. This was the strong regenerative ability of six-arm heavenly zombie king. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fong Yuan time to recover? The will turned into a sword resembling a rainbow and charged at Fong Yuan again. Fong Yuan squinted. He pushed with his legs as his body shot into the sky. The sword rainbow followed closely behind him, chasing relentlessly. Fong Yuan activated for Eagle Rise Gu at the same time, but the sword rainbow was faster, as their distance was pulled closer. Fong Yuan activated Windflower Gu again. He had already lost track of which Windflower Gu this was. All in all, he had already expended a lot of them. Windflower Gu allowed Fong Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the sword rainbow of will was even more agile. Not only did their distance not become larger, the rainbow made use of this chance to catch up to Fong Yuan. At once, the two sides fought intensely in the air, exchanging blows. The sword rainbow of will drew a golden arc in the air, circling around Fong Yuan and attacking from time to time. Fong Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. Six-arm heavenly zombie king's strong defense was extremely weak when matched against the sword rainbow of will. Flesh kept falling from the sky. These were all cut off from Fong Yuan's body by the sword rainbow of will. Thankfully, after activating six-arm heavenly zombie king, Fong Yuan lost his sense of pain. Together with Water Pavilion as a helmet, Giant Sun's will did not manage to succeed in attacking Fong Yuan's mind. You're not making any progress. Seeing that Fong Yuan was not taking back the lead, in fact he was taking more of a beating and finding fewer and fewer chances to retaliate, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. Easy for you to say. Fong Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. He hardly had any mass and was extremely quick, even when turning. Fong Yuan's flying master attainment was nothing compared to it. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. It could turn into a sword rainbow to cut, an axe to chop, a rain of needles for a wide-range attack, or even a hammer for a strong blow. The most troublesome thing was that he could split and form at will. Suddenly, he could split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows and do a pincer attack, distracting Fong Yuan. At times, he could turn into 1 hammer and 1 sword. The hammer would strike at Fong Yuan's defense while the sword would shoot like lightning. All sorts of combinations were used flexibly, with absolutely no errors. One could say, he fully displayed the advantages and abilities of a will in battle. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan had been reborn and walked on the strength and enslavement paths. He was skilled at fighting head-on, attacking fists with fists, or using numbers to suppress the enemy. But meeting this kind of enemy was something he had no methods to deal with. He was at a disadvantage, taking hits passively. That was very natural. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure clashed with Giant Sun's Will's golden rainbow, forming a large battle arena. Great numbers of goo worms were still flying around. Their instincts were telling them to give way to Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the attacks of the formless hands. Even though so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo worm groups left here. I cannot begin to imagine how many immortal goo were used to form 88 True Yang building. Yi Lui Sang raised his head and sighed. The injuries on his body had mostly healed. At the crucial moment, his status of being the leader of a super tribe worked. Yi Lui Sang obtained the help of other goo masters. There are not many formless hands left, although we have lost many goo worms. There are so many goo worms here. We can capture them now and regain our battle strength, some goo masters suggested. This suggestion was quickly supported by the other goo masters. We need to work together sincerely. We need to be fast. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker. It is spreading, and the space in here will continue to shrink. He Lulan looked at the unconscious Tai by Yun Shang, walking over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something us mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. Above them, in the air, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will were engaging in fierce combat. At times, furious growls and shouting could be heard. Be it Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's will's terrifying battle strength, everyone was scared. They subconsciously avoided those two and did not want to interfere in the battle of these two top experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely true. Relying on the mortal goo that they subdue, no matter how many they have, they cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan asked again, "Don't worry. How can this scoundrel be Ancestor Giant Sun's match? Can't you see that Ancestor is having the upper hand all along?" Everyone's eyes were shining. The battle situation was very visible in the sky. Everyone could clearly tell what was happening. He Lulan changed the direction of the conversation. Although Ancestor has the upper hand, he cannot turn the advantage into victory. The root of the problem is that Ancestor's immortal essence has been completely taken by that scoundrel. Ancestor has over a dozen immortal goo, but he cannot use any of them. Everyone nodded. They agreed with He Lulan's analysis. Yi Lui Sang asked, "Then what do we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, displaying Tai by Yun Shang in his hands. "I have captured this old thief. He is that guy's senior brother. They share a tight bond. Our ability is limited. We can only try to help old Ancestor. My suggestion is still the same. We should capture goo worms first to increase our strength. In order to cooperate well, we should report all of the goo worms that we have now. I will start." Goo masters were normally very secretive about the goo worms that they owned. This was important information. Once it was exposed, others could use it against them and they might lose their lives. However, this was a special circumstance where their lives were about to be lost. Thus, everyone could only do this to increase the hopes of their survival. He Lulan was a natural leader and had a fierce reputation. As he took the lead to expose his own goo worms, the remaining goo masters followed along, and He Lulan was able to recruit these people into his force once again. He Lulan had great ambitions. He wanted to ascend to Immortal and needed a strength path immortal goo for it. Thus he needed to rely on Giant Sun's will. These people were the pawns that he needed to fulfill his ambition. In the sky, the battle was already at its climax. "I've caught you!" Fang Yuan howled, pouncing down as his 6 arms that were tougher than steel grabbed the sword made of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly split apart. Fang Yuan's long-awaited counterattack only destroyed a bit of his thoughts. "Damn it!" Fang Yuan cursed. Giant Sun's will could split and gather together. It was agile beyond belief. Fang Yuan did not have methods to deal with him. Thus most of the time he could only be a punching bag without any feasible counterattacks. He did not manage to make any progress. If there is no other choice, we can only undergo a drawn-out battle." Mo Yao's will said. "Giant Sun's will has no source of energy. During the battle, he needs to think. that will accelerate the collision of his thoughts and thus the expenditure of them. Fang Yuan was concentrating on the fight while denying Mo Yao's suggestion. We cannot afford to drag this on. Don't forget Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King's weakness. It can only be used for 30 minutes. Once that time passes, the backlash of the killer move would make me a zombie. If I completely turn into Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King form, the entire body would be zombified and both my apertures including my immortal aperture would lose all life force. My cultivation will be cut off from advancing further. Mo Yao retorted. You underestimate yourself. Don't forget that you are a strength path Gu Immortal. The essence of your life has undergone a qualitative change. Thus, the time that you can use the killer move has also been extended. It is far from 30 minutes. My rough estimate is that you have about an hour in length. Even so, we cannot delay this. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker, shrinking the space in here. My methods cannot counter the special will. Does your water pavilion have any methods? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Although Water Pavilion is a rank 7 immortal goo house, it is not skilled at attacking, but rather, its ability lies in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left behind 20 or so beads of red date immortal essence. After sustaining the immortal goo house's operations over the years, there are only 5 left. If you want to use Water Pavilion to turn this around, you should dispel this thought. Watch out! Mo Yao suddenly alerted, but it was too late. Giant Suns will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, but it suddenly made a turn and got behind him, attacking brutally. Fang Yuan vomited out a mouthful of green zombie blood. His 8 eagle wings were smashed to bits, and his spine was completely shattered. His back was caved in and his chest was caving out of his body. The intense force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his goo worm, attempting to fly into the sky. But why would Giant Suns will give him this chance? It would beat the dog while it was down. The golden rainbow coiled around Fang Yuan as it attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms to cover his whole body while curling up and was barely able to protect himself. Giant Suns will changed shape freely, slashing, cutting, slamming, piercing. All sorts of attacks caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to be destroyed. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was tattered as there were many injuries on him from the front to back. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King form. Otherwise, with his human body, he would have already had a tragic death. Fighting with Giant Suns will gave Fang Yuan great pressure. Only by using 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King non-stop could he barely keep up.